This is a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Earthly Knowledge and Heavenly Wisdom. 9 lectures held in Dornach between February 2nd and February 18th, 1923. Lecture 1, given on February 2nd, 1923, entitled Self-Knowledge and Experiencing the Christ in Oneself. Animals participate in a certain way in an annual cycle. Butterflies and other insects are in their chrysalis stage in one season, hatch in another, and lay their eggs in still another. We can see a relationship between the changes in nature and the life cycle of insects. They adapt their lives to their natural environment. Similarly, in previous ages of Earth evolution, human communities participated more or less instinctively in the life of outer nature. However, as human evolution advanced, the instincts that enabled people to participate in their immediate natural environment largely disappeared. In our more advanced stage, we no longer find this kind of outer harmony between the natural surroundings and the individual human being. This is connected with our evolution, which constitutes our history and forms a unified whole extending over the long epochs of the Earth's planetary evolution. Let us look more closely at the lower animals, such as insects, because things are clearer and simpler there. These animals live out their lives in a relatively short period of time, for example, in a year. After that, the same processes are repeated in the following generations. In human evolution, there is a similar regular pattern for longer periods. For instance, we have found that in ancient times, people had a kind of instinctive clairvoyance, a picture consciousness. This then faded in the middle period of human evolution with the transition from the ancient picture consciousness to the modern intellectual and conceptual consciousness. Our current historical period, which began with the first third of the 15th century, was a period of development of the consciousness soul. It was the age when humanity entered into intellectual thinking in the strict sense, and this led us for the first time to completely free self-awareness. When we consider a long period of time from this perspective, we find a certain overall regularity in the whole of human evolution. This regularity is analogous to what we find in an insect's life in the course of a year. Now, in ancient times, people still enjoyed a certain instinctive participation in the natural cycles of their environment, but these instincts have largely declined, and now conscious inner life must take the place of the old instinctive life. It must guide us, for if we left our lives completely to chance, without any inner guidelines or rules, and without ever deciding on a direction for our entire being, in other words, if we never found our inner bearings, but left our life here on earth entirely under the sway of chance, then even though our soul life is more developed than that of animals, we would sink below the animal level. For example, insects have a certain orientation in their life in spring, summer, fall, and winter. They are not dominated by the accidents of the process of becoming, but are integrated into the world through the regularity of the sequence of their various life phases. We left behind the ancient instinctive participation in nature, which, even though it was instinctive, was still more a matter of soul than that of the animals. In its place, we have taken on a newer, more conscious form of participation. However, despite our higher soul and thought life, with the decline of our instincts, we have entered a more chaotic existence and have thereby sunk, in a certain way, below the animal level. No matter how much we stress our superiority to the animal kingdom and the progress we have made in our evolution, we have to admit that we have lost our inner sense of direction for our lives. As members of the human race, we have to find this inner sense of direction in the awareness that we belong to this or that century, which in turn has a special place in the total evolution of our planet, just as the month of September has a special place in the course of the year. In other words, we have to become aware of how our soul life will enter into our particular historical epoch. This is something we still have to work on by entering more and more deeply into the development of the consciousness soul. We have to be conscious that we live in this or that epoch and are not fully human if we leave our life to chance or karma, which has placed us into our earthly existence at birth. We are fully human in the true sense of the word only if we take into account what the historical evolution of humanity demands of our soul life in the epoch in which we live. Animals live in accordance with the course of the year. Human beings, on the other hand, have to learn to live in accordance with an historical epoch. We have said that the mystery of Golgotha is the most important event in the history of the earth, and we have often talked about what it means to have lived before the mystery of Golgotha, or at a certain time after it. Indeed, the mystery of Golgotha is the pivotal point in history, and we can calculate forward and backward in time from this supreme historical event. However, to calculate time properly on this basis, we have to know in each historical epoch the task of our soul in that period. What is usually called history these days cannot help us develop such an awareness for any given epoch. A mere account of how the Persian, Babylonian, Egyptian, Greek, or Roman culture developed does not tell us anything about how to integrate ourselves harmoniously into the historical development of our planet, the way animals are integrated into the course of the year. We have already studied various historical epochs to develop an idea of what we need to bring to life in our soul in our era. Life is rich and varied, and if we want to understand the reality of human life on earth fully, we must look at it again and again from different points of view. Today I would like to discuss an aspect of human life that can show us the particular nature of our soul life in our present age. In very ancient times of human evolution, we find scattered throughout the various inhabited regions of the earth what we have come to know as the mysteries. The human communities living then developed under the influence of these mysteries, not only in their outer lives, but also psychically and culturally. Depending on their level of maturity, some individuals were taken into the mysteries and went through a development that brought them to a certain stage of knowing, feeling, and willing. As bearers of such higher faculties, these individuals then rejoined their communities and gave others guidelines for solving life's problems, for inner strength and invigoration of their souls, and for their outer willing and doing. Therefore, we can best study these guidelines for ancient epochs when we look at how they were taught by those who had experienced the mysteries. The pupils of the mysteries had to get to know their surroundings, most importantly the beings in the so-called three kingdoms of nature. The teaching was similar to what we have today, except, as you know, the approach was not as abstract and intellectual as ours. Nowadays, children learn already in first grade to understand the three kingdoms of nature through all kinds of concepts and representations. We come to know the mineral, plant, and animal kingdoms through concepts and ideas, and then try to understand ourselves and our lives. The concepts of the pupils in those ancient mysteries were not acquired or arrived at in their inner soul life through logic, observation, and so on, as ours are. Instead, they had to undergo a soul development that enabled them to get a clear picture of the mineral, plant, and animal kingdoms. Thus, people then did not have the abstract concepts we have now. They had images or pictures that would probably seem extravagant and weird to modern intellectual people. They knew through direct experience that what they learned from these images, what they experienced in them, told them something about what was in the minerals, plants, and animals themselves, something that grew in them, manifested and unfolded in them, and they learned from these images. People in ancient times saw something true to reality, where people now see only strange and fantastic myths. In ancient times, people knew that when they looked at an animal in the physical sensory world, it had a clearly defined outline. However, they were not interested in such definite outlines. Rather, they wanted to understand the life that moved everywhere in a flowing stream. They felt this was not possible in sharply defined pictures or concepts, but only in liquid, changing, metamorphosing images. This is how things were presented to them in the mysteries. However, when the pupils had to advance to self-knowledge on the basis of this mystery wisdom, they went through a significant crisis in their souls. They had received images of the mineral, plant, and animal realms in the form appropriate to their time. With their dreamlike consciousness, they could also look into the interior of the kingdoms of nature. However, when they received directions from the mysteries to know themselves, which were similar to those given in later times, they had to advance from imaginative knowledge of nature to self-knowledge. They had to go through a crisis in their souls. Now let me describe this inner crisis. People had filled their soul life by looking at the being of the mineral kingdom spread out before them. They had within themselves the effects of mineral physical processes. They also had within themselves images of the manifold interwoven life of plants and animals. They could integrate all three into one mineral, plant, animal world. Then, on the basis of this, they could look inside themselves, and there they found an inner picture of the mineral, plant, and animal kingdoms, as well as an inner picture of their working together. When these people then began carrying out the command, know thyself, know yourself, they were suddenly stopped short by the realization that although they had a manifold picture world of what lives on the earth apart from human beings, a picture world rich in forms and colors, inwardly sounding, even musical, yet this manifold, constantly changing world of many forms and shimmering, radiant, glittering colors and sounds of music was of no help to them in trying to know themselves. They tried to understand themselves in a similar pictorial way, but were unable to do so. True, they could arrive at images of the human being, but they knew from the way they experienced these pictures that they did not represent the true human being. People's experience of these images was different from what they experienced when they felt their own human dignity. They realized the images did not truly represent these feelings. This crisis of helplessness in achieving self-knowledge led to another experience. That is, people developed a certain fundamental conviction or philosophy of life we can find at the basis of all ancient civilizations. This conviction is the realization of truly enlightened people that here on earth, where minerals, plants, and animals fulfill their intended purpose and reveal their true being in the pictures people have of them, human beings do not reveal their true being. The philosophy of life, fundamental to all ancient civilizations, was that human beings do not belong to the earth in the same way as the creatures of the other kingdoms of nature. The real home of our true essence is not on earth, but elsewhere, in the supersensible world. This conviction was not unfounded. People arrived at it through a crisis in their soul lives, after they had learned everything about non-human life on earth that was appropriate for their times. In fact, this inner crisis could be resolved only because people in ancient times were still able to look at pre-earthly life and also at post-earthly life, at life after death. In a way, every person with functional instincts was aware of a pre-earthly life, which was present throughout earthly life as a pre-earthly memory. On the basis of this pre-earthly life, people then gained knowledge about life after death, in the way I described in the so-called French course. Based on their ancient faculties, people knew that only after death would they be able to see not only the essence of nature, but also their own essence. Footnote, the French course is on the web. It's called Philosophy, Cosmology, and Religion. End of footnote. In those ancient times, people had only the above-mentioned picture consciousness in the life between birth and death, but not yet an intellectual consciousness like ours. They developed this intellectual consciousness only after death, and then they retained it. This is the strange thing about the progress of human evolution. In ancient times, people developed intellectual consciousness only after they had died, at the time when we, nowadays, review our life in images, that is, during the first 3 days after death. During life on earth, those ancient people had a dreamlike picture consciousness, while we have our intellectual consciousness. They grew only gradually into the intellectual life after death, when they were liberated from their bodies. This intellectual life could then give them freedom. In ancient times, people became free and intellectual beings only after death. After the candidates of the mysteries were initiated into these truths, they could be taught, based on the knowledge about the human being available at that time, that in this earthly life, their picture consciousness could teach them only about the non-human world. If they looked at themselves to try to gain self-knowledge, they would fail, because they could not perceive themselves in their full human dignity. They had to understand that they would be truly human only after they had passed through the gate of death. Then they would have pure thinking, which would help them become free beings. Interestingly enough, we have the type of consciousness people in ancient times had only after death. In a sense, this consciousness moved in the opposite direction to human life, namely from life after death to the one on earth. Our advances in evolution, particularly our achievements since the first third of the 15th century, have shifted from our life after death into our earthly life. In other words, the true human essence, which the pupils of the mysteries could only find in the supersensible life after death, has entered into our earthly life. A true supersensible stream has entered our life on earth, because it did not move with us from before death to after death, but in the opposite direction. We have been blessed with something supersensible, and consequently we have taken on the task to become worthy of this supersensible element in our sensory existence. In short, we must gain our inner freedom and acknowledge the supersensible consciously as part of the development of our consciousness soul. It is indeed true that even though in earlier times people were challenged to know themselves, the answer they found was that self-knowledge is impossible during life on earth, because the true human essence does not fully unfold in this life. They had to realize that they were not truly human beings until they entered the supersensible world after death. At the time of the mystery of Golgotha, and even in later centuries, people called the human being living on earth the natural man, following the ancient mystery wisdom. They believed the natural man was not truly and fully human and did not bear the true human essence within himself. They differentiated between this natural human being and the pneumatic or spiritual human being, and believed that a person was a true human being only after death, after laying aside the physical body and becoming a pneumatic being. That is why initiation into the mysteries in ancient times was closely connected with the development of humility regarding human consciousness on earth. Initiation did not make people arrogant and proud because it did not give them the feeling that they were fully human in the true sense of the word. Instead, pupils were made to feel that they were merely candidates for true humanity, and that they had to use their earthly life wisely in order to become fully human after death. According to this mystery wisdom, then, people living on earth were not considered a true expression of full humanity. Thanks to their intellectuality and freedom, the ancient Greeks and the civilizations under their influence eventually sensed that the true human essence was streaming from the life after death into human beings on earth. According to the point of view prevailing in ancient Greece, individual persons did not represent the full unfolding of the human essence, but they made visible, so to speak, the work of the stream from the supersensible. People then saw the streaming in of the supra-earthly into the earthly realm in a person's whole physiognomy, way of acting, and overall figure, and they revered it. All this changed in the more recent phase of human evolution. Now we have the noble task of becoming aware of our humanity. Our task on earth is to represent the true human essence as fully as possible. We, too, are faced with the challenge to know ourselves. Because of our intellectual consciousness, we can take hold of the inner force of pure thinking and the inner soul condition of freedom in the process of self-knowledge. We can behold the human being with our soul's eye, so to speak, EYE. However, being able to know ourselves to a certain extent should not make us arrogant. We have to be aware at every moment that we have to struggle for our true freedom. We have to be aware that in our passions and emotions, in our feelings and sentiments, we are dependent on the subhuman. People in ancient times could perceive this subhuman realm vividly in their picture consciousness. In fact, in those times, people greatly appreciated the significance of the subhuman for their knowledge. They believed that the true human being was not to be found on earth, because as an intellectual being, this true human being would have had to be understood with intellectual cognition. Only the subhuman realm can be perceived with the non-intellectual pictorial consciousness. Only when intellectual capacities, which live in a free inner soul condition, as I described in the philosophy of freedom, are developed into conscious and exact clairvoyance, will self-knowledge be possible only in regard to the other parts of our being, apart from pure intellectual thinking and the free impulses of willing. Through such a higher consciousness, an imaginative, inspired, and intuitive consciousness, we can see ourselves, apart from the intellect, as members of the supersensible world. Then we realize that although we are fully human, as our self-knowledge shows us, our full humanity demands that we continuously perfect our humanity. That is why we cannot develop the kind of humility people had to have in ancient civilizations. Their humility grew out of the realization that during life in the physical body, people were not fully human, were not fully unfolding their human dignity and value, but were only on the way to becoming true human beings. During life on earth, they could only prepare themselves for the consciousness and freedom they were to have immediately after death. Having gone through the intermediary stage of Greek civilization in earlier incarnations, we, modern people, must take care not to forget to be fully human in our physical body between birth and death. For it is granted to us to work out inwardly what has entered our earthly life from our pre-earthly existence. We can become fully human on earth, and therefore we must take on that difficult task. This change is expressed in the development of our religious consciousness. In our last talk, we heard that in ancient times people mostly worshipped God the Father and saw Christ as the Son of God. They perceived God the Father in the substance creating and guiding forces of the supersensible world, of which the sensory world on earth is only a pale reflection. They looked up to the cosmos and worshipped God the Father. The candidates for initiation into the mysteries were always aware that the greatest knowledge about the human being they could acquire was a preparation for life after death. Then, through the mystery of Golgotha, the Son of God united himself with earthly life, and since then, human beings can develop the consciousness of St. Paul. I have been crucified with Christ. It is no longer I who live, but Christ who lives in me. Galatians 2:20. When we allow Christ to come alive in us and orient our inner activity so that the purpose and life of Christ flows and breathes through us, then we can begin to sense the stream that has come to us from our pre-earthly life and take it into ourselves during this life on earth. The first elementary sign of taking this stream into ourselves is to say to ourselves, at a certain point in life, we begin to feel something livening up and bursting forth within us, something that until then existed beneath the threshold of our consciousness. It is only now that we notice its existence. Now it rises up. It fills us with inner light that is also inner warmth. And because this inner life, this inner warmth, this inner light has arisen within us, only in the course of our life after birth, we now know more about earthly life than we did by nature. We come to know something during our earthly life that arises from our humanness. When we feel this rising light and life and the love rising up within us, and identify them as Christ living and working in us, then we become inwardly strengthened to understand in our free soul the life after death as the fully human one. Thus the mystery of Golgotha and the Christ impulse are intimately connected with our attainment of a consciousness of freedom, a consciousness that can also fill our thinking with inner life and inner warmth, thus keeping it from becoming abstract and dead. This shows clearly the full significance and importance of Christ within us. We need to see this in connection with the demand made on all people at all times, even today. Know yourself, fructify your inner being to become fully human. Here you can see the difference between what has to live in our soul and what was needed in former times. In fact, we can look at human beings over a large span of time in the same way we do at insects. As animals live integrated into the course of the year, so we should live within the history of our planet Earth. We have to realize that just as there is a springtime for the insects, so there once was a time when we had an ancient instinctive clairvoyance accompanied by unfreedom and an imaginative consciousness. We were then unable to know ourselves. Instead, there was the awareness that we would not be fully human until after we had passed through the portal of death. And then just as there are summer and fall for the insects, so for us there was the epoch of Greek antiquity. That was the transition to our period, where the task for our soul is to fulfill, in a certain sense, the command, know yourself, here on earth. As a result, our soul will achieve a higher stage of development after death than people were able to reach in ancient times when they became fully human only after death. In those ancient times, human beings had the task of being candidates for becoming fully human, while here on earth, we now have the task of becoming fully human already here on earth, so that we can reach higher stages of development after death. If people in ancient times did not live their lives on earth properly, they were in danger of not attaining full humanity. We, modern people, face a different problem. If we do not achieve full humanity here on earth, we, in fact, repudiate it and condemn ourselves to descending further into the subhuman realm after death. If people in ancient times did not become candidates for full humanity, they simply had left something undone. However, if we do not strive to become fully human on earth, we destroy something for all of humanity, because we then repudiate humanness. People in ancient times merely missed it. This is how we have to think at our higher stage of development if we want to live consciously in the world, similarly to how animals on a lower level live in their world instinctively. Otherwise, we fall prey to chaos, something that cannot happen to animals because of their instincts. We have to learn from anthroposophy to be really human, so that we do not experience the disgrace of being less than the animals, although the gods have destined us for something higher. After all, animals cannot fail to participate in the harmony of the universe. However, if we do not want to think as I have indicated, and to bring the right consciousness to bear on the right times, then we turn the cosmic harmony into something dissonant, and so to speak, fall into cosmic disgrace. We must learn to unite our feeling life with our intellectual life. We must become aware that it can be a disgrace not to strive for the kind of insight that makes us fully human, a disgrace in the eyes of the gods. End of Lecture 1. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner titled Earthly Knowledge and Heavenly Wisdom. Lecture 2, given on February 3rd, 1923, is entitled The Human Being in Waking and in Sleeping, Part 1. Today I would like to begin by telling you about an episode in 19th century philosophy to give you an idea of the great changes that have taken place in the soul life of Western humanity. As I have often emphasized, people nowadays are convinced that human beings have always thought, felt, and perceived the same way we do now. Any differences corresponded to the childlike level of development in earlier times. Of course, our thinking has now reached the level of maturity. To arrive at real insight into the human being, we must be able to understand how people thought in former times. Then we will not feel so proud of what fills our souls. When we realize how completely the ideas and thoughts of educated people have changed in the course of just a few decades, we will get an idea of the radical change that has taken place in human soul life over long periods of time. We spoke about this change yesterday. One of the best-known Hegelian scholars of the 19th century was Karl Rosenkranz. After stints in several other places, he was professor of philosophy at the Königsberg University for many years. Although he was a Hegelian, Rosenkranz's understanding of Hegel was colored first by his thorough study of Kant. He looked at Hegel through Kantian glasses, so to speak, and second, by his study of Protestant theology. Thus, in this man of the mid-19th century, Protestant theology, Kantianism, and Hegelianism merged. Hegelianism pretty much disappeared from the world view of educated circles in the last third of the 19th century in Central Europe. Therefore, we can hardly imagine how deeply rooted in Hegelianism educated people still were in the 1840s. That is why it will be difficult for us to imagine what a soul such as that of Karl Rosenkranz was like. In the 1840s, Rosenkranz was a person whose thinking conformed to what was then expected of a man who had left behind the old useless way of thinking and had fallen in with modern enlightenment. In short, a man who was not superstitious, according to the definition of that word in the 1840s. We can think of Rosenkranz then as having reached the highest level of education of his time. One day, in 1843, Rosenkranz was going for a walk and met a man named Bonn, with whom he had such an interesting conversation that he later wrote it down. Bonn was a native of Thuringia, and he was by no means as much a product of his time as Rosenkranz was. For his part, Bonn probably thought that Rosenkranz had been taken in by the latest ideas. He probably took Rosenkranz for a man who was in a way unprejudiced, yet could no longer understand the good old wisdom that Bonn himself still had. In 1843, as I said, these two men had a conversation. Bonn had been educated at the University of Erlangen, where he had studied mainly with the philosopher Schubert. Now, Schubert had a touch of pietism, but he was still full of the older wisdom that placed great emphasis on being able to penetrate the essence of the human being by means of special dreamlike states of consciousness. Schubert had great respect for this traditional wisdom. He believed that if one could not bring to life something of the good old wisdom in one's own inner life, then even the modern wisdom would not really teach one anything about the human being. The works of Schubert are very interesting in this regard. Schubert liked to immerse himself in the many revelations of dream life, as well as in abnormal soul conditions, or as we would say today, in the soul conditions of a genuine medium, one who is not a fraud, and in the kind of clairvoyance that has been preserved from ancient times as an atavism. In short, Schubert liked to study the abnormal and not fully awake states of soul. That is how he tried to gain insight into the human being. Well, Bonn was one of Schubert's students. After his studies, Bonn came here to Switzerland and took up a spiritual stream of which most present-day Swiss probably know nothing at all. I am referring to the philosophy of Gichtel, which Bonn then adopted. I do not know whether many Swiss people of our time realize that Gichtelianism was fairly widespread, not only in the rest of Europe. For instance, in the mid-19th century, it had become established in Holland, but was also quite well known here in Switzerland. Let me spell that. The person's name is Gichtel. possibly Gichtel or Geichtel, I'm not sure. I'm going to say Gichtel. Gichtelianism was what had remained of the teaching of Jakob Böhme throughout the 18th century, and even in the 19th century. Jakob Böhme's teaching spread throughout many countries, including Switzerland, in the form in which Gichtel presented it, and this was how Bonn met it. Well, Rosenkranz had read a great deal, and even though his Kantianism, Hegelianism, and Protestant theology did not allow him to find his way in inward activity into something like Jakob Böhme's teaching, or even into Gichtel's watered-down version of it, he did at least understand its terminology. He was interested to hear such a strange person as the Gichtelian Bonn speak. As I said, Rosenkranz wrote down the conversation that took place in 1843. At first, they spoke about a subject that did not have any unduly incomprehensible aspects for Kantians or for 19th century Hegelians. In the course of their talk, Rosenkranz said it was really unfortunate that all sorts of outer disturbances could keep one from really thinking deeply about a problem. In Rosenkranz's words, we can already feel what appeared later to a far greater degree, namely the nervousness that is so common in our age. We only need to remember that among the many clubs and associations that were formed before the war in Central Europe, there was one that originated in Hanover, dedicated to the prevention of noise. Its members wanted to lobby for laws against noise, so that they could sit quietly and think in the evenings without being disturbed, for example by a neighboring inn. There were newspaper articles propagating this association for the prevention of noise. The idea of founding such a club is, of course, a typical expression of our nervous age. We can feel from Karl Rosenkranz's comment that all kinds of things going on around them could disturb people when they wanted to think or write a book. You can practically feel the nervousness. It seems Bonn had real understanding for the complaint of a man who wants to think without being disturbed. He told Rosenkranz that he could give him some good advice in this matter, and then Bonn suggested that Rosenkranz practice unreceptiveness. Rosenkranz was thunderstruck and could not believe his ears. He was supposed to practice unreceptiveness? He did not really understand this. So Bonn explained to Rosenkranz what he meant by unreceptiveness. He said that Rosenkranz should strive to become firm in himself, so that the turba, T-U-R-B-A, of the other processes around him did not disturb his own constellation, so that he could maintain the pure tincture of his own astrum. Well, Bonn had learned from the Swiss Gichtelians to say that one should strive not to be disturbed in one's own constellation by the turba of the processes in one's surroundings, so that the pure tincture of one's own astrum could remain intact. As I said, Rosenkranz understood these terms. I think nowadays not everyone understands them, not even all the people who think themselves very learned. What did the Gichtelian, Bonn, actually mean? Well, you have to keep in mind that Bonn was rooted in ideas that came down from Jakob Böhme. I told you a bit about Böhme recently. I said that he collected traditional folk wisdom from which he learned much that people nowadays would refuse to accept. This folk wisdom has been preserved in some contemplative people in expressions such as the one I quoted from Bonn. Back then, people still connected something that was in a certain sense inwardly alive with such expressions, because they still had traditions going back to what their ancestors had taken in through ancient clairvoyance. That kind of clairvoyance was based on forces coming from the person's bodily nature. Yet this could not lead us to say that this ancient clairvoyance lived in the physical body, for then we would fail to realize that everything corporeal is permeated by spirit. Actually, the ancient clairvoyants drew the dreamlike images they saw before their soul out of the forces of their corporeality, the forces pulsating in the blood and the breath, and even those living in the changing substances of their body, rose up like spiritual steam, so to speak, and gave the ancient clairvoyants the grandiose world pictures I have often described to you. An ancient clairvoyance was actually drawn up out of the body. The ancients gave the name tincture to what was revealed when the clairvoyant felt the whole world bathed in a violet light and himself living in a violet cloud in this light, and felt at one with himself. Clairvoyants felt this tincture as their own, as connected to their organism. They felt it as their very own astrum. The Gichtelian Bonn called this inwardness, which was drawn up out of the body, the pure tincture of one's own astrum. But the time had already come, actually it had already begun much earlier, when human beings could no longer draw up such things out of their corporeality. The ancient clairvoyance had long since ceased to be suited to people. That is why people like Jakob Böhme or Gichtel felt that it was difficult to bring such old ideas and images to life for oneself. People had lost the ability to live in these old images, since they practically vanished as soon as they appeared. People felt uncertain about them and tried as hard as they could to hold on to these fleeting inner images, which in those days could still be evoked by the inner sound of the old words. Once people experienced this pure tincture of their astrum in themselves, they felt that anything coming from the outside would immediately push away their inner images. The disturbing influence that lived spiritually in things and events around them was called turba. The state of soul people achieved by immersing themselves deeply into the inner sound of the old words was not to be disturbed by this turba. After all, people wanted to hold fast to their human essence by preserving this traditional inner life. That is why they strove not to take in anything from the outside and to live only in themselves. They became unreceptive in order not to have to let in anything from the outside. This unreceptiveness, this living in oneself, as I have just explained it, is what Bonn recommended to Rosenkranz. You see, here we can get a glimpse of the soul life of a very ancient time, a soul life that existed still in the Gichtelian circles in the middle of the 19th century, though it was already in decline and fading away. But this soul life had once been an inner participation in the divine spiritual world through dreamlike clairvoyant pictures that made people feel more as heavenly beings than earthly ones. This ancient state of soul was possible only because people had not yet developed the clear idea we now have. Actually, people do not yet have much of a sense for this pure thinking of modern times, which was first developed in the natural sciences and discussed for the first time in the philosophy of freedom. Let us look at an area of the natural sciences where we can see particularly clearly what I will be talking about, namely astronomy. Under the influence of Copernicus, astronomy has simply become cosmic mechanics, a kind of description of the world machinery. Prior to this, people still believed that spiritual beings were embodied in the stars. Medieval scholasticism spoke of the spiritual being of the stars, of the intelligences inhabiting the stars and being embodied in them, and so on. The idea that everything out there is merely matter, empty of thought, and that human beings alone have thoughts about it, all has come only rather recently. About it all has come only recently. Let me read that sentence again. The idea that everything out there is merely matter, empty of thought, and that human beings alone have thoughts about it all, has come only rather recently. In earlier times, people used to form pictures that were connected with what they believed about stars and constellations. They saw them as imbued with inner life. Back then, people related to the world not through pure thinking. They were connected with it through something of a living soul nature. People then gradually developed pure thinking. Of course, in ancient times, people also had thoughts, but they received them together with their clairvoyance. They received their clairvoyant pictures from the world around them, and then they derived their thoughts from their clairvoyance. They did not yet derive pure thoughts directly from external objects. The characteristic feature of modern times is that human beings are learning to comprehend the world through their pure thinking, which is developed further in the process. Bonn's suggestion can be traced back to people who did not experience sleep as we do. We merely think, and we experience sleep as a state of unconsciousness, interrupted by dreams of which we do not think very highly. and rightly so, for due to the modern constitution of our soul, dreams do not mean much. As a rule, they are only reminiscences of our inner or outer life, and their content is of little value and use. Thus, the main characteristic of sleep is unconsciousness. This was not always the case. Jakob Böhme himself certainly experienced a kind of sleep, during which his consciousness was filled with real insights into world mysteries. People like Jakob Böhme and Gichtel were still able to enter into that state of soul through working at it diligently. They realized that when we look at sensory objects with our eyes, then use other senses to perceive the world, and then use our thoughts to further understand what our senses perceive, we can come to many interesting insights into the world. Yet the true mysteries of the world will not be revealed to us in this way. All we will get is just an outer picture of the world. Both Jakob Böhme and Gichtel knew states of consciousness in which they were neither sleeping nor merely dreaming. Rather, their consciousness was filled with insights into the true mysteries of the world that are hidden behind the sense world. In fact, they valued these insights more than what their senses and intellect disclosed to them. Mere thinking was not yet of great significance for these people. They also knew the counterpart to this, namely that human beings can perceive without using their bodies. For in those states of consciousness that were neither sleeping nor dreaming, they also knew that their essential being had, for the most part, torn itself free of their body, but had taken the force of the blood and the breathing with it. Thus they knew that human beings are inwardly connected with the world, but while they are awake, their body obscures this connection. However, when people become, to a certain extent, independent of their bodies in the waking state, they can gain insights into the mysteries of the world through the subtler forces of their bodies. These forces were drawn up out of the body by clairvoyance, as I have explained. From such special conditions of sleep, people learned what sleep actually is. Jakob Böhme and Gichtel realized that when they were asleep, the finer members of their being were outside in the subtler elements of nature. They felt themselves immersed in these subtler elements of nature. When they woke up, they realized that their subtler being, which had been in the finer elements of nature during sleep, even during sleep without consciousness, was living in them also when they were awake. They understood that they were filling their body with their subtler being when they were feeling and thinking. Of course, back then, thinking was not yet pure thinking. They knew that this subtler humanness lived in the pictures they were forming while they were thinking. In brief, in those days, people saw real meaning in the statement that what we are in sleep continues to live in us when we are awake. In fact, they felt this state of sleep continue to pulsate in them as a kind of soul blood when they were fully awake and conscious. People like Jakob Böhme and Gichtel realized that even when they were awake, they were still continuing to sleep, because what happened in them during sleep continued in the waking state. This is a very different feeling from the one we have, we who have moved on to pure thinking, to pure intellectual thinking. When we wake up in the morning, we usually draw a clear line between what we are in sleep and what we are in the waking state. In a sense, we take nothing from sleep into our waking life. What we were in sleep ceases to exist the moment we begin to wake up. Indeed, modern humanity has outgrown the states of consciousness that were still alive for people like Bonn. In the process, modern humanity has brought to full realization something that has been present in rudimentary form since the first third of the 15th century. This full realization was achieved through the transition to purely intellectual thinking in waking life. That is what dominates all people nowadays. We do not think in pictures anymore. Instead, pictures are generally thought to be mythology, as I explained yesterday. People nowadays think only in thoughts, and they sleep in nothingness. In fact, that we nowadays sleep in nothingness has a profound significance. The statement, "I sleep in nothingness," would not have made sense to Jakob Böhme, but it has meaning for us. We are not nothing when we are asleep. We keep our I, capital, and our astral body during sleep. So we are not nothing, but we tear ourselves away from the sense-perceptible world, which we comprehend with our intellect when we are awake. At the same time, when we are asleep, we also tear ourselves away from the world Jakob Burma and others perceived in abnormal states of consciousness, with the subtler forces of their physical and etheric bodies, and which they took with them into sleep. In other words, when we are asleep, we tear ourselves away, not only from the world of the senses, but also from the world of ancient clairvoyance. And the world we then enter between falling asleep and waking up is a world of the future. Therefore, we cannot perceive it. It is the world into which our earth will be transformed in those stages of development I have called Jupiter, Venus, and Vulcan in my book An Outline of Occult Science. Thus, we modern people who are drilled to think intellectually live in nothingness when we are sleeping. We are not nothing, as I have to stress again and again, but we live in nothingness because we cannot yet experience the world we live in, which is the world of the future. It is as yet a nothing to us. However, it is precisely through our ability to sleep in nothingness that our freedom is guaranteed. For from the moment of falling asleep until we wake up, we are becoming accustomed to being free of the world and living in nothingness. Thus it is when we are asleep that we become independent. It is very important to realize that the way we sleep guarantees us our freedom. The ancient clairvoyants, who still perceive the old world but not the future one, could not become completely free human beings, because the process of perception made them dependent. However, resting in nothingness while being asleep makes people of our times really free. Thus we have seen two contrasting, complementary pictures of modern humanity. First, when we are awake, we live in thoughts that are purely thoughts and nothing else. These thoughts no longer contain pictures in the old sense, which in any case people now regard as myths. Second, when we are asleep, we live in nothingness, and in that way we free ourselves from the world and become conscious of our freedom. The images in our thoughts can no longer compel us because they are mere pictures. Just as mirror images cannot compel us to do anything and cannot cause any events, so the pictures of things we have in our thoughts cannot force us to act. Therefore, when we take hold of moral impulses with our pure thinking, we act upon them as free beings. No emotion, passion, or inner bodily process can compel us to act upon the moral impulses we can understand with our pure thoughts. At the same time, we are able to act on these mental images, these pure thoughts, because during sleep we are free from all natural laws in our body. During sleep we become truly free souls that can act on the unreality of our thoughts. In contrast, people in ancient times remained dependent on the world even in sleep, and therefore they were not able to act on quote-unquote unreal impulses. Let us look more closely at these two aspects of modern humanity. We can have pure thoughts that are purely intellectual, and we live in our sleep in nothingness. There we are real. But the world around us reveals nothing to us. Now comes the crux of the matter. You see, it is inherent in our nature that, as a result of everything we have gone through, we have become inwardly weak-willed. Of course, people nowadays do not want to admit this, but it is nevertheless true that we have become inwardly weak in our willpower. This can be understood from a historical perspective. We need only look at the great spiritual movements that spread in earlier times to see the kind of will impulses the founders of religions, for example, worked with. This kind of inner will impulse has been lost to modern humanity. That is why people nowadays allow the outer world to teach them what to think. They study nature and develop their purely intellectual thoughts based on the natural processes and beings they perceive, as though their inner being were really only a mirror reflecting the world. Indeed, people have become so weak that they are terribly afraid when someone produces thoughts out of himself, rather than merely reading them in nature. Thus, pure thinking initially developed in modern humanity in a completely passive way. This is not meant as criticism, for if humanity had right away made the transition to actively producing pure thinking, all kinds of impure fantasies from the past would have entered into pure thinking. Humanity has certainly learned a valuable lesson by allowing itself to be seduced by grandiose Philistines, such as Bacon of Verulam, into developing concepts and ideas based on the outer world, into letting the outer world dictate everything to them. Gradually, people have become accustomed to not living in concepts, ideas, and thinking, and to letting the outer world hand them their thinking, so to speak. For some people, this process is direct. They study nature or historical documents, for example, and that is where they get their thoughts about nature or history. These thoughts then live in them. But most people get their concepts in school. Their concepts are drilled into them. Nowadays, people are flooded from earliest childhood with concepts that have been developed passively on the basis of the outer world. In this respect, modern people are actually like a sack that is open on the side. They take things in from nature and mirror them inside. These mirror images, then, are their ideas. Actually, their soul is merely filled up with concepts of nature. If people nowadays were to trace their concepts to their source, they would soon find that what I told you is true. Ever since the 15th century, people have been taught this passivity of thinking, and now they consider it almost a sin to be inwardly active and create one's own thoughts. Of course, we cannot create thoughts about nature by ourselves. We would only pollute nature with all sorts of fantastic ideas if we tried to do that. Yet we have the source of thinking within us. We can think thoughts of our own. In fact, we can imbue the thoughts we already have with inner reality. This can happen when we have enough will to push our night being into our waking life. To think not merely passively, but rather to insert our being, which has become independent during sleep, into our thoughts. This is possible only with pure thoughts. My main reason for writing titled The Philosophy of Freedom was to explain that we can insert our I being into our modern thinking. At the time, I could not express it in the same words as I do now, but it really is true that when we are asleep, we free our I being, and then we can insert it into our pure thinking. We become aware of our I being in pure thinking when we live actively in our thoughts. Now, let us assume anthroposophy were presented in the same way as the modern sciences. People then would take in anthroposophy in their usual manner, namely through passive thinking. Of course, all that is needed to understand anthroposophy is sound common sense. One does not have to accept it on faith. Anybody with sound common sense can understand it. Nevertheless, if we presented anthroposophy just like the natural sciences, people would understand it only passively, just as they do in their thoughts about outer nature. Of course, there are people who claim to have derived their thoughts from anthroposophical research, but they say they themselves cannot stand up for these thoughts because they have merely taken them in. Similarly, many people often say they have assimilated some ideas of spiritual science. We often hear people stress that the natural sciences say such and such, while spiritual science says this or that. What does it mean when people claim to have heard something from spiritual science? It means that the persons in question reveal that they are stuck in passive thinking and want to take in spiritual science only with this passive thinking. However, as soon as people decide to create in themselves the thoughts anthroposophical research gives to them, they will become able to defend the truth of these thoughts with their whole personality, for in the process they will have experienced the first stage of truth. In other words, people nowadays generally are not yet able to use the strength of their will to pour the independent reality they experience during sleep into the thoughts of their waking life. People who want to be anthroposophists and not simply accept anthroposophical thoughts passively, but really assimilate them, must pour what they have been during their dreamless sleep, into the pure thoughts of anthroposophy with the help of their strong will. Those people will then have reached the first stage of what we can legitimately call clairvoyance. Then they live clairvoyantly in the thoughts of anthroposophy. Anthroposophical books must be read with a strong will, and we must bring more than just our waking life to them. We must not read anthroposophical books in the way we usually read, intermittently, every day only a little bit. Generally, people read only with their waking life. Of course, that is good enough for reading Gustav Freitag or Dickens or Emerson, but not for reading anthroposophical books. To read anthroposophical books, we really must enter into them with our whole being. Since we are unconscious during sleep and have no thoughts then, though our will is, of course, still there, we must put our whole will into the reading of anthroposophical books. If you make the contents of an anthroposophical book the object of your will, then you will become immediately clairvoyant, at least in your thoughts, through this exercise of your will. You see, this will, let me read this again. You see, this will still has to enter those who represent our anthroposophy. If this will completely permeates and electrifies those who represent anthroposophy, then anthroposophy will be presented to the world in the right way. This does not require any magic, but only a forceful will that brings more than one's waking life to bear on anthroposophical books. These days, people do not even use all of their waking consciousness to read. Of course, it is enough to activate a few small bits and pieces, a few minutes, so to speak, of waking life to comprehend what is contained in newspapers. It does not take a whole day of our waking life. However, anthroposophical books come alive for us only if we immerse ourselves in them with our complete being. This must be kept in mind, especially by those who want to be leading figures in the anthroposophical society, for it is extremely detrimental to this society when anthroposophy is proclaimed by people who cannot stand up for it. We need to find the way from a merely passive intellectual experiencing of anthroposophical truths to an immersion in them with our whole being. Then anthroposophical teaching will no longer be presented in a deadbeat and feeble way with phrases like, "Anthroposophical sources have assured us that." Instead, people will be able to proclaim anthroposophical truths out of their own experience, at least in the most accessible areas, such as medicine, physiology, biology, and the social sphere. While we cannot yet reach the sphere of the higher hierarchies on that first level of clairvoyance, nevertheless, we can make the spirit in our immediate surroundings the subject of our state of soul. It is a matter of will, in the most comprehensive sense, whether or not there will be people in our anthroposophical society who can give testimony, and we need a valid, living testimony based on their own direct experience of a living source of truth, of the inner truth of anthroposophy. In addition, there must be personalities in the anthroposophical society who, if I may use the paradoxical expression, have a certain amount of goodwill for the will. These days, people talk about any arbitrary wish as will. But a wish is not the same as will. Some people wish for a particular matter to turn out in such and such a way. That is not will. Will is an active force, and that is largely lacking nowadays. People of our time generally do not have it. However, it must not be lacking in the anthroposophical society. There, a strong will must be anchored in calm enthusiasm. That is one of the necessary conditions for the life of the anthroposophical society. The end of Lecture 2. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Earthly Knowledge and Heavenly Wisdom, given in February of 1923. Lecture 3 is entitled, was given on February 4th, 1923, and it is entitled The Human Being in Waking and in Sleeping, Part 2. As we have discussed before, we must understand the evolution of humanity in order to be imbued with the consciousness we need to be human beings in the true sense of the word. In the first lecture of this series, I used an analogy to show the importance of a consciousness of time. I explained that insects go through certain metamorphoses in harmony with the course of the year. They follow this course even in their physical form, and undergo in each season the bodily processes specific to it. Their whole life cycle is closely connected with the cycle of the year. We must find a way to enter similarly, but consciously, into the whole evolution of the earth, the whole history of the earth. We must know how our soul experiences had to be constituted in ancient times, how they had to be in the times since then, and how they need to be today. In ancient epochs of human evolution, humanity received strength for knowledge and for life from the mysteries. Those who were to be initiated into the mysteries had to realize that the exercises they were about to undergo would finally lead them to an experience of death. They knew that they had to pass consciously through death during their earthly life in order to understand their immortal, eternal being. This was the secret at the core of the ancient mysteries, to arrive at a vital conviction of one's immortal being through a conscious experience of death. In our recent talks, we have seen the reason for this. In those ancient times, human beings had no other way to gain self-knowledge than to think of what would happen to them immediately after death. Back then, people were free-thinking beings like us only after death. Only after death did people in ancient times consider themselves independent beings, autonomous individualities. The ancient sages told their students to look beyond death if they wanted to know what a true human being is. They had to experience a reflection of death in the mysteries to become convinced of their eternal life and immortal being. Essentially, then, to seek the mysteries was to seek death in order to find life. Things have changed. People are different nowadays. What people in ancient times experienced after death, namely becoming thinking and free beings in their own right, we now have to achieve in the time between birth and death. But how can we do this? As we gain more and more self-knowledge, we first of all must get to know our thoughts. However, our thoughts, particularly those developed since the first third of the 15th century, since the time of Nicholas of Cusa, are actually dead thoughts. They are corpses. What lived in them was alive in our pre-earthly existence. Before we descended to earth as soul spiritual beings, we lived a spiritual life. With the beginning of our earthly life, this spiritual life died, and we now experience this dead spiritual life in us as our thinking. The first thing we must realize is that while we can arrive at true self-knowledge in our age, that is, we can know ourselves as soul spiritual beings, the object of our self-knowledge is dead. It is a spiritual corpse, something coming from the will, which is actually in nothingness during our sleep, and yet anchored in the astral body and the I, must flow into this dead element. The I must stream into the dead thoughts and bring them to life. That is why in ancient times the candidate's inner life was carefully calmed down during initiation. In a sense, the ancient initiation was actually a kind of soothing of the candidate's inner forces and capacities. Basically, the candidates underwent a training that led to a soothing of their inner excitement, as it were, to an appeasing of the inner emotionalism of everyday life. As a result, what filled their whole being in their ordinary life, the divine spiritual forces that live and weave throughout the cosmos, was subdued. The candidates could then sink into a kind of sleep. In this state of semi-consciousness, dimmed almost to the level of sleep, they could then evoke what is otherwise experienced only after death: peaceful thinking and awareness of their own individuality. In a sense, the ancient initiation was a system for soothing and calming down. The longing to be soothed and calmed down has largely persisted in our time. People feel good when they are given the ancient principles of initiation, but this is no longer appropriate for modern human beings. In our time, we can approach initiation only when we are profoundly and intensely convinced that we find our thinking when we look into ourselves, that this thinking is dead, and that therefore we do not need to look for death any longer. We bear death within us in our soul spiritual being. While the candidates of the mysteries in ancient times had to be brought to the stage where they experienced death, modern candidates increasingly have to realize that they have death in their soul spiritual life, that they bear death within them, and therefore do not need to look for it. On the contrary, they have to bring their dead thoughts to life through inner creative will. This bringing to life of our dead thoughts is the aim of everything I have presented in my book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds. This book is intended to help us let our will burst forth into our soul life so that we can wake up. Ancient initiation had to be a kind of lulling to sleep, but modern initiation must be a kind of awakening. What we experience unconsciously during sleep must be carried into the innermost core of our soul life. We must inwardly wake ourselves up, as it were, through our own activity. To be able to do this, we must understand the concept of sleep in all its ramifications. We must be aware of the current anthroposophical understanding of sleep. For example, let us compare two people, one who knows nothing about what anthroposophy teaches, and one who has taken in anthroposophy not only by passively listening or reading, but with real inner interest. The one who does not know anthroposophy is like a sleeper compared to the other who has been awakened by it. Similar to how we wake up in the morning when we re-enter our physical body after the unconsciousness of sleep. We will have the right attitude to anthroposophy and the right orientation to the Anthroposophical Society only when we see it as giving us something that is like our waking up in the morning. In other words, we can compare learning about anthroposophy with the transition from the unconsciousness of sleep to a new perception of the outer world. Descending into our physical body when we wake up, in a sense, gives us a world, not just knowledge, but a world. In the same way, becoming deeply absorbed with anthroposophy also gives us a world. It gives us knowledge that is at the same time also a world, and we can awaken to this world. As long as we see anthroposophy as just another worldview, we do not have the right attitude to it. We develop the right attitude only when we feel ourselves awakening in the process of becoming anthroposophists. We are actually waking up when we realize that the concepts and ideas the world has given us are dead, mere corpses of thoughts and ideas, but that anthroposophy will awaken them for us. If you understand this correctly, you will be able to rise above the things that are usually set against anthroposophy. People often say that those who are not anthroposophists can really learn something in the world these days because they obtain evidence to help them prove their conclusions about things. Anthroposophy, on the other hand, is said to make claims that remain unproved. However, most people do not know how things really stand with their so-called proofs. For if they did, they would have to realize that all the natural laws and all the thoughts we have developed based on the world are in effect dead. People would find this out if they experienced their thoughts properly. What is being proven to us is actually dead, and therefore cannot be understood. Only when we understand this can we realize that we do not understand precisely what was being proved to us. Similarly, we do not understand a corpse because it is nothing but the remains of a living person. We can understand the corpse only when we know what it was like while still imbued with life. Thus, we have to realize that what is considered proven truth can in fact not be understood at all if we consider it more deeply. Indeed, what our civilization offers will be illumined for our understanding only when it catches fire from the spark of anthroposophy. If a scientist told us that he can prove his science, but that we have no proofs for our knowledge, then the right answer would be that while he certainly can prove everything in his way, we will not understand what he has proven until we bring the light of anthroposophy to bear upon it. That is what an anthroposophist would reply to a non-anthroposophist out of a heart brimming with living spiritual life. Anthroposophists would have to say that the scientist is lulling himself to sleep with his knowledge about nature. In fact, the scientist will have to admit that there are limits to his knowledge, and that he cannot even approach the spiritual realm with his science. We anthroposophists can tell scientists that while they justify their sleep with a theory, We want to refute this justification of their sleep by waking them up. I mentioned this also in the first chapter of my book titled Riddles of the Soul, as well as in many lectures. I explained that those people who remain stuck at the level of present-day civilization actually admit that there are many insurmountable limits to knowledge. This puts their minds at ease, but it also means that they do not want to wake up at all, but they want to stay asleep. To reach the spiritual world in the way appropriate for our time, we must struggle inwardly with the tasks of our soul at the very point where other people come up against the limits of knowledge. As we begin our struggle with the ideas that demarcate those limits, gradually and step by step a view into the spiritual world will open up. To achieve this, we must take what anthroposophy offers in the way it is intended. When you read the first chapter of titled Riddles of the Soul, regardless of how imperfectly it may be written, you will see my intention in writing it. I wanted to help people realize that if they remain stuck at the level of our present civilization, the world will be boarded up for them, so to speak. With the natural sciences, we can progress only so far. Then we come to where the world is as though boarded up. That chapter was my attempt to clear away the boards. If you have the feeling that you are pulling away the boards that have enclosed the world for centuries now, when you can regard the words in my book as tools for this pulling away, then you really approach the soul spiritual. Most people have only an unconscious feeling that chapters such as this are written with pen and ink. Indeed, they are not written with a pen, but with soul tools intended to tear away those boards. That is, to clear away the limits of natural science through inner soul work. When you read such a chapter, you must work too and be active in your soul. Sometimes people get strange ideas from reading anthroposophical books. I can understand these ideas and usually do not refute them because they are of a certain value for the individual having them. For example, concerning my book titled An Outline of Occult Science, some people have had the idea to illustrate it so that it could be presented in pictures, and they thought they would be doing the book a favor with this. In fact, people have even shown me samples of such pictures. I have nothing against that. If the sample pictures are good, we can admire them, and it is certainly nice to paint such pictures. But what is the longing that gave rise to this idea? It is the longing to take away the most important thing that can be developed through reading, titled An Outline of Occult Science, and instead to present people with pictures that once again board up the world for them. What matters most in reading this book is not to rebel against what civilization has brought us, in spite of the decline of our language and the awful state of writing and publishing nowadays, but to accept it in such a way that in reading we overcome all this and go beyond it to creating on our own the pictures that are presented in the awful printer's ink in the book. The more unique and individual pictures each reader is able to create in his or her mind, the better. However, if somebody else draws these pictures for the readers, he boards up the world for them, so to speak. Of course, I do not want to deliver a lecture against painting what is presented in imaginations in my title, An Outline of Occult Science. But I do want to point out that everybody needs to have the experience of taking it in actively. These things have to be understood in the right way in our time. People must realize that anthroposophy is not something they can take up the same way as other things. Rather, anthroposophy requires a change in our way of thinking and feeling, in our being. Consequently, when you hear an anthroposophical lecture on astronomy, you cannot simply compare it with ordinary astronomy, using one to substantiate or refute the other. That would not make any sense. Instead, you have to realize that you can understand the anthroposophical view of astronomy only when your thinking and feeling have changed. For example, when you see the anthroposophical view on any issue repudiated, and then use the same methods as the refutation to present our counter-argument, we accomplish nothing, absolutely nothing. Both sides merely argue back and forth within the same framework. That is not what it's all about. What matters is rather that anthroposophy is carried by a new life. That is indeed absolutely necessary in our time. The end of Lecture 3. This is a reading of a collection of lectures entitled Earthly Knowledge and Heavenly Wisdom. This is Lecture 4, given on February 9th, 1923, entitled Earthly Learning and Heavenly Wisdom, Human Beings as Citizens of the Universe and Hermits on the Earth, Part 1. Our previous talks were primarily devoted to showing how we can become aware of our place in the evolution of humanity. Even people who do not want anything to do with knowledge of spiritual worlds have some awareness of our relationship to the cosmos. Today, let us look more closely at a popular opinion about this. Even people who base all their views of the universe on outer sensory phenomena and their interpretation by the intellect will admit that human consciousness has changed over the course of the past centuries. In particular, people point to the tremendous change caused by the emergence of the Copernican worldview. The worldview prevailing during the centuries preceding the Copernican worldview, for example in the era of scholasticism, which I have talked about recently, saw spiritual forces and beings present within the world of the stars. The scholastics spoke of the inhabitants of the stars, who belong to hierarchies above ours in the evolution of beings. People at that time looked out into the universe, to the planets of our planetary system and to the other stars, and were aware that more than etheric material light was streaming down. They knew that when they looked up to the stars, the spiritual beings embodied there were looking down into their souls. Then all this changed, and when people nowadays look up at the planets and the other stars, they see above all material bodies that are permeated by ether and are floating freely in space and sending out light. It would not occur to modern people that spiritual beings of the higher hierarchies are looking at them from the stars. For modern people, the universe is devoid of soul and spirit. In ancient times, people believed that spiritual life on earth was closely connected with that of the whole universe. To them, the creative forces in the spiritual beings of the stars were connected with the soul, spiritual, and physical development of human beings on the earth. For example, in the rays of light coming to the earth from Saturn, they saw the forces stream down that influence human beings and give them the capacity to remember. They knew Jupiter was connected with spiritual beings of higher hierarchies who worked upon human beings, enabling them to develop their power of imagination. Concerning Mars, people believe that the forces of the spiritual beings of that planet endowed them with the power of reason. This is how people in earlier epochs of our evolution looked at the starry sky. To them, the starry sky was the origin of what they perceived in themselves in body, soul, and spirit. They felt connected with beings of higher hierarchies who were outwardly visible in the stars. This view of the world disappeared with the emergence of the Copernican worldview. Understandably, people had earlier considered the earth a gift of the whole cosmos because they saw that it was under the influence of an infinite number of spiritual life forces from the cosmos. For them, the earth was the focal point of the workings of countless beings. People in those times felt themselves to be citizens of the earth and at the same time citizens of the universe. They looked up to their gods and worshipped them, and they believed that it had been the gods' intention to determine the course of human evolution on earth. They could understand the earth in its history and as the dwelling place of human beings on the basis of what they knew about the cosmos, the universe. In other words, their explanation of the earth was based on the heavens, and they believed that the gods had intended and planned the processes around them with which they knew themselves to be closely connected. As a result of the Copernican worldview, people in modern times have a very different picture of the world. They feel that the earth is an insignificant celestial body orbiting the sun. Consequently, they cannot help calling the earth a speck of dust in the universe. Based on physical size, their only criterion, people now consider all the other heavenly bodies more important than the earth. In physical size, our earth is no match for most other heavenly bodies. Thus people see the earth as only a speck of dust in the universe, and they feel themselves to be insignificant in the cosmos. 2. After all, spiritual forces no longer connect them to the universe. They find it impossible to believe that what happens on this unimportant speck of dust could in any way be connected with plans of divine beings in the cosmos. In fact, we could say that everything people used to see on earth, by virtue of knowing that the heavens were inhabited by spiritual beings and forces, has been lost in modern times. The universe became devoid of soul and spirit. The earth shriveled up into an insignificant bit of dust in a world without soul and spirit. We must look at this change in the picture of the world, not only from the theoretical point of view, but from that of human consciousness itself. People had a different understanding of themselves when they still saw themselves as living on an earth on which countless spiritual beings worked, manifesting and realizing their plans in human beings. Obviously, believing the universe devoid of spirit, filled only with globe-shaped, moving celestial bodies, and studying their movement and emission of light, will have a different effect. Imagine what it must feel like to live on one of the smallest of the heavenly bodies in the universe, devoid of soul and spirit. Yet this view of the world was necessary in the course of evolution. What people in ancient times knew about the heavens and their inhabitants, the divine spiritual beings, was inspiration. It was the imagination of an ancient, dreamlike clairvoyance. This clairvoyance had descended into human beings out of the universe. We have to get a clear picture of these things. In ancient times, people saw divine spiritual forces at work in Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars, because the revelations from these heavenly bodies entered into human beings and were reflected within them. Based on the cosmic influences within themselves, people knew what streams down upon the earth from the cosmos. They understood the earth on the basis of what the heavens had given them. People in those days looked up to their gods, and that is how they knew who they were on the earth. The modern picture of the world tells us none of this. According to the modern worldview, the earth has shriveled up into a speck of dust in the universe, and human beings are small, insignificant creatures upon it. The gods of the stars no longer tell us anything about plants, animals, and the other kingdoms of the earth. Now we have to focus our senses on all that exists in the mineral, plant, animal, and human kingdoms, on what lives in winds and waves, clouds, lightning, and thunder. We can no longer receive any revelations about things on earth except those our senses give us. And we can arrive at conclusions about what exists in the universe only on the basis of what the sensory phenomena on earth have revealed to us in a sensory intellectual revelation. This is the profound change human beings have undergone in the fifth post-Atlantean epoch, the age of the development of the consciousness soul. The forces people at one time received from the universe that lit up again in their souls had to be squeezed out of them. Only then could they come to the realization that they live on a speck of dust in the universe, and that this universe does not give them any indications of a soul spiritual element living within them. They had to understand that if they wanted to experience spirit and soul in themselves, they had to squeeze it out of their own being. In other words, they had to renounce the revealing forces coming to them out of the universe. Instead, they had to fill their souls out of their own efforts and activity. They could only hope that there was something living in what poured out of their souls, something that would throw light on the universe from the other direction, so to speak, namely based on the human being. In former times, it was possible for people to learn about themselves through the revelations the universe gave them. They could see themselves as children of the heavens because the heavens were telling them that this is what they were. In modern times, people have become more or less earth hermits. They live a lonely life on a speck of dust in the universe. They have to muster all their strength to develop in their solitude within themselves what can unfold in them. They have to wait and see whether what is revealed within them will indeed give them knowledge about the universe. For centuries, these inner revelations told people nothing about the universe. They described the mineral kingdom according to its dimensions in space and time. Then they analyzed the way it functions in geology. They describe the outer sense-perceptible processes and how they take place, for example, how the plants spring up from the mineral soil of the earth. They also studied the sense-perceptible processes that take place inside animals and the human physical body. People investigated everything on earth to see what their senses could tell them about life on earth. But above all, their senses told them nothing about their own soul and their own spirit. Out of the frame of mind accompanying the realization that human beings are hermits on the earth, living on a speck of dust in the universe, had to come the impulse to develop true humanness in free inner development. In fact, human beings had to confront the big question: is there really nothing in the environment our senses can see, hear, and feel, and our intellect can understand, that goes beyond what our senses tell us? Human beings have developed science. Yet, no matter how interesting this science may be, it does not say anything about human beings. It aims rather at abstract, dead concepts that lead to natural laws. All this does not take human beings into account. After all, human beings are not merely the point where all these abstract ideas meet, in other words, a container for all the laws of nature. For these natural laws have nothing of a soul or spirit nature about them, although they were formulated by the human spirit. Young Goethe especially felt the mood that accompanies this outlook at a significant time in the development of our worldview. He expressed his feelings in the first version of his drama Faust. Goethe presents Faust there as a man who is aware of the purpose of human beings in the cosmos, and who wants to feel himself a spirit and soul among other spirits and souls. Yet Faust feels thrown back by the world without spirit and soul. So he turns to ancient revelations of mysticism and magic, opening an old book where he finds descriptions of the beings of the higher hierarchies living in the stars and their movements, a book that talks about heavenly forces rising and descending, handing each other their golden urns. Such views existed at one time, but in the period in which Goethe places Faust, they no longer spoke to people. So Faust turns from them, just as Goethe turned from the ancient explanation of the universe, which saw soul and spirit in everything. Instead, Faust turns to the sign of the earth spirit. We then read the strange words spoken by the earth spirit, quote, "In the tides of life, in action's storm, I surge and ebb, as cradle and grave, as unending sea, as constant change, as life's incandescence. I work at the whirring loom of time, and fashion the living garment of God." End quote. However, Goethe shows clearly that there is something wrong about the earth spirit appearing to Faust. He has Faust collapse under its influence. As a result, Faust is then exposed to the influence of Mephistopheles. We will have to take a kind of heretical view of much that has been said and written about Faust when we consider the earth spirit's monumental and terse words from the point of view of a concrete picture of the world, and are sufficiently unbiased to come to the same judgment as Goethe did in his feelings. After all, Goethe did not stop writing after the scene with the earth spirit, but continued with the play. In other words, much of what is said about Faust definitely does not represent Goethe's actual opinion. It is mind-boggling to think of all the things that have been said about Faust. People keep quoting the words Faust says to the 16-year-old Gretchen later on in the course of the play. Quote, "Encompassing all, sustaining all, feeling is everything. Name is but sound and smoke." Unquote. And they feel so tremendously philosophical, quoting all those things that are supposed to express one's own soul concepts, even though these are words with which Faust charms a teenage girl. Isn't it embarrassing to hear these charming words for a teenage girl quoted as the quintessence of a worldview by people who think themselves clever? That is what unbiased observation reveals, though it is heretical. Similar things have happened with the terse yet monumental words of the earth spirit, quote, in the tides of life, in action's storm, unquote, and so on. They are beautiful words, but very general. We find in them a sort of sensory, nebulous, mystical pantheism. It makes us feel hazy, doesn't it, to be confronted with these lines, quote, in the tides of life, in action's storm, I surge and ebb as cradle and grave, as unending sea, as constant change, as life's incandescence. I work at the whirring loom of time and fashion the living garment of God, unquote. These lines contribute nothing to give us the faculty for concrete insight into the universe. Goethe certainly felt this, especially later on, for he did not stop at this point, but wrote the prologue in heaven. When we read this prologue, quote, in ancient rivalries with fellow spheres the sun still sings its glorious song, unquote, it reminds us much more of the heavenly forces rising and descending, passing their golden urns from hand to hand, than of the rather nebulous flowing and weaving of the earth spirit. Goethe turned away from focusing on the earth spirit. We can't say from idolizing it, but it was something like that. In his later, more mature years, Goethe no longer considered the earth spirit the only one he could turn to in the character of Faust. Rather, he returned to the spirit of the great world, the spirit of the universe. Even though the earth spirit's words in the first version of Faust are beautiful and monumental, they are akin, so as not to be impolite, I will call it a distant kinship, to the, quote, encompassing all, sustaining all, unquote, of Faust's words to young Gretchen. Why should these words not be beautiful, in spite of all this? Of course, one has to try to speak as beautifully as possible, particularly to advise and charm teenage girls. So why shouldn't Faust's words here be beautiful? However, we must realize that as a mature man, Goethe no longer believed nebulous pantheism could give people a true awareness of the cosmos. Considering Goethe's concrete way of looking at the world, concrete at least to a certain extent, we know that he would not have been able to write the role of Faust as he did if he had intended him as a representative of Western civilization in the 11th or 12th century. He would then have had to take another figure, whom he could never have characterized the way he did Faust. In that case, Faust would not have put away the book of Nostradamus and turned from the spirit of the great world to the earth spirit. For in those days people were aware that understanding themselves rightly meant seeing themselves as children of the heavens, who learn about their own being from what the spirits of the heavens tell them. Faust, however, represents humanity in the 16th century, that is, in the 5th post-Atlantean epoch, when people began to think of themselves as earth hermits living on a speck of dust in the universe. Thus the young Goethe would not have been honest if he had had Faust turn to the spirit of the great world. As a representative of humanity, Faust could not have done that, for human beings at that time were no longer conscious of any connection to the heavenly forces which rise and descend and hand each other their golden urns, in short, to the higher hierarchies. That connection had become obscured and virtually disappeared from consciousness altogether. Faust had to go by what he, as an earth hermit, could be connected to, that is, the earth spirit. Faust's turning to the earth spirit is something tremendously grandiose in Goethe's work. It represents the change in human consciousness that took place in that epoch, the change away from the darkened heavenly forces to the earth spirit, a change indicated by the spirit who went through the mystery of Golgotha. For the spirit who went through the mystery of Golgotha united himself with the earth. By connecting himself with human evolution on the earth, this spirit gave human beings the strength to look to the spirits of the earth when they could no longer look up to the heavenly spirits. And now the spirits of the earth speak within us. In ancient times, the stars in their movements revealed the heavenly words to human souls, who then could interpret and understand these heavenly words. Now, however, people have to turn to their relationship to the earth. That is, they have to ask themselves whether the genius of the earth is speaking within them. Goethe could draw nothing more than nebulous and mystical pantheistic words from the earth spirit. It is right and tremendously significant that Faust turns to the earth spirit, but it is even more impressive that Goethe does not let that spirit say anything that can fully satisfy Faust or us. that the earth spirit can only stammer out the world mysteries in mystical pantheistic formulas, instead of presenting them in a clear, distinct way, confirms how ingeniously Goethe made Faust a part of the epoch in which he saw Faust and himself living. Yet we must sense in Goethe's beautiful presentation of Faust's relationship to the earth spirit that this spirit will gradually become ever more understandable for human beings. We will see it in ever sharper outlines when we allow the activities of our own soul, the workings of our own spirit, to reveal to us what is in the heavens. In the ancient past, the heavens revealed to human beings what they needed to know for life on the earth. Now people turn to the earth because it is, after all, a creation of the heavens. And by getting to know the genius or spirits that have their dwelling on earth, we can learn something about the heavens. This is the approach I took in my book, An Outline of Occult Science, or Outline of Esoteric Science. There I put down everything we can know from within ourselves. In fact, much of the contents of this book was taken from the earth spirit. This spirit, however, speaks about the Saturn epoch, the Sun epoch, the Moon epoch, and the Jupiter and Venus epochs of the earth. The earth spirit tells us what it has preserved of the universe in its memory. In ancient times, people looked out to the heavens to gain insight into the earth. But now they look into their own inner being and listen to what the earth spirit has to say there out of its cosmic memory. Thus, through understanding the earth spirit, people gain insight into the macrocosm. Of course, if we properly appreciated the significance of spiritual science and spiritual insight, then we would have to present Faust's conversation with the earth spirit differently than Goethe did, though Goethe's way was brilliant and ingenious at his time. Nowadays, the earth spirit would not speak in such general, abstract terms that expressed something that could just as well be a flowing wave of water. It is so mystically obscure because this flowing wave of water also sits at a loom and weaves. I know, of course, that many people love to have such vague things stirring in their soul. However, these vague things do not help us achieve the inner conscious solidity we need. Lines such as encompassing all, sustaining all, and in the tides of life, in action's storm, always carry an element of reverie or intoxication. Here we are always a bit beside ourselves, so to speak, and not completely anchored within ourselves. Granted, it gives people a pleasurable feeling to be a bit beside themselves. Some would even prefer to be completely beside themselves all the time, and to learn about the world from all sorts of ghosts. I say this to point out that we cannot help but turn to the earth spirit that lives within us. After all, if we accept the modern ideas of the natural sciences as they are presented to us in our civilization, then what they give us remains abstract and leaves human consciousness cold. But if we start wrestling with these concepts, even with the abstractions of Haeckel, something quite concrete will emerge that can be experienced directly. Then the great realization will come to us that the indifferent ideas of natural science are only a mask. We will have to reach the point where we realize it is the genius of the earth that is telling us what we get there. We have to listen with our whole soul to what we hear, at first only with our abstract intellect. And then we will understand in a concrete way what the earth spirit is saying. Thus we see how people in this age of the development of the consciousness soul have to struggle for an awareness of the world. We have to understand these things with our emotions, so that we will approach the anthroposophical worldview with our feelings, with our heart's blood, so to speak. It is this worldview, and not just isolated ideas about the world, that modern people need to adopt if they want to understand themselves with the right feelings and thoughts, according to my indications here. The end of Lecture 4. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Earthly Knowledge and Heavenly Wisdom. This is Lecture 5, given on February 10th, 1923, entitled Earthly Learning and Heavenly Wisdom, Human Beings as Citizens of the Universe and Hermits on the Earth, Part 2. The great change in the spiritual development of humanity that took place in recent centuries, and that I have described from many different perspectives, has not only changed the intellectual and theoretical character of cognition and perception, but has also affected the feelings and emotions in the human soul, and therefore all of human life. To fully realize this, we will look today at the actual foundations of life, that is, not only at various more or less pronounced symptoms of this change, but also at life's characteristic forms of expression, where we will be able to trace this shift in human consciousness. We have often talked about the centers of learning in ancient times of human evolution, namely the mystery centers. These mystery centers were, so to speak, completely clothed in human veneration. People spoke of the mysteries as being the most important thing on earth for humanity. Everything significant and meaningful for human life was believed to radiate from them. Basically, people then believed that if there were no mysteries among them, they could not be what the gods had intended them to be. Indeed, people looked with the greatest reverence and the deepest respect to the mysteries. They felt gratitude for the mysteries because they realized what they received from the mysteries allowed them to become on earth what the gods had wanted human beings to be. When we compare this with people's attitudes toward educational institutions nowadays, we will find nothing like that deep and warm reverence anywhere. In fact, we will often find that when people have completed their compulsory education, they feel a great sense of relief and are happy to be done with it. But even aside from this extreme, we know that educational institutions do not really give us what we regard as essential for our humanness, for being truly human. Even though we may venerate with a kind of theoretical reverence what we learn in chemistry laboratories, biology institutes, law schools, and in schools of philosophy, we will still not feel that the existence of such institutions gives us an awareness of our true humanity. Thus, we cannot claim that people everywhere are directing their warmest feelings of reverence to these educational institutions, even though they may have a certain kind of theoretical feeling for them. At any rate, nowadays it will not happen often that university students working on a paper for a seminar will feel themselves permeated by their whole elemental humanness, the way a mystery pupil did in ancient times when he or she had completed one of the stages of the training. Yet we need to be connected with something we can deeply venerate, something from which we feel the divine streaming out. Let us compare this cultural, historical fact with its origins, and go back 2 or 3 millennia before the mystery of Golgotha, when centers of learning similar to the mysteries existed in the Near East. In these centers, people studied above all the natural sciences of their time, if we can call them that. They studied the starry heavens, the nature of the stars, their movements, their rhythmical appearance at certain times, and so on. People nowadays imagine that these studies in astronomy may even have had an element of fantasy. However, that is not how it was. These studies were carried out with the same, if not greater, methodical thoroughness and care as mineralogy, geology, or biology are these days. What did people in ancient times think when they studied the starry heavens? They believed that if they could understand the starry heavens, they would know something about the nature and destiny of human beings on Earth. Their studies in astronomy culminated in insights into the fate of human beings and whole peoples on Earth based on the constellations in the sky. They looked at the stars, not merely with theoretical intentions and ideas. Rather, they did so out of the awareness that if they knew the relationship of Saturn to the sun or to a sign of the zodiac at the moment when a person is born or has accomplished a great deed, then they would know how the heavens have placed human beings on the earth. They would know to what extent human beings are the creations, the children of the heavens. They studied the heavens in order to understand what could be a guideline for their life on earth. All the insights they gathered in their astronomy were geared to understanding human beings. All their knowledge was warmed through and through by a truly human element. And people in those days believed what they were doing was connected to what they could study in the heavens. We can look at an example from the realm of human artistic activity. In those ancient times when people began writing poetry or composing music, They drew their inspiration from the heavens. I have often mentioned that Homer did not write the line, quote, "Of Peleus' son Achilles, sing, O muse, the vengeance deep and deadly," unquote, just to use a nice poetic phrase. He used it because he knew he was expressing something that did not spring from his human poetic craft. He was expressing what the heavens were whispering to him. Those who made music on earth were reproducing through the sound of earthly instruments what they believed they heard in the music of the heavenly spheres. People felt that in the way they worked, related to other people, and formed communities here on earth, they experienced the will impulses that streamed down upon them from the universe. Let me read that sentence again. People felt that in the way they worked, related to other people, and formed communities here on earth, they experienced the will impulses that streamed down upon them from the universe. They studied these will impulses in their observation of the starry heavens and felt that they were acting here on earth in accordance with the intentions of the heavens. In other words, all the science, art, and religion of these ancient times flowed into human life and work. For in those days, religion, science, and art were united. They were a unity that ultimately radiated into human beings so they could feel themselves as the beings the gods had wanted them to be on earth. This attitude prevailed as long as people found a spiritual element in their knowledge about the heavens, as long as they were open to perceive something spiritual in the nature and movements of the stars and in their rhythmic appearance. They perceived a spiritual element that streamed down to them through what they knew about the stars, so that they could put their knowledge into practice on earth. Astrology does not have a good name these days. However, when we think of it in the old sense, it has a more respectable name. People back then looked up to the stars, and that is where the Logos revealed itself to them. It worked through their thoughts, their imagination, and their language here on earth. People participated in what made the formation of sounds here on earth resound with the mysteries of the heavens by merely setting their speech organs into motion. The Logos, which is the intelligence ruling in the human race, appeared as an emanation of the world of the stars. I'm going to read that sentence again. The Logos, which is the intelligence ruling in the human race, appeared as an emanation of the world of the stars. People believed what happened down here on earth was a reflection of the archetypal picture they knew through their astrology. When we look at our modern knowledge, we realize that it has been gained through sensory observation of earthly things. Even our modern astronomy, as I explained yesterday, is only earthly knowledge projected onto the heavens. Human beings nowadays are gaining knowledge based on their senses, and indeed they are integrated into the world differently than they were in the past. I described this difference recently in the course of these lectures. As I explained in my book titled The Philosophy of Freedom, modern intellectual people are characterized by their abstract concepts and their freedom, which has become possible only because of the development of abstract and intellectual concepts that are not in any way compelling, but provide moral commandments originating in human individuality. These intellectual concepts and the consciousness of freedom are a relatively recent development in human evolution. They appeared after the consciousness based on astrology had vanished. The consciousness that saw human beings as creatures that carry out the intentions of the gods. We modern human beings, with our intellect and our freedom, are cut off from the heavens. We have truly become earth hermits and rely completely on the earth for all our knowledge. The way we gain knowledge explains why we have such a strong interest in and attachment to it. In ancient times, it would have been unthinkable to see religion and scientific knowledge as two different things. When people in those days arrived at a scientific insight, it immediately also gave them a religious feeling, showing them the way to the gods. In fact, they could not help being religious, in the true sense of the word, once they had gained knowledge. Nowadays, people can learn the whole spectrum of current knowledge, and yet it will not make them religious. I would like to know whether anyone has become religious these days through having become a botanist, zoologist, or chemist. People who want to be religious look for religion in addition to knowledge. That is why we have separate institutions for the cultivation of religious life, besides those for learning and knowledge. In fact, many people think that knowledge diverts us from the path of religion, and that therefore we must look for other ways to lead us back to religion. Nevertheless, in our lectures, we have had to stress again and again the importance of modern knowledge. We have had to point out that recent insights and findings are indeed essential for modern humanity and its further development. Modern human beings, with their intellectualism and consciousness of freedom, develop here on earth what people in ancient times, who still had a heavenly consciousness, developed only after death. In describing what happens to modern people immediately after death, we have to point out that they look back upon a picture of their life by discarding their etheric body. Then in the period after that, they wandered back through their life from the ending to the beginning. In ancient times, life after death was different. What people could see on earth only through higher revelation, namely an intellectual worldview, they did not get until after death. What they were to gain on earth could be present there only as an ideal. They would be free human beings only after death. In those times, the true human being appeared only after the crossing from the physical world into the spiritual one. In other words, what people in ancient times experienced only after death, in looking back on their earthly life, namely intellectualism and a consciousness of freedom, modern people have crammed already into their life between birth and death. They have become intellectual beings endowed with a consciousness of freedom while still on earth. However, in the process, we have to gain something through our sensory knowledge and our inferences based on it that does not much interest us at first. No matter how long we observe the world of the stars through our telescopes, it will not make us feel humanly and inwardly warmed and enlightened. Expeditions of astronomers and natural scientists are fitted out to verify Einstein's ideas. But nobody expects his or her findings to be something that belongs so intimately to our elemental human nature, as did those of the astronomers in the Babylonian or Assyrian culture. What our modern knowledge gives us is very different, a lack of interest in the vast reaches of the universe. Though this or that recent biological discovery may be very interesting, we cannot say that through these biological discoveries people come closer to the divine spiritual being they carry in their soul. Instead, people want to approach this divine spiritual being in their soul through a separate interest in religion. These days, people do not have any clear idea of the relationship the ancients had to knowledge, even in the not-so-distant past. We need only think of what a fateful experience it was when Archimedes discovered the Archimedean principle while he was in the bathtub and explained the fateful words, "I have found it." A single insight such as this one was like a window allowing a glimpse into the secrets of the universe. Such a warm-hearted attitude toward knowledge certainly did not exist when X-rays were discovered. We could say that the modern relationship to knowledge leads more to an open-mouthed gasping with surprise than to an inward rejoicing in the soul. From a human point of view, these two gestures and attitudes are very different, and this difference has to be considered in terms of humanity's further development. All this has led to a very strange development. For several centuries now, people have been receiving in their earthly life what they received only after death in ancient times, namely intellectual understanding of the world and a consciousness of freedom. Yet they have hardly noticed this. Their world of feelings, the elemental part of their world, has hardly been touched. In fact, we could say that all this is more likely to have a bitter taste for people. After all, they do not consider pure thoughts the way I have tried to do in title The Philosophy of Freedom. That is, they do not respond by wanting to sing hymns to them rather than analyze them. Consciousness of freedom has led people into all kinds of tumultuous things, but not to the realization that something has descended from heaven to the earth. Thus, not even the basic force underlying the modern development of humanity has been felt on a purely human level. To explain why this is so is to answer one of the most important questions of human existence. In ancient times, people gained knowledge by looking up to the heavens to find the Logos there. They looked for what the gods were telling them through the movements and the nature of the stars. Their human intelligence was a reflection of the divine Logos. Everything people did on earth was illuminated by the content of the Logos, and this content had been received from the stars. In those days, human life would have been nothing if people could not have given it meaning on the basis of their knowledge of the world of the stars. Similarly, all the knowledge we gain inwardly is, in a sense, a mere nothing. We get this knowledge by submitting ourselves to the study of botany, zoology, biology, physiology, or other subjects. We do all this out of ambition at best, or based on the insight that it is necessary if we want to eke out a living here on earth. I know this is a radical statement, but in a sense it comes close to the truth. For surely the people who see great ideals here are under the influence of a certain illusion that allows them to interpret these things in accordance with their ideals. In any case, the people who can see meaning in the sentence, quote, "I pray a chemical formula," unquote, are few and far between. This is how we have to express an important cultural historical fact, albeit a negative one. It takes a person such as Novalis, who was gifted with a profound knowledge, aglow with youthful enthusiasm, to feel that, for example, solving a differential equation is actually praying. Ordinary mathematicians are not in a very prayerful mood when they discover the solution to a differential equation. The obvious fact that we are involved with our whole being in the act of knowing, that we feel our longing for the divine with our whole being, is not at all self-evident to modern humanity. But people take it as a matter of course that those who climb to the heights of knowledge are glad when they have their exams behind them and do not have to go through any more. The joy of having passed through the stages of the mysteries is hardly to be found in modern exam candidates. At least it is extremely rare nowadays that students talk with the full seriousness of the ancient mysteries about the profoundly divine deed a professor has done in giving them a dissertation topic and enabling them to go through the waters of holiness while they work on their topic. Yet that would be the normal, the self-evident thing to do. Keeping this in mind, let me sketch it for you. We have down here the earth with everything on it. There's a drawing on page 64 of this book in white and green. It's actually in black and white in this book. In ancient times, those who were seeking knowledge saw all these things, but they believed that they could only fully understand them when they looked up to the stars and received from there the rays that illuminated everything for them in the right way. In ancient times, seekers looked for this reflection of the world of the stars in earthly life. Without this reflection, everything I have drawn down here in outline would have seemed worthless to them. Nowadays, we do not concern ourselves with what is up there, but study only what is here, below. We study it in innumerable details, and when we have devoted ourselves to this or that specialized discipline, our head is filled with many details. However, evaluating and weighing these details has become a matter of indifference in our life, and consequently we also lack interest for the noble primordial human element in us. This has an especially striking impact on our spirituality as such. The Swabian writer Friedrich Theodor Fischer poked fun at the fact that what we must leave behind in order to reach knowledge does not matter any more to the consciousness of humanity as a whole. He claimed that one of the most significant treatises in the field of modern literature is the one on the connection between the chilblains of Frau Christiane von Goethe and the symbolical, allegorical figures in Part 2 of Faust. Why shouldn't a dissertation be written about this connection just as well as about any other subject? After all, the method used and the human interest involved would not be of any different quality than in cases where somebody writes a treatise, as does indeed happen, on the dashes in Homer's poetry. Truly, we are proud of accumulating insights people in ancient times considered worthwhile only after they had been illuminated by knowledge of the heavens. We do not have heavenly wisdom. We do not study copper by looking at Venus, or lead by looking at Saturn. We also do not study primeval human beings by looking at the sign of Aquarius. And we do not understand what moves from the animal nature of the lion to certain inner impulses of human nature by studying the sign of Leo. We no longer draw anything down from the heavens to help us explain earthly things. Instead, we turn our gaze solely on the vast number of details all over the earth. Clearly, then, we need something that brings meaning into the separate details and helps us to see once again what people used to see when they beheld earthly objects illumined by the heavens. We know many things, but we need a comprehensive knowledge that can radiate into all the separate fields of knowledge and give them meaning. That is what anthroposophy wants to be. Just as astrology looked into the heavens to explain the earth, so anthroposophy wants to look within human beings to see what they have to say out of themselves. From there, it wants to illuminate everything we know about minerals, plants, animals, human beings, and everything else we usually know only in separate details. Just as people looked to the heavens to understand earthly life, so we, with our intellect and our newly acquired freedom, must now come to understand ourselves. Only then will we be able to look again at the moment of death when we enter a spiritual world where gods will gaze down upon what we will bring with us and what will radiate from us. For we are to become fully human already on earth, whereas in ancient times this did not happen until after death. How far we have been successful in becoming truly human will be evident from the strength we gain from the pure awareness of our humanity. We receive this pure consciousness of our humanity through what radiates from anthroposophy into everything we can know and accomplish on earth. Quote, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God." John, end quote, John chapter 1, verse 1. That is to say, in the beginning was the Logos, and the Logos was with God, and the Logos was God. The Logos was brought down from the revelation of the gods in the heavens, quote, "And the Word became flesh and dwelt among us," unquote, John 1:14. And indeed it continues to live among us. The Logos has become flesh. What could once be found only in the heavens must now be sought in the human realm. In ancient times, people were right in seeing the Logos with God the Father, but in our time, it has to be sought in the realm of God the Son. We find God the Son in his basic significance when we understand St. Paul's words, quote, "I have been crucified with Christ. It is no longer I who live, but Christ who lives in me," unquote, Galatians 2:20. That is when we come to know ourselves. All of anthroposophy aims at penetrating into our very depths. What did people in ancient times find when they looked into their depths? They found luciferic forces at the heart of human nature. When modern people penetrate deeply enough into their own being, they find Christ. That is the other side of the change from ancient to modern times. Since intellectualism and the consciousness of freedom came down from the heavens to the earth, and since Christ united himself with humanity on earth, human beings can find Christ in the depths of their own being if they penetrate deeply enough. In contrast, when people in ancient times penetrated deeply into themselves, they found luciferic spirits. That is what the candidates of the ancient mysteries were supposed to learn. They had to realize that when they penetrated deep down into human nature, they would ultimately find at the heart of their own soul something that would make them recoil in horror, namely the luciferic forces. Therefore, they had to learn to look up to the moment of death, for they would become truly human only after passing through the portal of death. Then they would be rescued from the luciferic forces they found here on earth in the depths of their soul. That is what the death experience in the ancient mysteries was about. That is why the mystery pupils in ancient times had to concentrate on learning about and picturing the moment of death. In our times, we have to take hold of what has been given to us, intellectualism and consciousness of freedom. If we take hold of them in the right way, by permeating all our earthly knowledge and our actions with what pours forth out of a pure consciousness of humanity, such as anthroposophy strives for, then we find the Christ forces in the depths of our soul. We will then realize that while people looked to the constellations of the stars in ancient times to understand human destiny on earth, we must now look to the human being. In this way, we learn how the human being, permeated by the Christ substance here on earth, while possessing full humanness, then lights up for the universe. The human being lights up as the star of humanity after having gone through the portal of death. This is the spiritual humanism that can take the place of ancient astrology. It can teach us to consider what is revealed in us as Sophia, namely anthroposophia, as people did the revelation of the stars as logia in ancient times. That is the awareness with which we must permeate ourselves. That is how we can come to know the cosmic significance of the human being. We will understand our cosmic significance that leads us to study first the physical body and then the body of formative forces, or etheric body. I want to mention here only one example. When we study our physical body in the right way, that is, by illuminating this body with anthroposophy, we will learn that it is subject to its own forces. When our body subjects itself to its own forces, it continuously tends to become ill. Indeed, our lower part, our physical body, always has a tendency to become ill. And when we then study the etheric body, we find there the totality of the forces that constantly work to make the sick human being well again. The pendulum swings between physical body and etheric body, aiming to keep the balance between the pathological and the therapeutical. In other words, our etheric body is the cosmic therapist, and our physical body the cosmic pathogenic agent. We can say the same about the other areas of human knowledge. We have to ask ourselves what we have to do when we are confronted with an illness. Well, we have to manage somehow, through some combination of remedies, to call upon the etheric body for healing. Basically, this is what all of medicine is doing. It somehow calls upon the patient's etheric body for healing. We are on the right path toward healing a patient who can be cured when we appeal to his or her etheric body in the right way. That is, when we seek the healing forces that can flow into the patient from his or her etheric body in accordance with the individual's destiny. But I will say more about this tomorrow, when I want to speak in more detail about this last aspect of today's topic, the end of Lecture 5. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Earthly Knowledge and Heavenly Wisdom. Lecture 6, given February 11th, 1923, is entitled The Invisible Human Being Within Us. We can clearly distinguish two entities in human beings. As you may remember, I have recently explained in several lectures that our physical organism is spiritually prepared in the life before birth. It is then sent down, so to speak, as spiritual organization before we actually enter earthly life with our I, capital. Basically, this spiritual organization continues to work throughout our physical life on earth, but it does not manifest in outer visible form. Its visible parts, the sheaths enclosing the fetus during the gestation period, chorion, amnion, allantois, are discarded at birth. Nevertheless, this pre-earthly organization continues to be active within us throughout our whole life. Yet it is of a different nature than our physical soul spiritual being during our life on earth, and that is what I would like to talk about today. In a sense, we have an invisible human being in us, living in our growth forces, in the hidden forces working in nutrition, and in fact in all the realms that are outside the control of our conscious activity. The influence of this invisible human being extends to this unconscious activity into our growth and even the daily restoration of our forces through nutrition. These influences are the after effects of our pre-earthly existence, which becomes a body of forces during life on earth, that works in us without our being aware of it. Today I want to describe in more detail the nature and organization of this invisible human being we all carry in us, in our forces of growth, nutrition, and reproduction. We can approach this by means of a diagram that shows that this invisible being also has an I, capital, an astral organization, an etheric organization or body of formative forces, and a physical organization. Of course, after our birth, its physical organization rests inside our other physical organism. In the course of today's lecture, you will understand how this invisible human being affects our physical organization. Thus, to represent all this diagrammatically, I have to draw it like this. There's a diagram. First of all, this invisible human being has its I organization, then its astral organization, its etheric organization, and finally its physical organism. This physical organism of the invisible human being affects only our processes of growth and nutrition. In short, everything in the lower human being, the metabolic limb system, as we have described it. All the streams of forces in this invisible being proceed from the I organization and flow through the astral and etheric organizations into the physical one, where they then spread out. In the embryonal phase, this physical organization is in the sheaths or membranes enclosing the embryo. After we are born, this physical organization of the invisible being is contained in our processes of nutrition and restoration. Outwardly, the physical organization we are speaking of here is thus not separate from our physical organism. Rather, the two are united. In addition to this invisible human being in us, there is our visible being after we are born. I will draw this visible human being beside the invisible one. Here you see what the interpenetration of the physical and supra-physical during life on earth looks like. During our earthly life, there is a constant stream of flowing from our I through the astral and etheric bodies into our physical body. After we are born, this stream takes its course in the metabolic limb system, in the forces of outer movement and those of inner movement that transport the food we have taken in through our whole organism, and even up into the brain. There is also a direct intervention, a working of forces that proceeds from the I directly into the whole human being. In other words, there is the influence of an activity, a stream, as it were, that enters from the I directly into the nerve sense system, bypassing the astral and etheric bodies and acting directly on our physical body. Of course, this force is strongest in the head, where most of the sense organs are concentrated, but it does extend over the whole human being, for example, through the sense of touch in the skin. By the same token, I would also have to draw a stream for the taking in of food through the mouth. Thus, in our head, there is an organization that streams up from below. It starts from the I and passes through the astral and etheric bodies, through the physical body, and then streams up into the I. In addition, there is another stream flowing directly into the physical body and streaming downward. The nerve tract is the visible sign of this direct stream that flows from the I into our physical organism. The I organization then runs alongside the nerve tracts. Basically, this I organization has a destructive influence on the organism, for here spirit directly enters into physical matter, and where this happens we find a process of destruction. In other words, alongside the nerve tracts and coming from the senses, there is a subtle process of death spreading throughout our organism. We can trace the stream that flows in the invisible human being into the astral, etheric, and physical bodies when we track our blood vessels all the way into the sense organs. Thus we find that the I flows in the blood in such a way that its forces have first been ensouled by the astral, the etheric, and the physical organizations. Taking the astral and etheric organizations with it, the I streams upward through the physical organization in our blood. In other words, the whole invisible human being flows in the blood process as an anabolic or growth process that continually regenerates us through the assimilation of nutrients. In terms of our diagram, this stream flows upward, pours itself into the sense organs, including the skin, and then meets the other stream that enters from the eye directly into the physical organism. Of course, in reality, all this is even more complicated because we would also have to consider our breathing process. In the breathing process, the eye indeed flows into the astral body, and from there directly into the lungs by means of air. Thus, the supersensible human being is also the foundation of our breathing processes. However, here, unlike in the nerve sense system, the eye does not intervene directly in the physical organism. Instead, the eye saturates itself with astral forces, takes up oxygen, and only then does it enter the organism with the help of the breathing process. Of course, now we are no longer dealing with a pure eye organization, but with an eye astral organization. We could say then that the breathing process is a diminished death process. The nerve sense process is the actual process of death. The breathing process, on the other hand, is a weakened death process. It is countered by the process where the eye is strengthened by streaming first into the etheric body, and it is only taken up by the physical body. Readers aside, I would like to mention that there are a number of illustrations by Dr. Steiner that are being referred to, and these are all on page 88 of this book. I'm on page 73. Unfortunately, I'm not able to characterize those as I read. End of my aside. This process, however, runs its course mostly in the supersensible realm, and therefore cannot be traced by ordinary physiology. Its outward effect is the pulse beat. This process is also a regenerative one, although not as much as the actual metabolic regeneration processes. It is only a weakened regenerative process. It meets up with the breathing process. To a certain extent, the breathing process is a destructive process. If we took in more oxygen, our life would be much shorter. Our life is lengthened to the extent the intake of oxygen is compensated for by carbon dioxide formation in the blood. Thus, everything in the organism works closely together, and only if we resort to the supersensible human being can we fully understand what is happening in our body. Although after birth this supersensible being has only an invisible form, we are aware of these forces precisely on the basis of the anthroposophical understanding of the human being. For instance, when we examine our eyes on this basis, we find that the blood process, with its delicate ramifications, is taken up by the nerve process that runs in the opposite direction. The blood process always runs its course toward the periphery. It is centrifugal. The nerve process, which is really a process of breakdown, always runs centripetally, that is, from the periphery toward the center. All other processes in our body are metamorphoses of these two. If the process going on between our pulse and breathing takes its course as it should, then the lower human being is connected with the upper one in the right way. Then we are healthy, at least inwardly, and if we have not received external injuries. Destructive processes spread in the organism only when breakdown or catabolism predominates. We become ill when foreign elements accumulate in our organism, elements that are not assimilated in the right way and contain too many catabolic forces, that is, too much that is akin to the physical nature of our environment. The pathological processes that result in foreign formations are caused by the direct intervention of the spiritual by way of the eye. These foreign formations may not be readily visible as physical accumulations of matter. For example, they may be in the fluid or even in the aeriform human being. Nevertheless, they are foreign elements in the human body. As they develop, they will not meet up with a healthy process streaming up from below alongside the blood vessels. As a result, the foreign elements, which have the tendency to proliferate into tumors and then to crumble, cannot be dissolved. Of course, if the blood building process meets up with them in the right way, these foreign elements are dissolved and assimilated into our organism's life processes. However, if there is an obstruction because an excessively strong catabolic process works downward, that catabolic process takes hold of one or the other organ. Then foreign bodies form within us. At first they are like an exudate, I don't know how to say that word, exudate, or a tumor. But they have the tendency to take the same course as those outer processes of earthly nature that crumble. Here it is important to realize that we have not sufficiently integrated the invisible human being I have drawn here, next to the physical one, into ourselves. Actually, we cannot really speak here of healing by human means. In reality, this is how it is. As soon as too much centripetal activity occurs in connection with the nerve sense system, that is, too much of the processes in our outer environment are crammed into us and thus cause tumors somewhere in us that later break to pieces, the other system that runs its course alongside the blood vessels rebels and wants to bring about healing. It wants to permeate what is in the organism with the right astral and etheric force that can stream up from below. And it wants to keep the I, or the astral body, and the I from working by themselves. The healer then has to assist this revolutionary principle in our organism. Healing is actually nothing else than supporting the organism's own healing forces from the outside. Thus, the appearance of a tumor is a symptom indicating that the I activity is not working properly out of the etheric body. It makes itself felt, but sometimes it cannot get at the tumor. In a sense, we have to assist the etheric body in this direction so that it can become active. We can support the healing process in our organism by helping the etheric body to be active in the right way. In other words, it must first be permeated by the I and the astral body, and then get at what is coming from above and has not yet taken in the etheric influence, but it is imbued only with influences from the I and the astral body. In this way, we can counter the poisonous effects of the I and the astral body on our organism with the etheric influences. All we really need to know is through what remedies the etheric organization, properly permeated by the astral and I organization, will have to intervene in the organism in such a case. The remedies are needed only to assist the etheric organization, as it were. Thus, we have to know what remedies will strengthen the etheric organization so it can pit its anabolic forces against the excessive catabolic forces. You see, the pathology on which any therapy is based cannot be understood at all without resorting to the invisible human being. However, it is also possible that our I organization and astral body, in other words, our soul spiritual organization, do not enter properly into the physical organization. In a sense, then, our soul spiritual organization may not have pushed through far enough into our physical one. If that is the case, we will always suffer from a predominance of what works upward as growth forces and did not get sufficient weight or gravity through its integration into the physical organization. In other words, people may be born with a condition where their invisible human being does not sufficiently take hold of their physical body. For example, the invisible human being I have sketched here may refuse, so to speak, to work appropriately in the blood process. In that case, the spirit does not have access to the blood process, and as a result, the individuals in question are often pale, already in their childhood, and remain skinny, or sometimes they shoot up quickly because of the predominating growth forces. That is what happens when the soul spiritual element cannot enter the organism in the right way. And because the body here refuses to allow the soul spiritual in, we must effect a weakening of the overly strong activity in the etheric body. In the case of pale, skinny, and gaunt children, we must work to reduce the etheric body's hypertrophic, overly active forces to their proper level. We must see to it that these children get more gravity or weight into their body. For instance, the blood will have the proper weight when it receives the necessary amount of iron. As a consequence, the etheric body will work less strongly upward. Its upward effect will be weakened. Another symptom of this condition is that in such people the night processes, as I would like to call them, predominate over the day processes. During the night, when we sleep, the physical etheric organization refuses to take in the spiritual soul organization. Our night organization, when we lie asleep in our beds, not that of the invisible human being who is outside us at night, is overly strong in people who have the kind of congenital consumption I have just described. We therefore have to support and strengthen the day organization. That is, we have to give it a certain weight by boosting the catabolic processes. For it is by fostering the catabolic processes that lead to an inner hardening and ultimately to a crumbling or breaking down. Of course, this should happen only to a very minimal extent during the cure, that we can push back the overflowing forces of the etheric body and hold the consumption in check. Thus our knowledge of the whole human being makes this interaction between health and illness, which is essentially balanced through the relationship between pulse and breathing, transparent to us. When we learn how we can foster this and or that through outer remedies, then we are able to support the natural healing processes that are always there, but do not always manifest themselves. After all, we cannot introduce a completely foreign process into our organism. What always happens is that when we bring any foreign process into our body, the former is at once inwardly transformed into its opposite. For example, the food you eat contains certain chemical forces. As the organism takes these in, it transforms them right away into their opposites. This has to be possible, for if our food keeps its outer character for too long after we have eaten it, it gets to our catabolism and causes destructive, deadly catabolic processes. What enters our body with our food must be taken up right away by inner processes and be changed into its opposite. You can trace the processes I have just described on the basis of the human being as a whole in many details. For example, let us assume that somehow a splinter of something or other entered your body. Now, your body can react to this foreign object in one of two ways. First, let's assume you cannot pull it out and it stays within you. The anabolic forces in the bloodstream are active all around the foreign object within you. They gather around the intruder and have thus moved from their proper place. As a result, the nerve activity right away predominates. A kind of exudate is secreted around the foreign body, and the intruder is encapsulated. Because of this cyst formation, the following happens. If we had no foreign element at this place, the etheric body would act in a certain way on the physical body there. Now, however, the etheric body cannot intervene in the foreign element. Rather, a cyst develops that is completely filled with the etheric. Thus, a part of our body contains a foreign element. In this part, our etheric body is not structured by the physical. In such cases, it is then a matter of strengthening the astral body to such an extent that it can work on this piece of etheric body without the help of the physical body. Through the encapsulation, our body has called upon the catabolic forces to isolate them in a particular part of the body and to integrate the healing etheric body in that place. The etheric body then has to be supported through proper treatment of the astral and the eye. In a sense, in such a case, what is above the physical in us has to become so strong that it can work without the physical in one small part of our organism. This is what always happens when a splinter or some other foreign element is encysted as part of the healing process. In that part of our body, we are moved up one level, as it were, with our whole organization. Of course, it is possible that a foreign body is formed within our own organism, and the same applies there. However, it is also possible that a completely different process runs its course when we have a splinter in our body. It can happen that the nerve activity around the splinter increases and predominates over the blood activity. This nerve activity, in which the eye, capital, reinforced by the astral body, is at work, then stimulates the blood activity and prevents the coagulation of the exudate. Instead, it agitates the secretions and ultimately leads to the formation of pus. Since the nerves push through to the outside, the pus is also pushed to the outside through the thrust that runs along the nerve tracts in the catabolic activities toward the periphery. Thus the pus runs outside the body and the splinter is discharged with it. A scar then forms and the wound heals. As you can see from the processes of encystation, which occur especially when the splinter is too deep inside our organism for the nerve sense system to push it out, the anabolic processes of the blood will predominate and lead to encapsulation. If the splinter is closer to the body surface, then the thrust from the nerves, the catabolic forces, will be stronger and stimulate the substance that then becomes the exudate. They will use the already existing paths of catabolism for this purpose of breakdown, and the whole thing will suppurate. Thus, in the beginning of this process, in the moment of originating, so to speak, we always carry within us the latent tendency to let our organism harden toward the center centripetally and to dissolve it again toward the periphery centrifugally. Of course, in the normal course of events in our organism, the inward process of tumor formation and the outward one of inflammation and pus formation are in equilibrium. Our inflammations are usually so strong that we can overcome the catabolic force of tumor formation. It is only when one or the other of these forces predominates that we develop either a real tumor or a severe inflammation. Now, don't think that all this works out as easily and simply in reality as we necessarily have to present it in a schematic description. In reality, these processes are meshed. For example, you know that when the inflammatory forces are strong, we also often have a fever. Basically, this is caused by overly strong excessive anabolic processes in the blood. Indeed, the forces we often develop during a fever would almost be sufficient to supply energy for another person if they could be conducted there. On the other hand, when the catabolic forces predominate, we have cold symptoms, which are not as easy to diagnose as a fever. Of course, sometimes the two conditions alternate, and so in practice, we often have to deal with an intermingling of what we really need to keep separate to fully understand the matter. Concerning the poisons in nature, such as that in the deadly nightshade or belladonna, we have to ask how these poisons relate to the other substances in our environment that are edible and not poisonous. With our food, we take into our organism what is formed outside in nature. In a similar way as our invisible human being, it starts from a spiritual process, enters an astral process, then an etheric one, and finally a physical one. The activity that proceeds downward in nature from the periphery down onto the earth is akin to the inner activity of our eye, which is purely spiritual. This activity flows down but is transformed on the way from the astral and then is changed again, on the way from the etheric, and then enters into the physical and is finally absorbed by plants. Plants grow toward and absorb this etheric activity, which from further up already brings with it the astral and the eye processes, that is, the soul and spiritual processes. However, it is different with the poisonous substances. Unlike the ordinary green plant substances, the poisonous substances typically do not turn toward the etheric. Instead, they go directly to the astral. In other words, the astral, which I have drawn red, enters this substance. In the case of the deadly nightshade, the fruit becomes extremely greedy and is not satisfied with taking in the etheric, but it also directly assimilates the astral before the latter has absorbed the life forces through the etheric on its way down. We could say astral substance is constantly trickling down onto the earth without having entered the etheric realm first. Drops of this astral substance that have not gone through the earth's etheric atmosphere can be found in the poison of the deadly nightshade. The poisons in the thorn apple and hyoscyamin, let me read that, it's hyoscyamine, hyoscyamin, which is found in henbane, are also drops of the cosmic astral that has trickled down. Consequently, what lives in such plant substances, for example, in the belladonna or deadly nightshade, is akin to the process that enters our nerves and oxygen circulation directly from the eye or the astral body. Thus, when we ingest the poison of the deadly nightshade, our catabolic processes, which usually enter our physical body directly from the eye, will be greatly enhanced. Our eye is not strong enough to bear such an increase. If the counteracting force that works from below upward in the blood circulation is too strong, then we can oppose it with such catabolic processes. Then the poison of the deadly nightshade, atropine, can be an antidote to excessive growth processes if it is given in small doses. Of course, if we take too much of this poison, we can no longer speak about establishing a balance. In case of an overdose, first the growth processes are suppressed, and the patient becomes befuddled by a spiritual activity that his or her eye cannot yet tolerate. Indeed, our eye may be able to stand this activity only in future stages of being, such as the Venus or Vulcan stage. And then the typical symptoms of poisoning appear. First, the point of origin of the activity at work in the blood is undermined. This is followed by the gastric symptoms that are the first stages of deadly nightshade poisoning. The forces working upward are prevented from functioning normally, and complete unconsciousness and the destruction of the person by catabolic processes set in. You see, if we know the spiritual content of a substance we take in, and we can study all this best in plants, we can trace exactly how the substance will work in our organism. Of course, we must combine this with accurate knowledge of outer nature. We have to know what lives in each plant, and then we will also know how each plant works and how it affects us when we eat it. This knowledge will lead to great achievements if we can also bring about social conditions that allow us to put these insights into practice. Nowadays, however, even when we have the knowledge, we are usually not able to practice it because our social conditions are not adapted to an understanding of nature. Nature is studied as a separate entity and in abstraction only. Therefore, people cannot understand how we are incorporated into the universe. For the same reason, it is not possible to arrange things on a large scale so that we can say, for example, this or that person needs to be given this or that plant substance in such and such a rhythm. To make this possible to any great extent, our scientific medicine will have to take on a different character. In other words, our social institutions must be connected to what we know about our relationship to nature. Of course, a great deal can be done in individual cases. For example, we can boil roots and make a decoction for a person whose catabolic processes, which start in the head, we know to be excessive. We use certain roots because we know they contain substances that have drawn, by virtue of being in a root, the spiritual soul and etheric elements down into the physical root formation in the right way. These substances of root formation can then work in our organism all the way into the peripheral blood vessels and into our head. They can then be called upon to counteract the excessive catabolic process of the nervous system. Of course, we must have a clear idea of the transformations a root substance undergoes when it is taken in through our mouth and is then digested, so that it can reach the outermost periphery of our head organization and skin organization. In other cases, we will have to know how substances taken from blossoms work, that is, substances whose connection with the etheric is already somewhat loose and shaky. Such blossom substances strongly absorb the astral element and are a little bit like poisons. They can be added to the bath water and thus enter the organism in an entirely different way. They stimulate the weak anabolism in the blood vessels and counteract the catabolism working toward the periphery. Similarly, we can also trace the effect of injections. Basically, this is also a matter of strengthening and enhancing anabolic processes to counterbalance the catabolic processes. Therefore, we will see the reactions of the catabolic processes, especially when we give injections. In fact, injections have their proper effect only when the catabolic processes resist at first, before gradually merging with the anabolic processes. Thus, slightly impaired vision or a buzzing in the ears often occurs with injections because the breakdown processes at first refuse to properly counterbalance the enhanced anabolic processes. By the same token, such reactions are a definite indication that we are intervening in these processes. All this shows you that anthroposophy is not about providing models for a club of sectarian old cronies so they can expound on the human being consisting of physical body, etheric body, astral body, and I. Rather, anthroposophy is concerned with a serious, thorough understanding of human beings and their relationship to the world. It is a matter of carrying the spiritual into the material realm. If anthroposophy is to take its rightful place in the world, people must realize that it can observe and study the spiritual in the material realm. As long as we are only working for sectarian circles who merely pass on their classification of human beings, we are only dealing with things that will conflict with all kinds of other sectarian ideas. However, as soon as we can actually show that our anthroposophical insights are closely connected with all other knowledge, as I said yesterday, they shed light on all other earthly knowledge, just as astrology did in the past, then people will realize that anthroposophy has to intervene in the process of civilization so that a true upbuilding process can occur to counterbalance the breakdown processes coming from past ages. This is how serious we have to be about professing ourselves anthroposophists. Of course, not every individual will do research to discover how belladonna on the one hand and chlorine on the other affect our organism. That is not the point. What matters is that people generally understand in their hearts and minds that we can receive healing precisely from anthroposophical insights into the world and the human being. Similarly, in Waldorf education, we do not expect everyone to be able to teach, nor even to teach children from first grade on, but we do expect people to have a general understanding of how our pedagogy has grown out of our knowledge of human beings and the world. Anthroposophy needs to be met with kind understanding. It would be wrong to assume that everybody should know everything. Rather, the effectiveness of the anthroposophical society must lie in creating a general understanding, based on sound common sense, for the strivings of anthroposophy, for what it tries to realize, for the welfare and future of humanity. That's the end of Lecture 6. This is a reading of the collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Earthly Knowledge and Heavenly Wisdom. Lecture 7 is given on February 16th, 1923, and is entitled Moral Impulses and Their Physical Manifestations, Taking Up a Spiritual Path, Part 1. Today I would like to add some comments to what I said in previous lectures about the task of anthroposophy now and in the future development of humanity. In particular, I want to consider the perspective we get when we look at how Friedrich Nietzsche led the philosophy of the 19th century into absurdity. We can show that Nietzsche, more than anyone else, demonstrates that the anthroposophical view of human beings and the world is an historical necessity in human evolution. I do not want to repeat what I have already said about Nietzsche, both here and elsewhere in the anthroposophical movement. Rather, I want to talk about two influences on his philosophy that I have not yet talked about. Throughout his life, Nietzsche was preoccupied with forming an opinion about the nature and value of moral impulses in human beings. He was a moral philosopher in the true sense of the word. He wanted to get a clear idea of the origin and significance of morality, both for the individual and for the whole cosmic order. In his striving for clarity on this issue, two elements run like a red thread through his whole life, a life that changed considerably in many other respects. The first of these factors is that beginning with the turning point in his second year at the university, until the end of his life, Nietzsche basically had an atheistic outlook, which remained unchanged through all the transformations of his philosophy. The second factor is that in regard to the moral, intellectual, and practical impulses of his time, he asserted that one virtue was the most important, namely honesty. honesty with oneself, with others, and with the world as a whole. He considered honesty the most essential virtue modern people needed to have both inwardly in their own soul and outwardly in the world. Nietzsche once listed 4 cardinal virtues he considered most important for human life. Honesty with oneself and others was first on his list. The other 3 were courage toward one's enemies, magnanimity to those one has defeated, and courtesy to everyone. These 4 cardinal virtues can ultimately be reduced to the first, which Nietzsche considered a kind of necessary virtue of the times. They are all contained, so to speak, in honesty. We can say that there is a relationship between this virtue of honesty and his atheism. Nietzsche was first and foremost a child of his time. Even at a superficial glance, we see that he was rooted in Schopenhauer's worldview, which was also an atheist outlook. And at least in the first period of his life, he saw Richard Wagner's musical dramas as the artistic expression of Schopenhauer's worldview. Then Nietzsche took up the scientific positivism of the times, that is, the philosophy that believes the whole world is built up exclusively from what is directly perceptible to the senses. For positivism, the sense-perceptible world is the only standard for developing a philosophy. In this third period, Nietzsche achieved a certain independence through assimilating the modern idea of evolution, which he elaborated and applied to human beings by developing the positivist ideal of the evolution of the human being into Superman. Thus, Nietzsche's views grew out of various cultural currents of his time. Investigating how his views developed will also reveal important aspects of the character of the last third of the 19th century. We have to ask why Nietzsche became an atheist. His atheism developed out of his honesty, his inner honesty. After all, with holy zeal and complete honesty, Nietzsche took in everything he could of the knowledge the 19th century had to offer. He had to admit that honestly accepting the outlook of the 19th century would not lead him to the divine. Therefore, he felt he had to eliminate God from his thinking. This marks the first major conflict between Nietzsche and his age. As a result, he became a rebel against his times. Nietzsche saw that most people who had adopted the knowledge and outlook of the 19th century also believed in a divine world order. To Nietzsche, this was dishonest. It seemed to him dishonest to look at the world from the prevailing point of view of that time and at the same time to assume the existence of a deity. Still, since he was still expressing himself in the formulas typical for 19th century thought, Nietzsche did not actually say what he instinctively felt about the 19th century worldview. He felt the 19th century looked at the world just as it does at the human organism when it has become a corpse. If you believe, so to speak, in this dead organism, if you think it has an inner reality, then, if you are honest, you cannot also believe that this organism has a meaning only when it is filled with a living and souled and spiritual human being. When we examine a corpse, we really should admit that what we see and examine there is not, strictly speaking, a reality. It is a reality only when it is filled by the human spirit. It needs the human spirit, but this spirit is no longer there in the corpse. Although Nietzsche did not say it in so many words, he thought that looking at nature in the way modern knowledge does is treating it as a corpse. He felt people should realize that nature, as they see it, no longer contains anything divine. If we are going to accept this view of nature as absolute and speak of nature only in terms of its laws, then we obviously must deny that it has a divine foundation. For according to this view, nature has just as little a divine foundation as a corpse has human spirit in it. This is what lived in Nietzsche's soul. Nevertheless, the 19th century worldview had such a strong influence on him that he came to believe that nature is all we have, that modern times have taught us not to have anything else. If we adhere to this knowledge of nature, we must reject God. Thus, Nietzsche considered it dishonest to believe in God and at the same time accept modern knowledge. In this regard, the life of his soul is extremely interesting, precisely because he strove to be so absolutely honest. To believe in God and at the same time accept the prevailing view of nature was, in Nietzsche's eyes, the great lie of 19th century culture. Still, he took seriously the natural order that was generally accepted. In fact, he realized that modern life had developed to the point where people adopted this view of nature as a matter of course. It is not that nature had compelled people to accept this order of things. Rather, life had become such that this was the only view of nature it could bear. The prevailing view of nature had actually developed out of life itself. Yet Nietzsche felt this life was utterly dishonest, and he strove for honesty. He had to admit that if we live in this order and consider it true, then within the framework of this truth, we can never become aware of our humanity. Nietzsche's fundamental feeling in the first period of his life was doubt about how he could feel himself a human being when he was confined by the prevailing view of the natural order. The truth, as he saw it, kept him from reaching awareness of his own humanity. That was how Nietzsche felt, and therefore he reached the conclusion in this first period of his life that if he could not live in the realm of truth and reality, he would have to live in that of appearances, in poetry, in art. Nietzsche believed he had found in the ancient Greeks the nation that had arrived at the same dissatisfaction with the truth out of a certain naivete, and had therefore consoled itself with appearances, with beauty. He expressed this in his first work, titled The Birth of Tragedy and the Genealogy of Morals, which is like a hymn and written very beautifully. He wanted to say that when we are in the realm of reality, we can never be aware of our humanity. Therefore, we should flee from that realm into the one where we can create a world that does not conform to reality. In this world of poetry, we will find consolation for what reality can never give us. According to Nietzsche, the ancient Greeks had been genuine, naive pessimists who felt that they could not be satisfied with the world of reality. That is the main reason why they created their wonderful tragedies, a world of beautiful illusions, to find there what would satisfy them. Nietzsche believed that Wagner's musical dramas were a renewal of this world of beautiful illusions, and had been created for the express purpose of leading people from the so-called real world into that of appearances, so they could find satisfaction as human beings. Nietzsche thought it was impossible to deepen our study and knowledge of the sensory world, and move from the outer revelation to the divine within nature, in order to feel ourselves connected with the divine and to feel ourselves as human beings, as real in the world. Nietzsche could not take that approach. He was determined to be honest. And in his honesty, he saw no way to arrive at such an approach on the basis of what the 19th century had to offer. Thus, he had to stay with the other approach. There is no satisfaction for us in all of reality. Therefore, let us find satisfaction in an unreal world. Nietzsche's earliest attitude toward the world can be compared to that of beings who land on another planet where they find only corpses. Regarding the corpses not as remains of a reality, but as a reality in themselves, because the souls that once filled these dead bodies are no longer present, these beings then proceed to make up for their consolation fictitious entities, to ensoul the corpses. Basically, Nietzsche's writings, following his title, The Birth of Tragedy, for example, title David Strauss, the Confessor and Writer, title On the Uses and Disadvantages of History for Life, title Schopenhauer as Educator, and title Richard Wagner in Bayreuth, were confrontations between the dishonesty of his time and his own honesty. Though it had no way out of the sensory realm into the spirit, Nietzsche's age still talked about spirit. Though its knowledge did not really include anything divine, that age still talked about God. In fact, in Nietzsche's time, the prevailing view was that in earlier ages people had accepted the illusion of a God, but the study of nature had since revealed that God did not exist. But, oh, well, there were concerts and music instead. This Philistine point of view was set forth in one chapter of David Friedrich Strauss's book titled The Old and the New Faith. Nietzsche was particularly annoyed about this chapter, so he wrote an article against Strauss, a relatively excellent man, labeling him a Philistine. In this article, Nietzsche explained that people either are dishonest in still assuming the existence of God, or they sink to the level of the banal and Philistine, as David Friedrich Strauss did. However, then followed the second period in Nietzsche's life. He remained true to himself in regard to his atheism and his insistence on honesty. Still, in the earlier period, he had accepted ideals, albeit aesthetic ones. He had found them a solace against the reality our outer senses present to us. However, in the second period, Nietzsche clung more strongly to the one and only thing that, according to the prevailing opinion of his time, the world could reveal. He had to admit that regardless of our devotion to ideals, they are undoubtedly born out of our physical nature. People lead themselves to believe in all kinds of beautiful things, but their ideals and beauty are only all too human. This was the beginning of the time in Nietzsche's life when he became especially aware of human weaknesses, the all too human, our surrender to our physical nature. Since Nietzsche took the prevailing view of nature seriously, he had to realize that people cannot help but surrender to their physical nature. In fact, at one time he said, quote, 3 cheers for the physical. Let us cheer even more the honesty in our faith in the physical, end quote. In the second phase of his life, Nietzsche said roughly, let us be honest, and let us realize that even the most beautiful and idealistic thought we might have is still nothing more than an emanation from our physical nature. Therefore, let us approach human life not by describing the smoke coming out at the top, but by looking at the fuel causing the smoke. And then we will arrive not at the idealistic divine, but at the human, all too human. In a sense, then, Nietzsche killed every idealistic striving in life because he wanted to be honest with himself and others. He concluded that what people usually call soul is really only a lie. It is actually based on the bodily organization, and the effects of this organization manifest in such a way that we call them soul. According to Nietzsche, the fact that some of his contemporaries were reading writers such as Voltaire was an indication of true enlightenment. True enlightenment for him meant that people would stop getting themselves entangled in some kind of an illusory world to transcend reality, and instead would look at the physical nature of reality and see that everything moral originates there. The most striking feature of the third period in Nietzsche's life is the extreme to which he took his honesty, probably out of his, by now, highly pathological condition. For example, he claimed that if we take our modern knowledge of nature and its laws seriously, then we have to admit that the spirit supposedly living in us is nothing else than a mere emanation from our physical nature. Therefore, the perfect human being is the one whose physical body is the most perfect in comparison to other parts of the person. In other words, the perfect human being, according to Nietzsche, is one whose physical nature is such that the strongest instincts live in him. Nietzsche believed the intellectual life, rather than the life of soul and spirit, would lead us beyond ourselves in our evolution, because the instincts, though remaining just instincts, nevertheless would become stronger and stronger, grow beyond the level of animal instincts, and then the human race would develop into Superman. Why did Nietzsche first admit that human beings needed the illusion of ideals, then unmask these ideals as emanating from the physical, and then postulate that the human race would evolve into Superman through a higher development of its physical nature, its instinctual life? He was led to this because he thought people steeped in the worldview of the 19th century could not possibly understand the physical and yet go beyond it and remain honest at the same time. If they wanted to be honest, they had to stay within the realm of the physical. Nietzsche then cultivated a strict honesty and completely committed himself with his whole being to the physical realm. Indeed, his ideal for the future of human civilization, if we can call it an ideal, was that human beings would throw light on the grand illusion of having a spirit. People usually are not aware of this background of Nietzsche's views. After all, he worked his way out of all this with the greatest possible honesty. by denying the existence of spirit so spiritedly and glorifying the spiritual poverty of humanity so brilliantly and ingeniously. Within the framework of the worldview of the 19th century, it was impossible to be a moral philosopher, as Nietzsche had become because of his predisposition, if this worldview was accepted honestly and seriously. For if we can no longer say that our task on earth is to bring a spiritual, super-earthly element into this earthly world, but believe that we have to confine ourselves to this earthly realm, then we will have no justification for setting up moral standards. If we accept the 19th century worldview in all honesty, then morality becomes a free-for-all. And Nietzsche really felt deeply that morality had become a free-for-all. He wanted to be a moral philosopher, but where was he to get moral impulses from? That was the big question. If we see the supersensible illuminating human beings, then morality is what this supersensible element demands of our sensory existence. Then morality is possible. However, if we see nothing supersensible in human beings, as the 19th century worldview did not, there is no source from which we might draw moral impulses. To distinguish between good and evil, we need the supersensible. Thus, Nietzsche groped his way through human life to find a source or origin of moral impulses. For example, he looked at the history of human civilization and found that strong races conquered weaker people, forcing their standards and norms on these weaker ones. Out of their instincts, the conquerors ordered the defeated people to do this or that. Nietzsche, of course, could not believe in any categorical imperative or moral rules. He could only believe in a race of people of instinct, who saw themselves as good and others as bad, inferior people whose actions and standards they could dictate. Then those who, according to the conquerors, were the inferior people, in turn ganged up and conquered the former, not with the older brutal means, but with the more subtle weapons of the soul and spirit, with cunning and ingenuity. Now they in turn called the former conquerors bad, because they had been conquerors, despots, muscle men, and militaristic people. On the other hand, the new victors called themselves good. Formerly they had been considered inferior and bad. To hold one's own in weakness and defeat, in spite of being poor, restricted, oppressed, and vanquished, that is good. To conquer and defeat others, that is evil. Thus good and evil developed out of good and bad. However, good and bad did not yet smack of moral judgments as they do now, but merely carried a suggestion of conquering powerful and aristocratic people, in contrast to the army of slaves, who were considered inferior and bad people. Our distinction between good and evil derives merely from the slave revolts of those who had formerly been bad and inferior, and now called the others criminals and evil, and were taking revenge for what had been done to them. Thus, the morality later expressed in the categories good and evil seemed to Nietzsche to be nothing more than the revenge of the oppressed on their former oppressors. He could find no inner justification for morality. He could only place himself outside the framework of good and evil, not inside it. For to find an inner justification for the categories good and evil, he would have had to reach out to the supersensible. However, to him the supersensible was a delusion, nothing but the expression of our weak human nature, refusing to admit that our true being is limited to the physical. We could say that all thinking people of Nietzsche's time would have had to agree with him if they had been as honest as he. Nietzsche had made it his goal to be completely honest. That is why he became a rebel against his time and had such sharp mental weapons. That is also the reason why he was striving for a transvaluation of all values. To him, the values by which he lived had developed out of dishonesty. Through work done over centuries, the modern scientific concepts had been established and been introduced into history. Yet those same centuries had not taken out of human souls what could not be reconciled with these scientific concepts, namely ideas about morality and God. Values had developed that now needed to be transvalued. Nietzsche's life was really a terrible tragedy. I don't think it is possible to understand human civilization in the last third of the 19th century, or its lingering effects on the 20th century, without having at least some insight into this tragedy, that took its course in a soul living through that time, a soul such as Nietzsche's. It is really true that all the breakdown we are experiencing now can be seen as a consequence of what Nietzsche called the dishonesty of modern civilization. We could say that Nietzsche became a rebel against his time because he felt that the continuation of this dishonesty would lead to a destructive battle involving all peoples belonging to this modern civilization. Indeed, the tragedy of Nietzsche's life developed because he was looking for the basis of morality, but the education and culture of his time made him unable to find it. He could not find a source from which to draw moral impulses. Thus he groped his way through life, and in the process hurt his fingers. Out of the pain he suffered, he described his time the way he did. Nietzsche was searching for something that cannot be found in the sensory realm, but only in the supersensible. After all, you can come up with ever so beautiful, grand, and lofty ideals, yet you cannot fuel an engine, turn a wheel, or start an electric motor with them. When we focus only on what can fuel an engine, start an electric motor, or turn a wheel, we will never understand how the moral impulses living in us can possibly affect our organism. You see, no matter how lofty our ideals, they are, after all, only smoke and mist. For there is no way they can intervene in a muscle, improve any of our skills or the like. We cannot see moral ideals intervening in the organic realm anywhere in the sensory world. Nietzsche could not help realizing that when we come up with ever so beautiful ideals and keep them in our heads, we are treating our organism just as we would a machine. As far as machines are concerned, we can write the words moral ideals on posters. They will still not fuel the machines nor make them move. Nevertheless, we move. And if we are as natural science sees us, are we then moving in accordance with our moral ideals? Compared to reality, our ideals are lies. The effective person is not the one who is devoted to ideals, but the one who fuels his or her engine so that the instincts become more powerful, the blonde beast, as Nietzsche put it. These were the problems Nietzsche had to face when confronting a human race that could have been moral, according to his definition, only if the moral impulses had been able to intervene in them. They had not been able to, and therefore there was neither good nor evil, only title beyond good and evil. Now remember that we have always described the modern knowledge of the world as unable to really understand the human being. It cannot arrive at a clear picture or idea of the human being. Through our experiencing life in our souls in accordance with this modern worldview, we cannot come close to knowing the human being. Yet everything in Nietzsche was directed to the human being. Everything was aimed at something he could not reach. In addition, he wanted to lead the human being to develop into Superman, in accordance with the modern idea of human evolution. However, he had not really grasped the human being. Of course, he could not possibly have shown how something he did not have was to develop into Superman. According to Nietzsche, the human being as such did not exist in terms of idea, perception, feeling, or will impulse, and Superman necessarily even less so. It was as though he had said the words human being and Superman only out of an old habit, and was now choking on them because they had no content, just as one would suffocate in an airless room. Nietzsche was faced with the necessity of entering the supersensible world with his moral problems, but he was unable to do so. That was his inner tragedy, and that is also what makes him a representative of the late 19th century. As a representative soul of that age, he indicated that human beings have to enter into the supersensible world if they want to remain honest and not declare moral ideals mere lies. Nietzsche became insane because he was faced with the need to enter the supersensible world but could not do so. Of course, there are many people who do not become insane, but I will not go into the reasons why they don't at this point. After all, even in the description of peculiarities of our civilization, we must not overstep the boundaries of courtesy. Still, we can see one thing clearly about Nietzsche's life. Modern people can be honest with themselves and others only if they enter the supersensible world. In other words, we cannot maintain honesty and sincerity in a worldview that is not supersensible. By the same token, we will not find the way from the human being to the Superman if we cannot take the path from the sensory world to the supersensible one. If morality in a certain sense belongs to the Superman, then it demands that we look for this Superman not in the sensory world, but in the supersensible one. Otherwise, the term Superman is merely an empty word we call out that is not met with any sound from the world. Tomorrow, we will consider this topic from another angle. In particular, we will go into more detail about what Nietzsche met with, so that we can rightly understand moral values in human life and bring them into harmony with the knowledge and outlook of our times. The end of Lecture 7. This is a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Earthly Knowledge and Heavenly Wisdom. Lecture 8, given on February 17th, 1923, entitled Moral Impulses and Their Physical Manifestations, Taking Up a Spiritual Path, Part 2. Taking the example of Nietzsche, who declared himself a moral philosopher, I explained yesterday that people steeped entirely in outer modern civilization will fail in their attempts to find moral impulses in the nature of the human being, because present-day knowledge does not tell us how moral impulses intervene in our physical life. On the one hand, our civilization accepts the laws of natural science, which have already influenced our education to such an extent that we absorb their interpretations of nature from childhood on. On the other hand, there is a moral worldview that stands on its own. We regard moral impulses as commandments or as standards of behavior developed through social conventions. We are unable to conceive of a close connection between ethics and our physical life. As I pointed out yesterday, Nietzsche made honesty his prime virtue, and out of his honesty and sincerity, he finally reached the conclusion that human beings are only physical beings. He felt our physical life was human, all too human, and was also the basis of our morality. Because Nietzsche wanted to be honest regarding the worldview of his time, he failed in his moral philosophy. He was unable to see where morality and the physical world meet and work together. Of course, it is impossible to see this working together without entering the realm rightly called the supersensible world. We have to realize that it is only in human life that moral impulses, moral ideals, if you like, and the physical processes and functions within us come into contact. Today, the big question for us is whether the moral impulses we have remain abstract or can actually intervene in our physical organization. As I said yesterday, we can be sure that no moral impulse intervenes in the mechanism of a machine. There is no direct connection between the moral world order and machines. Consequently, when the human organism is presented as a kind of machine, as happens more and more often in the modern scientific outlook, the same then applies to us, and moral impulses are only an illusion. At best, we can hope that some being made known to us through revelation will intervene in the moral world order, reward the good, and punish the evil people. But we cannot see a connection between moral impulses and physical processes inherent in the order of the world. Today I want to talk about the realm where this connection between the physical and the moral actually exists. To help us understand what I am going to say, we will begin with animals. Their physical body, their organism of etheric formative forces, and their astral body work together. There is no real I incarnated in animals. Rather, they have a group I that intervenes from the outside. Now we must realize that we have to distinguish two main parts in the animal organization. On the one hand, there is the head. In higher animals and also in human beings, the head is the primary bearer of the nerve sense organism. Everything the animals take in from the outer world enters their body mainly through the organs in the head. Of course, what I have emphasized so often is true here too. We should not project the organization of an organism as a whole onto one of its physical parts. In a sense, however, animals are all head, even though they can perceive with their whole body, not just the head. Their nerve sense organism is mostly located in their head. That is where their relationship to the outer world develops. When we now look at the overall organization of animals and see that the opposite pole to the head organism is the tail end, then in terms of the animal's physical, etheric, and astral organization, we can say that their astral mobility flows from the back to the front. The streams of their astral body are continuously flowing from the back to the front and meet the sensory impressions received through the sense organ in the head. Thus, the two streams merge. I can draw you a rough sketch of this here. The astral streams flowing from the back to the front are met by the sensory impressions flowing from the head toward the tail end. These two currents merge and work together throughout the animal's organism. You can see this merging clearly in dogs. Upon seeing its master, a dog wags its tail. This shows the dog received the sensory impression of its master, which flows from the front to the back, and this is now met by the astral stream. This streaming of the whole organism from the back to the front manifests in the wagging of the tail. There is complete harmony. If you want to know how joy is expressed in the physiognomy of a dog, you should not look so much at its face when it sees its master, but rather at the wagging tail. Basically, this applies to all animals. In lower species, for example in fish, we cannot see this as clearly because their astral body is more independent. However, with clairvoyant consciousness, we can see it all the more clearly. Clairvoyant consciousness knows that when a fish perceives through its nerve sense apparatus that something is floating toward it, the fish sends its own astral stream from the back toward the front to meet the impression from the outside. As a result, there is a wonderful glittering merging of what the fish sees and what it brings to meet the perception. This deep meshing of the astral stream from the outside, after all, what a being receives with sensory impressions is an astral stream from the outside, and the astral stream flowing from the back to the front is interrupted in human beings because we stand upright. Because we are upright beings, we cannot send astral streams to meet our sensory impressions as directly as, for example, dogs can. Dogs have a horizontal spine. Thus, the astral stream from the back to the front goes through their head. Our head stands out, so to speak. Therefore, the relationship between the astral currents flowing from the back to the front, which are what our inner being consists of, and the other ones coming through our sensory impressions is not as simple as it is in animals. We have to study carefully what I have just explained if we want to understand how the moral intervenes in our physical nature. We do not concede morality to animals because in them the streaming of the astral from back to front and from front to back is not interrupted at all. In human beings, however, the following occurs. Our head is lifted out of the astral current that flows from back to front. This signifies the incarnation of our I. It is because our blood flows not only horizontally but also upward as the bearer of our inner I forces, that we experience this I as our own individual I. That is also why our head, the main carrier of our sensory impressions, is at first completely focused on the outer world. Due to the way we are organized, our sense of touch is much more closely connected to that of sight than is the case in animals. When animals see something, they immediately have the feeling of touching what they are looking at. The sense of touch is stimulated by their sight. This stimulation of the sense of touch then combines with the current flowing from the back to the front. In contrast, our head is lifted above this and focused exclusively on the outer world, as is obvious above all in our sense of sight. In a way, our sense of sight is a kind of etheric sense. For example, we learn only gradually to judge distances and so on, and we mostly see what is expressed in color and shades of color. Just remember that painting in perspective was not developed until the age of intellectualism. Earlier artists did not yet paint in perspective. It was only later, by way of judgment and intellectualism, that human eyes became used to seeing the reality that is expressed in perspective, in distances. Our eyes see mostly color, contrasts, and shades of light and dark. Light covers all objects. It actually originates in the cosmos. The sun sends out its light, and since the light coming from the cosmos falls on objects on the earth and is reflected by them, our eyes actually do not see things by means of earthly forces, but only with the help of cosmic forces. This is symptomatic of our head in general. It is more open to the etheric element in the world than to the physical. We actually find our way in the physical world more by moving around in it and touching it than by using the sense organs in our head. Imagine how ghostly, how etheric ghostly the world would be if we did not find our bearings in space through our sense of touch, but had to rely only on what our eyes tell us. Animal heads are organized entirely differently from the human head. The animal's organization is much more closely connected with physical reality through the head than our organization. The perceptions of our head are like ideals because they are etheric. In fact, with our head we live completely in an etheric world. The outer shape of our head is an image of the cosmos, and this is not a mere superficiality. In contrast, the various shapes of animal heads are a direct expression of the animal's corporeality. You will not find the cosmic, rounded shape of the human head in the animal kingdom. Our head is indeed an image of the cosmic spheres. We have developed this shape because we have a vertical body axis and not a horizontal one as the animals do. In a sense, we have risen beyond the horizontal into the vertical. We can see this especially clearly when we look at our organization as a whole. The physical organization of our head is attached to an etheric organization that mirrors the purity of the cosmos. The organization of our head in the etheric body is hardly at all in contact with earthly elements throughout our life on earth. In its etheric, and even more so in its astral elements, it remains completely cosmic. In fact, when we pass on from one earthly life to the next, the rest of our bodily organization, that is the part below the head, is transformed. It undergoes a metamorphosis, not in its physical matter, but in its force constellation, and becomes the head of our next incarnation. Of course, as a system of forces, the head of our present incarnation vanishes after our death. In other words, to develop into head organization, our physical organization first has to go through the cosmos. Our head organization cannot develop on Earth. Through our head, we are completely open to the cosmos, but through the rest of our organization, we are bound to the earthly realm. The shape of animal heads develops out of the rest of their organization. However, our head, in a sense, lifts itself with a certain amount of independence out of our organization. Now, the rest of our organization pushes its way into our head in our changing gestures and facial expressions. For example, if you are inwardly agitated because you are frightened, then what is in your metabolism and blood circulation is expressed through the forces of your organism in your changing expressions and the sudden paling of your face. Other emotions affect us similarly. In other words, what lives in the rest of our organism pours soul spiritually, that is, astrally, into our head. What lives astrally in the rest of our organism becomes manifest in our complexion and, above all, in our changing expressions, in our physiognomy, in the physiognomy and mobility of our head. It is highly interesting to observe the facial expressions accompanying what somebody is saying to us, which comes from his or her capital I. We can read in the person's face what lives in his or her astral body. If you observe the face of someone speaking to you, you receive the person's I with his or her words, and the other's astral body with the facial expressions accompanying the words. The astral organism of the head, which causes the changing features, is connected to an etheric organism, which is a wonderful image of the cosmos. It is very strange to observe with supersensible sight a person speaking. One sees the astral body making itself felt everywhere in the person's changing features, but the etheric organism of the head is hardly touched at all by the facial expressions. The etheric organism of the head refuses to assimilate the facial expressions into itself, into its forms. For instance, It is very interesting to see that certain hymns permeate a person's astral body with a feeling of holiness and are easily assimilated into the etheric organization of the head. In the process, the etheric body accompanies the facial expressions with a play of light in its facial region. However, in the parts of the etheric body that lie further back, away from the face, there the etheric body puts up a strong resistance against assimilating any processes from the changing features. This shows you that while our head is, in a way, related to the rest of our organism, this connection is governed by certain laws, because the etheric body is an image of the cosmos. It wants to maintain this shape of the cosmos and does not want to deviate from it, especially not because of what comes from the passions and instincts of human nature. Our facial expressions are contingent on our temperament, character, and various soul and physical characteristics. They are visible, but there is still another physiognomy that is even much more vivid, but it is in our unconscious. It is supersensible and beyond the scope of our sensory perception. When you look at our astral body, in particular the part that is connected to the metabolic limb system that surrounds and permeates our legs and abdomen, you will see a very expressive physiognomy if you have supersensible perception. The strange thing is that this physiognomy is revealed from the outside in. Thus, while the physiognomy accompanying our words and expressing our interest in our surroundings is revealed on the outside, another physiognomy that we are not conscious of is revealed on the inside. I would like to explain this with a diagram. Here we have a human being. There is the astral body that causes the facial expressions visible on the outside. And here is another part of that same astral body. In the astral body up here, our physiognomy is visible on the outside, but down here in the other part, we have a physiognomy manifesting entirely on the inside. The latter part of the astral body faces toward the inside. We are usually not aware of this, but it is nevertheless true. Children continuously turn this physiognomy of the lower part of the astral body toward their inside. By the time they become adults, the expressions or features become more or less permanently turned to the inside. Now let me tell you what is behind all this. When we have an impulse to do what is rightly called a good or moral deed, our inner physiognomy is different from what it would be if we had an impulse to do something evil. We have, in a sense, an ugly physiognomy on the inside when we carry out a selfish deed. After all moral deeds are basically unselfish, and all immoral ones egotistic. However, in everyday life, this moral difference is masked by the fact that people can be very immoral, that is, full of selfish motives, but still follow a conventional code of morality. Of course, this code is not at all their own. Rather, people are stuck in what they were taught since childhood, or in doing things because they are worried about what others will say. True morality, however, that lives in the human individuality means that our good deeds originate in our interest in other people. We can develop this interest by feeling within ourselves what others feel and experience. Basically, immorality means that we close ourselves off against the feelings of others and are unsympathetic. To have morally good thoughts is to put oneself in someone else's place. To have morally evil thoughts is to be unable to do so. This can then develop into laws and conventional rules, things people get embarrassed about, or don't. Actions that are in fact selfish can be deeply buried beneath conventions. Fundamentally, however, morality cannot be judged on the basis of what people do. We have to go deeper into the character and nature of human beings to determine the moral value of a person. Our moral value is expressed in the astral body. Its lower part turns a beautiful countenance toward the inside when unselfish deeds and impulses live in us. When selfish and evil impulses live in us, then this part of the astral body turns an ugly countenance toward the inside. Thus, when we can read with spiritual accuracy what is inside a person, we can tell by this physiognomy whether he or she is good or evil, just as we can assess people's other characteristics by their facial expressions. All this is not accessible to our usual consciousness, but it is there nevertheless. It is impossible for dishonesty not to enter deeply into the dishonest person. Now, an out-and-out villain may have complete control over his facial expressions and have the most innocent face you can imagine while he is plotting more villainy. Yet what is in his astral body, in his inner physiognomy and features, he cannot disguise. There he turns into a regular devil the moment his immoral motives appear. On the outside, such a villain may seem as innocent as a baby, but inside he looks like a devil, as a pure egotist. He grins diabolically at his own heart. This law applies as much as the natural laws. Now, the crucial point is that when an ugly physiognomy develops down here, the head, being used to the cosmos, repels it and does not take it in. As a result, we form in our etheric a body similar to Ahriman's, its atrophied head reduced to the instinctual. Everything goes into the lower members of the etheric body. The head will not accept any of it, and we then become Ahrimanic in the lower part of our etheric body. Then our head, too, becomes permeated with what this Ahrimanic body pushes up into it. The strange thing here is that our head, already in its warmth ether, rejects the physiognomy of immorality and does not let it enter. Consequently, immoral people have an etheric Ahrimanic organism within them, but the shape and function of their head is not influenced by that. Their head is still an image of the cosmos, but it is less and less a part of them because they cannot permeate it with their own being. Immoral people do not advance far beyond their previous incarnation. Their head, developed through the transformation of the rest of their body from the preceding incarnation, remains unchanged. Thus they have not advanced much by the time they die. On the other hand, the inner effects of our moral imagination create a vertical stream up into our head. Nothing immoral can stream in the vertical direction. It is pushed back, pressed together, and makes the person Ahrimanic. Only what is moral can stream in the vertical direction. In fact, the physiognomy of the immoral is repelled in its vertical movement, already in the etheric, already in the warmth ether of the blood. Our head does not take it in. However, the moral enters our head with the warmth of the blood already in the warmth ether, and even more so in the light ether, the chemical ether, and the life ether. Then we permeate our head with our own being. What happens there is indeed an intervention of the moral in the physical organization, for we can say that our etheric head organization has an affinity for the moral in us, but not for the immoral. Of course, if we do not go beyond physical sensory perception, we cannot see how our moral impulses work into our physical organization by way of the etheric. We have to look at the human being as a whole, including the etheric and astral organization, to see how the moral intervenes in the human organism. As you can imagine, this looks different when we are dead. If our head has repelled the forces of our remaining organization, then in our etheric body, which we cast off after a few days, there will be nothing left of us. Then we cannot have much of an effect on the world, and we cannot work on the further development of the earth, because we do not send forces into what will last into the future. If we have developed moral impulses that have entered our head, then our etheric body leaves us after death in the form of a human being. The etheric body of immoral persons, on the other hand, looks completely Ahrimanic when it leaves them. We can get a good idea of the shape of Ahriman even without trying to meet Ahriman himself. We only need to look at the etheric body of immoral persons, whose form has become completely Ahrimanic, merging into the cosmos. However, the etheric body that leaves the eye and the astral body of a moral individual 2 or 3 days after death will be humanized, well-rounded, and serene. Such individuals assimilate their experiences during life with their head, and through the head's resemblance to the cosmos, they can then give them to the cosmos. As I said, our head resembles the cosmos, but the rest of our organism does not. Instead, after it has been given over to the cosmos, the rest of our organism will be scattered and fall back onto the earth or enter streams that circle the earth. However, our morality that we have imprinted into our head will be poured out into the cosmos, and that is how we participate in the reshaping of the cosmos. In other words, by being moral or immoral, we actively work on the future of the earth. Immoral people present the forces surrounding the earth with what drizzles down onto the earth etherically and reunites with it, or what lives in the orbit around the earth. These surrounding forces are important for all earth activity because the physical of the earth develops eventually out of the etheric. On the other hand, moral people have taken into their head the forces that develop especially through moral impulses, and they therefore give to the cosmos what they have achieved on earth. If we remain within the limits of the earth, we cannot see how moral impulses actually work. They remain only abstractions for us. For example, consider what a moral philosopher such as Herbart says about moral impulses. He distinguishes 5 kinds of moral impulses: inner freedom, benevolence, perfection, fairness, and honesty. People living according to these 5 virtues would be moral people for Herbart. However, Herbart is unable to say anything more concrete and specific. He can only characterize an individual as moral. He cannot explain what this means for the world. Yesterday, I told you about the 4 cardinal virtues Nietzsche distinguished. His grouping is a bit different from Herbart's. Nietzsche listed honesty with oneself and one's friends, courage toward one's enemies, magnanimity toward the vanquished, and courtesy to everyone. However, all these virtues remain abstractions as long as we look at the human being only as a physical organism. In a sense, presenting people with these virtues as moral impulses is like giving an order to a machine. You can persuade and coax a machine all you want. It will not dream of accepting any of your impulses. Similarly, human beings, as they are defined by our modern worldview, cannot accept any moral impulses. To understand the reality and effectiveness of the moral, we have to enter the supersensible realm. The physiognomy turned toward the inside, the gesture turned inward, they are supersensible. Depending on whether they are moral or immoral, they are either taken in or rejected by the head, and then either flow into the cosmos or shatter on the earth, burst and are scattered everywhere. Thus even a moral philosopher with the inner force of Nietzsche is at loose ends with his moral principles. He can only solidify them in the way I described yesterday. However, that would still not be a true solidity. In spite of all his explanations in title Beyond Good and Evil, he had to trace everything to the physical body. That is why he failed. Thus, to understand the effectiveness of the moral, we have to go beyond the merely physical order of the world and enter the supersensible realm. We have to realize that while morality radiates into the physical in an abstract way, we can understand and assess its activity only in the realm of the supersensible. The end of Lecture 8. This is a reading of the collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Earthly Knowledge and Heavenly Wisdom. This is the last lecture in this series. Lecture 9 was given on February 18th, 1923, entitled Moral Impulses and Their Physical Manifestations, Taking Up a Spiritual Path, Part 3. As I have often emphasized, intellectual life has become predominant in our time. Preparations for this began during the Fourth Post-Atlantean or Greco-Roman epoch. As you know, on the basis of certain human soul characteristics that developed during that time, we have to say that the Greco-Roman period lasted from the 8th century BC to the 15th century AD. It was followed by the period of soul development for Western humanity we live in now. The relationship of people to the intellectual world was different prior to the 15th century. Although the inclination in the mood of human souls toward intellectualism that existed in Greece has been in decline since the 4th century AD, the Greco-Roman soul mood can still be detected everywhere in the second part of the Fourth Post-Atlantean epoch. To fully understand this particular soul mood, we have to put ourselves with all our heart and mind into the ancient Greeks. This applies particularly to the special characteristics they had during the age lasting from Socrates and Plato to the decline of Hellenism. What shines through ordinary and superficial history tells us, even if we are not steeped in spiritual science, that when the ancient Greeks attained an intellectual view of the world, they felt joy, or at least satisfaction, about having advanced in their humanity. They believed that having gone through the various stages of education at that time and being able to form a worldview through the power of their intellect meant they had progressed to a higher stage of humanity. They felt that they were human beings in a higher sense when they could grasp the world intellectually. Thus there existed a complete joy and satisfaction in intellectual life. We find this also in later epochs. For example, in John Scotus Erigena, I hope I say that right, Erigena, who lived in the 9th century AD. The way he formulated and presented his ideas shows that he believed people would feel enthusiasm about understanding them. This was still very much the case with those people who tried to attain an intellectual worldview in the isolation from the world typical of scholasticism, even though by then their discussions had become less heated. It is only in these last few centuries that people have begun believing they will lose their soul warmth when they become intellectual. As recently as the time of Schiller and his intellectual worldview, or of Goethe and his extraordinarily exact morphology, things were quite different. People such as these two great personalities developed an idealistic intellectual worldview and believed they were not truly human until they could bring inner warmth into their ideas. It is only quite recently that people have begun to perceive the world of ideas as cold and pale. In accordance with an important law in human evolution, people's relationship to the world of intellectually formed ideas has changed drastically. In earlier times, the world of ideas was concerned with life and the living. People believed the cosmos was alive. True insight into ancient concepts and thoughts reveals that people back then saw everything that was dead as a kind of precipitate of the living substance they believed to be spread out over the whole world. In other words, what was dead was regarded like the ashes that are left over when something is burned. In those days, people had a very different feeling about the universe than we do. To them, the universe was a big, living organism, and everything that was dead, for example, the mineral realm, was like the ashes that precipitated out from the world processes. It was dead because it was a waste product or residue of everything living. This feeling about the world has changed tremendously over the last few centuries. Scientific knowledge is highly respected, or at least it has usually been highly respected, as long as the scientist expounded only on what is dead. And increasingly, people have felt the longing to see life itself as only a chemical combination of dead elements. Thus the idea of the spontaneous generation of life out of dead matter developed. As I have often explained, the medieval representation of homunculus in a retort is a being made up of various ingredients. Let me read that again, I'm sorry. As I have often explained, the medieval representation of homunculus in a retort is a being made up of various ingredients. As a being made up of various ingredients was not meant as a picture of spontaneous generation, in the sense recent natural scientists use that term. Rather, this representation was intended to depict the conjuring forth of a particular living creature out of the indefinite living universe. People then did not yet conceive of the universe as a mechanism, as something dead, and that is why they believed it was possible to bring forth a particular living being out of the indefinite life of the world. People in the Middle Ages did not yet think of combining dead elements to create life. Without spiritual science, these things are hard to understand nowadays, because people have gotten used to thinking their concepts have become perfect and absolutely right after having passed through various childhood stages of humanity. We can talk about modern progress all we want. It is still true that people have never been as rigid in their concepts and thoughts as they are now. It is ultimately a subjective element that makes people so rigid, particularly in their understanding and knowledge. what is dead remains entirely passive when we apply our ideas and concepts to it. Thus we can develop our concepts quite nicely and comfortably, for the dead element is not going to object or resist. We can then apply our concepts about the physical world to nature, without being bothered by the fact that nature itself, in its living flexibility, challenges us to be just as flexible in our concepts. Goethe still felt that our concepts had to be inwardly alive, without sharply defined contours. Only then can our concepts adapt and adjust to the living, flexible world, and to living and flexible beings. To put it in a somewhat paradoxical way, people nowadays prefer their concepts to be convenient. However, rigid concepts with sharply defined contours can be applied only to what is dead and does not budge, thus allowing our concepts to remain rigid. Nevertheless, living in rigid concepts that ignore everything living has given us the opportunity to attain an inner awareness of freedom, as I have often explained. Two developments have come about as a result of our concepts having become dead. First, the awareness of freedom, and second, the possibility to apply the rigid concepts, which have been developed out of what is dead and can be used only for what is dead in our magnificent, triumphant technology, which is nothing more than the putting into practice of a rigid system of ideas. This is one aspect of the evolution modern humanity has undergone. We have to understand how human beings, in a sense, have cut themselves off from everything living, that the living has become alien to them. And we also have to understand that when we do not want to remain in the realm of the dead, but want to take the impulse of the living into our soul, then we must find this living element on our own. In very ancient times, people saw life in every cloud formation, every flash of lightning, every roll of thunder, in every living plant, and so on. In a sense, they breathed in life and thus understood it, and without any effort, they were in the midst of life. They only had to take in life from the outside. In contrast, in our evolutionary stage, our concepts can grasp only what is dead. The outer environment can no longer give us what is alive. Therefore, we must bring forth this living element out of the innermost core of our being. It is not enough to understand history merely theoretically, with our intellect, for then history appears much too uniform and unvarying. We have to put ourselves with all our soul into the way people in past epochs experienced history. Then we will see what a tremendous change took place between the pre-Grecian ages, which we trace back to Atlantean times in our anthroposophy, that is, to the 7th and 8th millennia BC, the Greek age, and our own time. Today I would like to talk concretely and in detail about this change in people's attitudes toward the universe. I want to describe this change from the vantage point of spiritual vision. In early history, for example, in the Egyptian or the Babylonian Chaldean culture, or even in the ancient Persian culture, people believed they had descended to earth from a pre-earthly life. They felt they were bearing within them the after effects of what the gods had implanted in them during this pre-earthly life. Of course, ordinary history tells us only very little about these times. We need to use the methods of spiritual science to penetrate and understand these things. In those times, people expressed their relationship to the earth by saying, "Here I stand on earth. Before this I was in a soul spiritual world, a world of light, so to speak. That light continues to shine mysteriously within me. In a sense, as a human being, I am a vessel for the divine light that continues to live within me." In other words, people were aware that a divine element had come down to earth with them. They did not say, and this can be proved philologically, "I stand upon the earth," but they said, "As a human being, I am a vessel for the God who has come to the earth." That is what was in people's consciousness in early history. In fact, the further back we go in evolution, the more prevalent is the awareness that the human being is a vessel for the God who has descended to earth. The divine element then was manifold. To the ancient consciousness, the lowest gods in the divine hierarchy that extended all the way down to the earth were the human beings themselves. If we do not present a distorted picture of Oriental culture as Doyson has done in such a terrible superficial way, but really try to sympathize with the consciousness of the ancient Indians when they felt their Brahma within them, felt themselves enveloping it, then we will understand what human soul life in ancient times was really like. Out of this consciousness developed the feelings people had for the Divine Father, the Father God. People felt themselves to be, in a sense, the sons and daughters of the gods. They did not feel this way about their physical body, but only about what this physical body enveloped. Some people in ancient times thought that our flesh and blood indeed was not worthy to be a vessel for a god. Thus it was not the human being of flesh and blood that they regarded as divine, but the part that projected from the spiritual world into this physical earthly human being, into the human being of flesh and blood. People felt their relationship to the Father God was a religious one. The highest rank in the ancient mysteries was that of Father. In most Oriental mysteries, the candidates had to advance through 7 stages. The first stage was one of preparation. Here the candidates had to develop the soul mood that would enable them to understand what was shown to them in the mysteries. In the second, through the 4th stages, the candidates achieved a full understanding of their folk soul. As a result, they no longer felt themselves to be isolated individuals, but members of a group or community. As they advanced to the 5th and 6th stages, the candidates felt themselves more and more to be vessels of the divine element. The highest stage was that of the Father. The candidates who reached this stage were personalities who represented in their outer life what people felt to be the divine primordial principle to which they really felt connected. Their culture was completely determined by the center of their religious life. People had to consciously feel a relationship to the divine, fatherly, creative principle. Accordingly, people felt everything they could understand within themselves. For example, the light of knowledge that they could become aware of as bequeathed upon them by God the Father. They felt God the Father continuing to work in their intellect. All their cults were shaped by this, as they were simply reflections of the path of knowledge the candidates took in the mysteries. Then came the age of Greek antiquity. The ancient Greeks were the purest representative of the stage of humanity that developed out of the soul conditions I have just described. The Greeks thought of themselves more as human beings than as mere vessels of the divine. Nevertheless, their feeling about themselves was such that those who had undergone any education, let's say intellectual, artistic, or religious training, felt that the divine had completely entered into the human being, without remainder, so to speak. Thus they no longer thought of themselves as vessels of a god, but rather as representations of him. However, this was not expressed as openly as the other soul condition had been in earlier times. In ancient Greece, it was revealed only to mystery candidates at a certain stage of initiation that as human beings, they were also divine beings, sons of the gods. In fact, it was considered impossible to present this mystery of the origins of humanity to people who were unprepared. Nevertheless, this was how the initiated Greeks thought, and thus it was the fundamental feeling of their culture. It was not a sharply defined idea, but a basic feeling of the soul. This basic feeling is expressed in Greek art, where the gods are represented as idealized human beings in accordance with that fundamental feeling. In a sense, then, the ancient Greeks kept their relationship to the divine in the purity of their heart and feelings. Now, when the Greek worldview was well into its decline, a totally new soul mood appeared with the 15th century. People no longer thought of themselves as earthly vessels of the divine or as representations of the divine. Instead, they saw themselves as having evolved through lower imperfect stages into human beings, beings who can only look up to the otherworldly divine. The natural sciences of modern times are based on this fundamental feeling. But we have not yet been able to understand how these sciences are related to ourselves. It is the task of anthroposophy to help us find once again this relationship to ourselves and to the divine. This refinding can be accomplished in the following way. Imagine what people in pre-Grecian ages felt in their soul. They would have felt that they enveloped a divine element. By enveloping the divine with their flesh and blood, they could not help but represent it on earth in less than its true dignity and glory. In a sense, they could not help degrading it. In order to represent the divine element within them in all its purity, they had to purify themselves. They had to undergo a kind of catharsis or purification, so that the divine within them would be the predominating element. Basically, this is nothing else than a return to the fatherly primordial principle, as we see it in many religions of antiquity, where people believed that after death they would return to their ancestors, even their remote ancestors. In all religions, there is this longing to return to the Divine Father's primordial creative principle. It indicates that human beings did not yet feel at home on earth. At the same time, they did not yet see themselves as completely separate from God and moving longingly toward the otherworldly divine out of this position of separateness. Rather, people in those early times strove to represent the human being in all his purity, because they believed God would then come to light. All this changed in Greek antiquity. People then no longer felt as closely connected with the Divine Father principle as they had in earlier times. They still felt connected to the divine, but at the same time also to the earthly realm. In a sense, people back then felt themselves to be equally close to the divine and to the earthly. This was the age in which the mystery of Golgotha took place. It was the epoch when, in addition to saying, quote, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God," unquote, referring to the Father God, quote, "and the Word was God," unquote, John 1:1, people had to say, quote, "and the Word became flesh," John 1:14. The Word, or Logos, had originally been regarded only as the union with the Father God, but now people believed that the Word had fully taken up his abode within human beings. People had to seek him within themselves. The mystery of Golgotha fit in very well with this mood of soul. People had never been able to think of God the Father in human form. He had to be thought of purely spiritually. Christ, the Son of God, was conceived of as divine and human at the same time. Basically, what the ancient Greeks longed for or realized in their art was fulfilled for all of humanity in the mystery of Golgotha in its entirety. We must not be distracted by trivialities, but must concentrate on the essentials, namely the fact that a divine being has entered human beings here on earth. This makes the mystery of Golgotha the center of human evolution on earth. It is certainly no mere coincidence that the mystery of Golgotha took place at the time when the ancient Greeks tried to represent the divine element in human beings from the outside, from the point of view of the earth. It is not just a poetic metaphor to say that in ancient Greek art, God was represented as a human being with the ingredients available on earth. And the cosmos sent God down into the human being in order to answer the wonderful question ancient Greek civilization had sent out into the universe, as it were. From human historical development, we get the feeling that with their human representations of the gods, the ancient Greeks were asking the cosmos whether God could become human. And the cosmos answered that God could become human by letting the mystery of Golgotha take place. I have often emphasized that we cannot understand this mystery of Golgotha in its true essence when we approach it only with the knowledge about dead things that has become so widespread recently. Rather, we must approach it with a new, living way of knowing, a way of knowing that is permeated by spirit. Then we will have to realize that we have achieved our consciousness of freedom as well as our technological progress with the help of our dead concepts. However, we cannot stop with this inner condition of death. Out of our own soul, we must develop the impulse of something living, something alive and spiritual. In other words, we must be able to have ideas that are inwardly alive. These ideas must take hold not only of our intellect, but of our whole being. As I indicated in my book titled Goethe's Conception of the World, we have to be able, once again, to advance beyond dead and abstract concepts to a spirituality that will fill us with ideas. Into this world of ideas, we must then bring all living warmth that can glow in our soul, and all bright light that can arouse the enthusiasm of our soul. We must become able once again to take up into the realm of ideas all our soul warmth and all our soul light. We must become able to inwardly take our whole being with us into the spirituality of the world of ideas. This ability is what we have lost in our time. There is probably hardly anything in modern literature as deeply moving as the first chapter in Nietzsche's presentation of Greek philosophy in the tragic age of the Greeks, as he called it. Nietzsche describes the philosophers of the pre-Socratean age, among them Thales, Heraclitus, and Anaxagoras. If you have a sense for this and have an open mind, you will be very moved by Nietzsche's description of how, at a certain point in their development, the ancient Greeks rose to the abstraction of pure being. They moved from the manifoldness of the impressions of nature that had filled them with warmth to the pale thought of being. Roughly, Nietzsche said the following: "You feel chilly. You feel you enter icy regions as you follow an ancient Greek philosopher, for example, Parmenides, to this abstract idea of all-embracing being." Nietzsche felt transported from the modern culture, in which he was thoroughly steeped, as I explained to you the day before yesterday, into the glacier region of the soul. In fact, Nietzsche failed because he could only go as far as the coldness, the glacial nature of the world of ideas. Clairvoyance in true spirituality, however, can bring both soul warmth and soul light into intellectuality. As a result, we can achieve the purity in our concepts I have described, entitled The Philosophy of Freedom. This purity in our concepts makes us not into inwardly dried up, but rather inwardly enthusiastic human beings. We become able to feel the sun warmth of the cosmos through the cold regions of intellectualism as we leave behind the earthly warmth of the sensory world. We become able to receive the cosmic light through carrying our living soul impulses into the darkness that grows within us as we leave behind the shining earthly objects and enter the world of intellectual concepts. In other words, we become human beings who have overcome the earthly darkness. Everywhere in Nietzsche's work, we can see his longing for this cosmic light and this cosmic warmth. But he could not reach them, and that is why he failed. Anthroposophy wants to show us the way that does not lead to a loss of earth warmth and earth light, but to the preservation of our lively interest in every concrete earthly detail. In other words, we can retain our loving attachment to all earthly things, and yet rise to the level of concepts where the divine reveals itself in pure concepts. We modern people can no longer feel the divine element within us, as ancient people still could. We must work to reach the divine realm. This mood enables us to get the right feeling for the mystery of the Holy Spirit. Indeed, this is the difference between the spiritual life of modern and ancient people. In ancient times, people drew their spirituality from the many beings of nature. Clouds spoke to them of the Spirit, and so did the flowers. In contrast, our concepts have grown cold and dead, and we must bring them to life by ourselves. Only then can we approach the Holy Spirit, who will help us to understand the mystery of Golgotha in the right way. We take something of our humanity with us when we imbue our ideas with soul warmth and soul light through anthroposophy. If we did not do this, we could not go beyond the dry, banal, and abstract aspect of the world of ideas. When we achieve an understanding of the world through the insights I have explained in my anthroposophical books, then our ideas remain just as exact as they are in mathematics or in the other sciences. Our thinking will be no less exact than that of the chemist in his laboratory or the biologist in his study, but our concepts require that we bring something of ourselves to them. When anthroposophists speak out of imagination or inspiration, and people really understand them based on their sound common sense, Then they will see this imagination or inspiration as clearly before them as mathematicians see their equations or geometrical figures. But people must bring something of their humanity with them, or they will not understand these ideas in the right way. What they must bring with them is love. We cannot acquire the knowledge anthroposophy gives us without permeating it with love. Without love, it has no more significance than anything else. It makes no difference whether you classify beings, as the materialistic scientists do, into marsupials, anthropoid apes, ape men, and human beings, or whether you say human beings consist of physical body, etheric body, astral body, and I. Granted, they are different thoughts, but the state of the soul is the same in both cases. The condition of our soul will change only when our spiritual understanding of our place in nature becomes inwardly alive. It can change only when the same feeling, perception, and soul conditions that live in love also accompany the act of knowing. When we permeate our knowledge with the experience of love, then our knowledge can approach the mystery of Golgotha. Then we will have more than the naive leaning toward Christ, which in principle is perfectly justified. We will also have a knowledge that extends over the whole cosmos and that can be deepened into an understanding of the mystery of Golgotha. In other words, life in the Holy Spirit leads to living in Christ, the Son of God. There, we will come to realize that through the mystery of Golgotha, the Logos has passed from the Father to the Son. Then the important insight will be revealed to us that it was right for people in ancient times to say, "In the beginning was the Logos, and the Logos was with God, and the Logos was God." But in Greek antiquity, people had to begin saying, "And the Logos was made flesh." And we modern people must add, "I must achieve an understanding of the Logos living in the flesh by raising my concepts and ideas, my whole worldview into the spiritual realm. Then I will find Christ through the Holy Spirit, and through Christ I will find the Father God." This is definitely not just a theory, but something we can experience directly. This attitude toward Christianity is a natural outgrowth of anthroposophy. Indeed, it is essential for us in our time to understand such a spiritual path. We need this understanding precisely to counterbalance the dead culture that consists of modern life's mechanism, which we must not disparage but highly appreciate. However, for us modern people to enter upon this spiritual path requires an inner jolt. I have recently called it a true awakening, and many people do not want to make that effort. It is this unwillingness to make the effort of the jolt in one's soul that causes the present-day opposition to anthroposophy. After all, experiencing this jolt is somewhat uncomfortable. In a sense, this jolt pulls us into the maelstrom of cosmic becoming. Of course, people prefer to remain peacefully with their rigid, sharply defined concepts that apply only to what is dead, to what does not put up any resistance to their understanding of the world. In contrast, what is living resists being comprehended with dead concepts. It moves around and eludes our concepts. Modern people find that feeling uncomfortable. They clothe it in all kinds of other things, and they get furious when they hear that certain circles want a very different understanding of the world in all areas of life. It is only on the basis of this attitude that we can understand the peculiar developments among the opponents of anthroposophy. We need only mention a few of the most recent developments, and you will clearly see how peculiar they are. First, there is the tragedy of the loss of our Goetheanum. We know very well that no matter what we can do in the way of rebuilding, the old Goetheanum will not appear again. It will remain only a memory. It is really very painful to have to realize that we tried with our Goetheanum to find a kind of artistic style appropriate for the new spirituality, one that would have a stimulating effect, and that with the Goetheanum that style is now, at least for the time being, completely gone. We need only express this realization to feel the tremendous pain the loss of the Goetheanum has brought. Usually when tragedy strikes, one's opponents stop being disrespectful and scornful. However, after the tragedy of the burning of the Goetheanum, our opponents think it justified and proper to oppose us with even more scorn and derision. That is indeed peculiar, and it fits inappropriately, though it is of course inappropriate, with so many other things. The anthroposophical movement began as a purely positive activity. We did not attack anybody, nor did we agitate. We just talked about the results of anthroposophical research. We calmly waited until the souls that are present on earth in our time would come to us out of their own inner impulses in order to understand what was to be conveyed out of the spiritual world. Our anthroposophical work was aimed not at wildly agitating, nor at drawing up programs, but at simply telling how things are according to our researches in the spiritual world. We were waiting to see which souls had a yearning for knowledge of reality. Many people nowadays are against anthroposophy without knowing why. They simply follow the lead of others. However, there are also a few people who know very well why they are against anthroposophy. They realize that anthroposophy reveals truths that require the jolt I described earlier. That is something they do not want. There are many reasons why they do not want it. For example, such truths used to be restricted to certain small circles. The possession of these truths then allowed people in those circles to stand above humanity as a kind of small spiritual and aristocratic elite. That is why such people hate especially those who bring the truth the spirit of the times requires out of the spiritual world and make it available to everyone. At the same time, our opponents, I am talking about the leading ones, know that nothing can be done against the truth itself. They know it will find its way through even the narrowest crevices, regardless of the obstacles it might meet. Therefore, our opponents do not usually try to fight these truths head-on, for they know the latter would undoubtedly triumph. Just look at our opponents, and it would be a good thing if we anthroposophists looked at them much more often. They refrain from fighting truths openly by focusing mainly on personal attacks, insinuations, insults, and slander. They figure they cannot do anything against the truth, but nevertheless they want to do away with it. They think they can do this through personal disparagement. The method of fighting us shows that our leading opponents know very well how to go about achieving a temporary victory. This is what anthroposophists need to know, for many anthroposophists still believe that they can accomplish something by simply discussing things with our opponents. Nothing can harm us more than to succeed in getting our truths across in discussions. We are not hated for telling falsehoods, but for telling the truth. In fact, the more we succeed in proving we tell the truth, the more we will be hated. Of course, this cannot stop us from standing up for the truth, but it can keep us from holding on to the naive belief that we will accomplish anything through discussions. The only thing that will help us make headway is positive work. We will make headway if we keep standing up for the truth as forcefully as we can, so that as many predestined souls as possible, there are many more in our time than one usually thinks, find their way to us and find here the spiritual nourishment they need if something constructive is to be done for the future evolution of humanity, if our future is to be an upward development rather than a regression. It is not possible to find a way out of the chaos of our time through materialist methods. The only way to overcome the chaos of our time is the spiritual way. However, we can enter on this spiritual path only if we choose the Spirit as our leader and guide. Indeed, what anthroposophists must realize and understand in the most profound sense is how to choose the Spirit as their leader in the right way. The end of Lecture 9, that is the end of the collection of lectures, Earthly Knowledge and Heavenly Wisdom by Rudolf Steiner, given in Dornach between February 2nd and February 18th of 1923. It is volume 221 in the collected works.
When you need mobile coverage,
hey, Grandma!
Cox Mobile is right there with you. We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability.
Oh, wow!
So you can stay connected from just about anywhere. We serve over 2 million square miles coast to coast. It's mobile service that works where you need it. Get coverage you can count on at a price you can count on, too. Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile.
You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Secrets of the Threshold. This is the words of welcome given on the first day of the cycle of lectures. Words of welcome. That is August 24th, 1913. You have heard, my dear friends, that our drama festival had to begin this year with a cancellation. To my great regret, we have not been able to give the performance we had intended of The Soul Guardian by our dear friend Edward Charest. Even though there were many good reasons for this postponement, it was especially unfortunate in that just at this time, just in this place, the important message in our friend's work should have been brought before our hearts and souls. This dramatic presentation of the undercurrents and fluctuations in human evolution could have given us a better understanding of the tempestuous happenings of our own day as they come and go. The ordinary intelligence of Western Europe, schooled nowadays only at the physical level, is unable to throw light on the deeper substrata of these events. If you look carefully and ponder the events in Eastern Europe, you will find significant issues agitating what one can call the folk souls there. What is happening can only be explained by studying the currents surging below the surface of the physical world into the lives of the peoples. It is odd how little understanding of heart and soul the Western Europeans, with all their intelligence, bring to the roots deep beneath these convulsive movements. Because of these immediate happenings, therefore, it would seem to be a hint of destiny to see a drama that brings to the surface such national antagonisms. And footnote, this has to do with two Balkan uprisings, two short wars in the Balkan, 1912-1913, which prepared the way for World War I in 1914. End of footnote. It would have been fascinating not only as an artistic creation, but also as a stimulus to our understanding of present-day happenings. It would have brought before our soul vision two contrasting groups of characters. In one, the impulse from the ancient Celtic folk soul, still to be found in Western Europe. In the other, the genuine Franco-Roman element. We would have been able to see the waves surging out of occult depths, playing into our human world, and revealing themselves outwardly in the life of the senses. In Charest's drama, in fact, we are shown that through certain happenings a falsehood is spreading abroad in the physical world, in such a way that relationships among the characters give expression to this untruth. Then, as if from unfathomed depths of soul life, in this case from what is alive in the secrets of the blood, a certain amount of truth pours into the false relationships of the sense world. The drama would have brought all this before our inner eye. It is indeed important in our time to let such things work on our hearts, for the force of national feelings lying below the surface is erupting before us right now, here in Europe. And these feelings and forces cannot be understood unless we turn our soul vision upon them. There is little difference, basically, in these outer happenings today from those that were agitating the hearts and minds of the people of Eastern and Southeastern Europe many centuries ago, and are even now erupting fatefully into external life. One can say that destiny is being carried out imperceptibly for the outside world, a destiny connected with something that is only a symptom on the physical plane and can be expressed in 4 syllables. The seeds for what is now manifesting itself so fatefully, were sown when that famous, much disputed filioque controversy, inflaming the emotions of the European peoples, divided them into a separate East and West. How can our modern mentality nowadays understand the contention that led to the division of Eastern and Western Europe? Whether what is known as the Holy Spirit originates from the Father God above, as the Eastern Church has it, or originates from both Father and Son, Filio, as the West maintains, There were valid reasons for the West at that time to add filioque to the origin of the Holy Spirit from the Father. Involved in this were all the forces of culture and civilization developing for the future of Europe. The theological quarrels arising out of this credo need not concern us here. Of importance are the soul events expressing themselves once upon a time in such a way that the former unified faith was divided between those who said that the Spirit comes from the Father and the Son, while others believe that the Spirit originates only from the Father. That statement expresses what is working into our own time, bubbling and boiling under the surface, something that can be understood only when you venture a little way into the mysterious activity in the occult depths of the folk souls. At the moment that the dogma of the Spirit emanating from both the Father and Son was enforced by the Carolingian sword, for it was not the papal church but the imperial power that was effective, at that moment the ground was laid within European culture for all those powerful emotional waves we see surging upward today. If we could have immersed ourselves in Chouret's drama, quite a few rays of light would have illuminated present happenings. The reason for postponing it was the otherwise happy circumstance that so many applications came in for title The Guardian of the Threshold and title The Soul's Awakening, the title of our latest play, that many friends would have had to be turned away if we had kept to the original program. It might have been possible to keep to it. Everything was ready, the scenery was all finished, every costume was made, so that if the situation just described had not arisen, this third play could have been performed. But then a number of our friends would have had to be turned away from the festival, and it is naturally more fitting to postpone one of the dramas than to exclude from the events any of those who wish to be present. What we would have gained from a performance of title The Soul Guardian lies in the fact that it is the work of our highly esteemed friend, Edward Chouret. When we hear this name, we should realize that through Chouret's book titled The Great Initiates and his other work, he has been, in a sense, the first standard bearer of the Western esotericism to which we have resolved to devote ourselves. Again and again we should remember the influence that Edward Chouret has had on our present-day culture and for the future of human development. Therefore, not only do I wish from the depths of my heart, but also from the hearts of all those friends assembled here, to express our great joy in having Edward Chouret here among us again for this Munich Lecture and Drama Festival. He will be present at the morning lectures as well as on those occasions when we are all together. You will happily find yourselves then in the presence of the man whose lofty spirit, whose insight into esoteric relationships, led him from inner conviction to place himself at our side again during the battle we have recently been saddled with. As you all know, a battle that we did not seek, but that was thrust upon us. Footnote, these struggles are struggles in the Theosophical Society. End of footnote. The close bond with Edward Chouret was shown us, too, by his frank letter, which has been frequently printed also in our Mitteilungen and in our friend Eugene Levy's excellent booklet titled Mrs. Annie Besant and the Crisis in the Theosophical Society. He stood with us in the struggle that has thrown significant rays of light on where the truth and where an enmity against the truth, for it must be called thus, are to be found in connection with our endeavors. It is altogether typical of the other side that after all this time they have decided to withdraw their senseless accusations of my being a Jesuit, but you can't help noticing their deep-seated reluctance and their desire to draw a veil over this admission. They couldn't accomplish this, however, without adding what one can well call an insulting disparagement of the contents of Edward Chouret's public letter, written out of his earnest sense for truth. The difficulties of bringing about this Munich festival, never in any case an easy task, have been increased by the strife thrust upon us, which we will not go into any further, strife that has cost us so much labor and thought, and which was truly unnecessary, just as it is unnecessary to continue it. It would be important now to note briefly for our friends what has been done to bring out the truth. Besides the letter just mentioned and our friend Levi's excellent book that can now be had also in German, I will mention the brochures of Dr. Unger, Frau Wolfram, Herr Walter, to be available with other books at the book table. Writing truly wrung from our friends who undoubtedly had something better to do than to enter into an unnecessary battle for the truth. Therefore, for their sake, it is important for the pamphlets not only to be written, but also to be read. The time will come, too, when those of our friends who are serious about the truth will have to know what has been happening, unedifying as the knowledge may be. It is clear that all this has been holding up our work in Munich very badly. When I come now to speak about this work, as I should like to do again this year, the following must be said. For the people carrying out backstage all the difficult, nerve-wracking jobs for this festival, the cancelling of one of the dramas did not make their tasks a whit easier. Since the organization as a whole had to be overturned, the work not only was not lessened, but was decidedly increased. Therefore, please don't assume that with the omission of one of the plays, the burden of the preparations will have been made lighter. For just this main part of the organization, under Fräulein Stinde and Gräfin Kalkreuth and their assistants, was considerably more difficult. This year, too, I feel the need to point wholeheartedly to the devoted, selfless way in which such a large group of our friends has dedicated itself to bringing about this Munich gathering of ours. It could never take place without the dedication of so many of our friends. This year, as in the past, preparations had to begin in June. Our crew of artists, the gentlemen Linde, Haas, and Volkert, had again to devote an enormous amount of time to the work, which they delivered, as mentioned before, completely finished. With them, a whole troop of faithful individuals were busy, working quietly behind the scenes, even before the scenery came into being. It is wonderful indeed, and will ever and again be a wonder to encounter so much self-sacrifice in this work. To mention a typical example, one of our friends who was asked to undertake two important parts, one entitled The Guardian of the Threshold and titled The Soul's Awakening, the other in the charade drama, didn't really know whether his strength would hold out through the many necessary rehearsals of the three plays, and yet he cheerfully took on the task. All these things bear witness to the selfless dedication that has been growing in a wide circle of friends in our Anthroposophical Society. All those who had to begin their tasks so early, the artist-painters, also Fräulein von Eckartstein, in charge of the costumes, have been at it since June. The people taking part in the performances are at work the whole day, so that they can hardly undertake anything else. They will forgive me for not naming them all, for they are well known to our friends in the Anthroposophical Society. In view of the long, long list that I would have to read off, they will not be offended if this year again I speak in general about those who have contributed their help. I must say that my heart is overwhelmed with gratitude to them, as are the hearts of each one of you, I am sure, who have been able to enjoy what our friends have prepared for this Munich festival. Even though to some extent our enemies are springing up on every side, we can also see how our work and our efforts are received ever more widely. Many friends have been attracted by what one can call a new branch of our endeavors, consisting of expressive gesture, expressive movement carried out with beauty and dignity, something one has usually termed art of the dance. And few of you have had the chance to discover what has been shown here as eurythmy, and there will be a further opportunity. For at one of our social gatherings this week, we want to show our friends something more of this branch of our activity. This, dear friends, is in substance what I had to say in a personal way before beginning our lecture cycle. That's the end of the words of welcome. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner given in Munich in 1913, entitled Secrets of the Threshold. Lecture 1 was given on August 24th, 1913. If you will think back to the dramatic scenes we have had before us these last few days, you will find that they lead into what we will consider in this lecture cycle. First of all, I would like to call to mind scenes 9, 10, and 13 of The Soul's Awakening. These are scenes whose effect one could call simple and straightforward. After the happenings in the spirit realm, scenes 5 and 6, and the Egyptian initiation, scenes 7 and 8, some people might have expected a much more forceful sequel coming before their eyes of soul, more tragic perhaps, or more emphatic in speech, not just a subsiding into inner quietness. However, anything formed differently in scenes 9, 10, and 13 would appear untruthful to the occult eye, EYE. We see on stage various developments of soul. It should be said immediately that we have also given theoretical descriptions of the development into higher worlds, and these contain points of reference for every person on his or her path toward the spiritual world. Nevertheless, soul development is necessarily different for each one, according to his own special nature, character, temperament, and circumstances. We can therefore gain a deeper understanding of an esoteric soul development only when we observe its diversity, how differently it takes place in Maria, how differently in Johannes Thomasius, how differently in the other characters of the drama. Scene 9 is first of all directed to that psychological moment when the consciousness breaks into Maria's soul of the experiences that had penetrated to her very core, but not altogether consciously, during the devaconic time before birth and in the ancient Egyptian initiation. In what was presented to us as, in quotes, spirit realm, we are concerned with soul experiences between death, at the end of a medieval incarnation, and birth into our present time. The events of all 4 mystery dramas, with the exception of the episode in the Soul's Probation that represents the spiritual review of his previous life by Capasius, take place at the present time, a time linked to the spiritual past spent in Devachan between the death of the various characters after their incarnation in the Middle Ages, this being the content of the episode mentioned, and their present life. The experiences of the devaconic period differ according to the preparation our souls have made on earth. It must be understood that it is a significant experience when a soul can go through what is called the cosmic midnight with consciousness. Souls that are not prepared for it will sleep through that part of the time called the Saturn period of Devachan. One can designate the successive periods a soul undergoes between death and a new birth as connected with the various planets, Sun, Mars, Mercury periods, and so on, close parenthesis. Many souls sleep through the whole cosmic midnight. Souls that have been prepared are awake in this period of their spiritual life, but there is no guarantee that souls so prepared will also bring a clear memory of this experience into their life on earth when they come back into physical existence. Maria and Johannes were well prepared for the experience of the cosmic midnight during their time in the spirit between death and new birth. Nevertheless, a kind of soul darkness prevailed at the beginning of their earth lives, continuing over long periods of time and shrouding the experience of the cosmic midnight. Then, at a later stage of their present life, this rose to the surface. It reappeared only when a certain inner calmness and resolution of soul was reached. Significant and profound are the experiences of the cosmic midnight when the soul is awake to them. The earthly memory of all this must come as a calm inner experience, a luminous inner experience, For the effect of such a perception of the cosmic midnight is this: what formerly was only subjective, working inwardly as soul force, now appears as a living being or beings before the soul. As shown in scene 9 of the soul's awakening, it presents itself before Maria in the forms of Astrid and Luna as real beings. To Johannes Thomasius, the other Philia becomes a living being of the spiritual world, and to Capasius, Philia, in scene 13. These characters had to learn to feel perceptively that what before this were only abstract forces within themselves now could appear to them in a spiritually tangible form. What comes to souls spiritually tangible as genuine self-knowledge has to appear in complete soul quietness, the result of meditation. This is essential if such happenings are to be experienced in the true sense of the word for genuine strengthening of the soul. If a person wanted to experience the cosmic midnight as retrospective memory, or to experience what is shown as the Egyptian initiation, not in the clear light of meditation, but as intense tragedy, he would not be able to experience them at all. For the spiritual happening that is taking place in the soul would place itself like a dark veil before it, so that any impressions recede from observation. A soul that has experienced the cosmic midnight and in its deepest core received a momentous impression of the kind shown in scenes 7 and 8 of the soul's awakening, can remember the past happening only when the soul, in completely lucid calmness, can perceive thoughts approaching, thoughts about earlier experiences in the spiritual life or in the former earth life. This is what is expressed in the words at the beginning of scene 9. Quote, "A star of soul, there, at the spirit shore, it draws near, nears in spirit brightness. My self it brings, and nearing, its light gains strength, gains calmness too. You, star, within the circuit of my spirit, what approaching shines on my beholding soul?" Close quote. Only when the soul is in this calm mood, so that the experience does not whirl in upon it with tragic vehemence, can one feel the arising memory of the cosmic midnight and the experiences of the previous incarnation as occultly true. When it is experienced and lived through, the cosmic midnight has a profound significance for a person's emotional life. There, one lives through what can only be expressed as follows. In the cosmic midnight, things are experienced that lie hidden deep down under the surface, not only of the sense world, but also under the surface of the various worlds to which a dawning clairvoyance can lead. The sense world recedes, and also there recedes from clairvoyant vision in some of those who have already been able to discern various layers below the sense world, what we may call, parenthesis, and we will speak of it at length later on, close parenthesis, the necessities in cosmic events. The necessities are rooted in the foundations of things, where also the deepest part of the soul rests. This, however, evades the physical gaze and also the dawning clairvoyant gaze, revealing itself to the latter only when something is experienced like the Saturn period scenes. One may therefore say that to such a clairvoyant gaze, which indeed must first appear between death and a new birth, it is as if lightning flashes were crossing the soul's whole field of vision, lightning whose terrifying brilliance was illumining the cosmic necessities, which at the same time were themselves so blindingly bright that the cognitive gaze dies away in the radiant light. Then from this expiring glance of cognition, there come forth picture forms that enweave themselves into the cosmic web like the forms from which grow the destinies of the cosmic beings. One discovers in the foundations of the necessities the fundamental causes of human destinies and those of other beings, but only when one gazes with glances of cognition that die away in the knowing. Destroyed by the lightning flashes, they then remodel themselves as if into forms that have died, but that live on as the impulses of destiny in life. All that a true self-knowledge can discover in itself, not the self-knowledge so bandied about in theosophical ranks, but the highly serious self-knowledge that comes to pass in the course of esoteric life. All that a soul can perceive within itself, with all the imperfections it has to ascribe to itself, all this is heard at the cosmic midnight, as if enwoven into rolling cosmic thunder, rumbling in the underground of existence. All these experiences may take place with great anguish and solemn resolve between death and a new birth, as an awakening at the cosmic midnight. If the soul is mature enough to allow the consciousness of this to enter the physical sense world, it must happen in the quiet clarity of the meditative mood hinted at by Maria at the beginning of scene 9. What, however, the soul has perceived within its spiritual life must have preceded this, as if something of itself, something belonging intimately to itself, but not always dwelling in what one can call the self, had approached from world distances. Try to read that sentence again. What, however, the soul has perceived within its spiritual life must have preceded this, as if something of itself, something belonging intimately to itself, but not always dwelling in what one can call the self, had approached from world distances. The mood in which something in the spirit world approaches one like a part of oneself, yet as though coming from far away. This was attempted in the words Maria speaks in the spirit realm, scene 6. Quote, "The flames are nearing with my thinking from distant cosmic soul shores of my being. A heated battle nears, and my own thinking must battle with the thoughts of Lucifer. Within another soul, my thinking fights. Hot light is wafted out of fierce dark coldness. It flashes lightnings, this hot light of soul, the light of soul in cosmic fields of ice." Close quote. The memory of the experience that can be expressed in such words as this can be rendered again in the words of Maria, mentioned above at the beginning of scene 9, parenthesis, quote, "a star of soul," close quote, close parenthesis. What, however, the soul has to feel in order to have such a memory of the cosmic midnight must also lie in one's earth life. For here the human soul goes through events which bring to it the moods of inner anguish, inner resolve, inner dread, that one can only express in such words given to Maria to speak at the end of scene 4. Indeed, one has to have felt that the individual self tears itself away from what one generally calls the inner life. That the power of thinking, with which one feels so confidently connected in life, tears itself out of the inner being and seems to go off toward the far, far limits of one's field of vision. And one must have found alive in oneself as soul presence what is expressed in such words, though naturally these will seem complete nonsense, overflowing with contradictions, to the sort of comprehension limited to the external senses and tied to the brain. One must first have experienced the feeling of one's own self moving away, of one's thinking moving away. if one is to live through again in complete calm the memory of the cosmic midnight. The memory during earth life must be preceded by the experience of the cosmic midnight in the spiritual life, if what is in scene 9 should take place. To make this possible, however, there must again have been the soul mood expressed at the end of scene 4. The flames do in truth take flight. They do not come earlier into earthly consciousness. They do not approach the calm of meditation before they have first fled away, until this soul mood has become a truth. Quote, "The flames are fleeing, fleeing with my thinking. And there at distant cosmic shores of soul, a furious battle, my own thinking fights, at flowing nothingness, cold spirit light. My thinking wavers, reels, cold light. It strikes out of my thinking, flaming waves of darkness. What now emerges from the fierce dark heat? In red flames storms myself into the light, into cold light of cosmic fields of ice." Close quote. These things are linked together. Their being connected in this way strengthens the inner soul faculties. What at first was only an abstract soul force now steps before the soul in a spiritual body, so that in one sense it is a special entity. On the other hand, it belongs to oneself, as Astrid and Luna appear to Maria. These beings who are real and at the same time perceived as soul forces, appear in such a way that they can stand on stage with the guardian of the threshold and with Benedictus, as they do in scene 9. The most important thing is to sense the mood of this scene, so that in a quite different individual manner, when the inner soul force corresponding to the other philia takes on bodily form, an awakening takes place. That is, the memory of the cosmic midnight and of the ancient Egyptian time in Johannes Thomasius. To such a finely attuned soul as Johannes Thomasius, the words of the other philia, quote, "enchanted weaving of your own being," close quote, have a special meaning, as well as what is connected with them during the rest of the mystery drama. Because of this, the spirit of Johannes's youth, Benedictus, and Lucifer appear as they do at the end of scene 10. It is important to bring before the mind's eye in just this scene how Lucifer approaches Johannes Thomasius, and the same words are spoken that were heard at the end of scene 3 in The Guardian of the Threshold. In these words, one discovers how the battle Lucifer wages moves through all the worlds and through every human life. And one also discovers the mood that resounds out of the words of Benedictus in answer to Lucifer. Try to feel what lies in these words, which sound from Lucifer, both in The Guardian of the Threshold at the end of scene 3 and in the Soul's Awakening at the end of scene 10. Lucifer: "I mean to fight." Benedictus: "And fighting serve the gods." Close quote. Let us note very carefully something else at this point, that although the same words are spoken in these two places, they can be spoken so that in each place they mean something quite different. What they mean at the end of scene 10 of the Soul's Awakening is determined by the fact that the preceding words of Maria are transformed from words spoken in The Guardian of the Threshold, while in Maria's soul there lives what she had spoken. Quote, "Maria, as you have desired to see her, does not exist in worlds of radiant truth. My holy, solemn vow raise forth new strength to hold for you what you have gained." Close quote. She says now, quote, "You'll find me in bright fields of light." Close quote. She no longer says, quote, and you will find me in cold fields of ice, close quote, but, quote, you'll find me in bright fields of light, where glowing beauty brings forth powers of life. Seek me in grounds of worlds, where souls must struggle to achieve their feeling for the gods through love, which in the all beholds the self. Close quote. The words are turned around from what they are in scene 2 of the soul's awakening. It is through this that the dialogue between Lucifer and Benedictus at the end of scene 10, quote, I mean to fight, and fighting serve the, I mean to fight, quote, close quote, quote, and fighting serve the gods, close quote, becomes entirely different from what it was at the end of scene 3 in The Guardian of the Threshold. In understanding this, light is shed on something of an Ahrimanic thrust, one might say, that prevails in all intellectual thinking, in the whole intellectual culture of today. It is one of the most difficult things for people with this superficial faculty of intellect in our modern culture to realize that the same words in a different context mean something different. Modern civilization is such that people think that the words they use, insofar as they have been coined on the physical plane, must always mean the same thing. Here we have precisely the place where Ahriman has people most firmly by the throat, and where he hinders them from understanding that words only become living in their deepest sense when one looks at them in the connection in which they are uttered. Nothing that reaches out beyond the physical plane can be understood if one does not keep this occult fact in mind. It is especially important today that an occult fact of this kind should work upon our hearts and souls as a counterbalance to the external intellectual life that has taken firm hold of every human being. Among the many things that have to be considered in these mystery dramas, notice how indeed in the soul's awakening, the remarkable figure of Ahriman steals in quietly at first, how it seems to insinuate itself among the other characters, and how it continually gains in significance toward the end of the drama. I shall endeavor to bring out for you a special piece of writing about Lucifer and Ahriman, and other things as well, entitled The Threshold of the Spiritual World. It will be on hand during this lecture course. For these seem to me the subjects particularly necessary to illumine for our friends at this time. It is not easy to get a clear understanding of such figures as Ahriman and Lucifer. Perhaps it may be useful for some of you to observe how precisely in the soul's awakening, he who is not quite in a fog about the Ahrimanic element in the world may be able to think of things which someone else through unconscious Ahrimanic impulses may be thinking too, but in a different frame of mind. There will be many among you, dear friends, who can enter into all the circumstances which stream into such words as those expressed by Ahriman while he is insinuating himself among the various persons. Quote, do not permit him to confuse you quite. He guards the threshold faithfully indeed, although he shows himself in borrowed clothes, which you have patched together in your mind from odds and ends that look like melodrama. You, as an artist, could, of course, avoid producing him in such a wretched style, though later you will surely do it better. But even his distorted image serves. It does not need too much of emphasis to show you what his present stature is. You should take notes of how the guardian speaks. Too mournful is his tone, too much of pathos. Forbid him this, and he will show to you from whom today he borrows to excess. Close quote. I can imagine that many people, from some aesthetic point of view or other, will shake their heads at the way these mystery dramas are put before us. My dear friends, these objections, as well as others raised against anthroposophy, can be set aside by those who put themselves in the mood of Ahriman. the hypercritical people of our time who denounce anthroposophy certainly belong to those described by the poet, quote, "The devil's never noticed by some folk, even when he has them by the neck," close quote. We can judge these opponents of anthroposophy a bit by what Ahriman is saying here while he prowls around. He meets us in his more serious form when the death of Strader gradually plays into the events presented in the drama. It comes about then. The forces flowing out of this death must be sought by soul vision in the effect they have on everything else that happens in the soul's awakening. It must be said again and again that this awakening takes place in different ways. For Maria, it happens that through special circumstances, the soul forces that find their bodily spiritual expression in Luna and Astrid appear before her soul. For Johannes Thomasius, it takes place when he experiences in himself the enchanted weaving of his inner being. On the other, Philea's appearance in a spiritually palpable form, if one may use such an absurd expression. For Capasius, it happens through Philea in a still different way. In many other forms, this awakening can gradually dawn upon souls, for instance, as we see it dawn upon Strader in scene 11. Here we do not meet what we have just described as the spiritually tangible forms of Luna, Philea, Astrid, and the other Philea. We have the still imaginative pictures that radiate spiritual experiences into the physical consciousness. This stage of the awakening of the soul that takes place in Strader can be represented only by such an imaginative perception as the image of the ship in scene 11. In yet another form can the awakening of the soul gradually prepare itself. You will find this carefully planned after Ahriman has been shown in his deeper significance in scene 12. It is hinted at in scene 13 in the conversation between Hilary and Romanus. Let your mind's eye rest on what has been happening in Hilary's soul between the events in the title Guardian of the Threshold and those of the title Soul's Awakening, expressed in these words of Hilary, quote, "My friend, I thank you for these occult words. I've heard them often. For the first time now I feel the secret meaning they contain. The cosmic ways are hard to penetrate. And I, dear friend, am called upon to wait until the Spirit shows me the direction which is in keeping with my spirit sight." Close quote. What are the words Romanus had spoken? They are words that Hilary has heard again and again from the place where Romanus stands in the temple, words that Romanus has so often spoken at this place. Yet until this experience, they had passed before the inner vision of Hilary without the deeper understanding one can call understanding of life. It is also a bit of soul awakening for someone to wrestle his way to an understanding of what he has taken in as thought forms, grasping them pretty well and even lecturing about them, but still without having a living, vital understanding. He may have absorbed everything of anthroposophy contained in books, lectures, and cycles, may have even imparted it to others, perhaps to their great benefit, and yet discover this. To understand as now Hilary understands the words of Romanus is only possible after a certain experience for which he must calmly wait. This is a definite stage of the awakening of the soul. Oh, if only a good number of our friends could put themselves into this mood of waiting. If only they could adopt this frame of mind of awaiting the approach of something whose description in advance, both as theories and explanations, has apparently been clear enough and yet misunderstood. Then something would take place in their souls that is expressed by Strader's words in scene 3 of titled The Soul's Awakening. Strader stands there between Felix, Balda, and Capasius, stands there in a remarkable way. He stands there so that literally he hears every word they say and could repeat it, and yet he cannot understand it. He knows what it is, can even consider it to be wisdom, But now he notices that there is something that can be expressed in the words, quote, Capasius and Felix both, to me, concealed dark meaning in transparent words. Close quote. Our supremely clever people today will perhaps concede that by chance this or that person can hide meaning, clear meaning, in obscure words. However, it will not easily be granted that by these clever people, that an obscure meaning can be hidden in clear words. Nevertheless, for human nature to concede that in clear words an obscure meaning may be hidden is of the two the higher acknowledgement. Many sciences are clear, as are many philosophies. But something important would happen for the further evolution of mankind if philosophers would finally confess that although in all philosophical systems they had certainly produced stuff that was clear and ever clearer, so that anyone could say, quote, these things are clear, close quote, yet there may be in clear words an obscure meaning. Something important would take place if the many people who think themselves supremely clever, reckoning what they know to be wisdom, and to some degree rightly so, if they could only place themselves before the world as Steiner places himself between Felix Balda and Capasius, and learn to say, quote, I often understood what you are saying. I took it then for wisdom, but no word of what you say has meaning for me now. Capasius and Felix both, to me, conceal dark meaning in transparent words. Close quote. Just imagine some modern philosopher or one from the past who has brought together in his own way a plausible, clear system of philosophy, and who will take a stand by the side of his philosophy, parenthesis, which is, of course, in its own way the result of all human thought, close parenthesis, saying, quote, I usually found this comprehensible. Everything I've written I've taken for wisdom, and yet not a single word in all these phrases can I understand. Even in those I wrote myself, much of it is incomprehensible. These pronouncements seem to hide a dark meaning in clear words. Close quote. Well, one cannot easily imagine such a confession coming from one of our recent or slightly older philosophers, nor from one of the highly clever men of our materialistic, or, as it's called in a more grandiose style, our monistic age either. And yet it would be a blessing for our present life if people could assume the attitude toward the thoughts and other cultural achievements that Steiner assumed toward Felix Balda and Capasius. If only such people might become more and more numerous, and if only anthroposophy could, in very truth, contribute something directly to this self-knowledge. The end of Lecture 1. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Secrets of the Threshold. This is Lecture 2, given on August 25th, 1913. You will have seen that the soul experiences of those who appear in the title Soul's Awakening take place on the boundary between the physical sense world and the supersensible spiritual worlds. It is of great significance to the science of the spirit to seize this border region with the inner eye, EYE. For it is only natural that at first everything of the supersensible world that the human soul can experience is an unknown territory from the viewpoint of our faculties and soul experiences in the physical sense world. When a person has become familiar with the spiritual world by means of the various methods we have apprehended, that is, when the soul has learned to observe, explore, and perceive outside the physical body, then such existence and perception in the spiritual world makes it necessary for the soul to develop quite special capacities, special strengths. When, during its earth existence, the soul is striving toward clairvoyant consciousness, whether already clairvoyant or wishing to become so, it should, of course, be able to stay outside the body in the spiritual world and then, as an earth being, come back again into the physical body, living as a human earth person, a normal sense being within the sense world. We may therefore say that the soul, in becoming clairvoyant, must be able to move in the spiritual world according to its laws, and it must ever and again be able to step back over the threshold into the physical sense world, behaving here, to put it in plain terms, correctly and sensibly. Since the faculties of the soul for the spiritual world must be and are different from those the soul employs for the physical senses and the rest of the physical body, the soul has definitely to acquire mobility if it wants to become clairvoyant. Then it can perceive and take in the spiritual world with the necessary faculties for it, returning across the border and now experiencing the sense world with what is necessary here. The gaining of this adaptability, the capacity of transformation, is never easy. If we are to estimate correctly, however, the differences between the spiritual and physical sense world, we must keep clearly within our mind's eye precisely this border region between the two worlds, and the threshold itself over which the soul must pass when it wants to leave one world and enter the other. We shall see in the course of these lectures how injurious it can be for the soul, in many different ways, to carry the habits of one world into the other, when in one or the other direction this threshold has to be crossed. Our conduct when passing over this threshold is made especially difficult by the presence of beings within the world order that play a certain role in the happenings shown in, titled The Soul's Awakening, and the other dramas, the Luciferic and the Ahrimanic beings. Indeed, in order to gain the right relationship to the transition between one and the other world that we've been speaking about, it is necessary to know how to conduct ourselves in the right way toward both kinds of beings, the Luciferic and the Ahrimanic. Now, it would certainly be convenient, and this solution is chosen, at least theoretically, by very many souls, to say, quote, yes, indeed, Ahriman seems to be a dangerous fellow. If he has such an influence on the world and on human affairs, the simplest thing to do is to banish from the human soul all the impulses that come from him, close quote. This might seem to be the most convenient solution, but to the spiritual world it would be about as sensible as if someone, in order to restore the balance to a pair of scales, were to take off whatever was weighing down the lower one. These beings we call Ahriman and Lucifer are right here in the world. They have their task in the universal order, and one cannot sweep them away. Besides, it is not a question of annihilating them, but as in the case of the weights on both sides of the scales, the Ahrimanic and Luciferic forces must balance each other in their influence on human beings and on other beings. We do not bring about the true activity of any of the various forces by removing it, but by placing ourselves in the right relationship to it. We have the wrong attitude to these Luciferic and Ahrimanic beings if we simply say that they are bad and harmful. Although these powers rebel in a certain sense against the general order of the universe, which had already been designed before they entered it, this does not stem from the fact that they invariably have to exercise a harmful activity, but rather that, like the others whom we have met as lawful members of the higher worlds, they have a definite sphere of activity in the sum total of the universe. Their opposition to and rebellion against the cosmic order consists in their going beyond their own sphere. They exert beyond forces they should employ only within their lawful domain. From this standpoint, let us consider Ahriman, or the Ahrimanic beings. We can best characterize Ahriman by saying, he is the Lord of Death, far and wide the ruler of all the powers that have to bring about in the physical sense world what this world has to have, the annihilation and death of its entities. Death in the sense world is a necessary part of its organization, for otherwise the beings in it would accumulate to excess if destruction of life were not at hand. The task of regulating this is a lawful way the task of regulating this in a lawful way fell to Ahriman from the spiritual world. He is the ruler of the ordering of death. His sovereign domain is the mineral world, a world that is utterly dead. One can say that death is poured out over the whole of the mineral world. Furthermore, because our earth world is constituted as it is, the mineral world and its laws pervade all the other kingdoms of nature. Plants, animals, human beings, all are permeated, as far as they belong to the earth, by the mineral. They absorb the mineral substances, and with them all the forces and laws of the mineral kingdom. They are subject to these laws, insofar as they are part of the being of the earth. Therefore, whatever belongs justifiably to death extends also into the higher regions of the lawful rule of Ahriman. In what surrounds us as an external nature, Ahriman is the rightful lord of death, and should not be regarded as an evil power, but as one whose influence in the general world order is fully legitimate. We will enter into a right relationship with the sense world only when we bring a creditable interest to bear upon it, when our interest in the sense world is so reasonable that we can see everything in it without greedily demanding eternal life for any of its physical forms. On the contrary, that we can do without them when they meet their natural death. To be able to rejoice rightly in the things of the sense world, but not to be so dependent on them as to contradict the laws of death and decay, this is the right relationship of the human being to the sense world. To bring about this right relationship to growth and decay, the human being has the impulses of Ahriman within himself. For this reason, they pulsate in him. Ahriman, however, can overstep his bounds. In the first place, he can so far overdo that he sets to work on human thinking. A man who does not see into the spiritual world and has no understanding of it will not believe that Ahriman can put his fingers upon human thinking in a very real way. Nevertheless, he does. Insofar as human thinking lives in the sense world, it is bound to the brain, which, according to universal law, is subject to decay. Ahriman has to regulate the passage of the human brain toward decay. But when he oversteps his territory, he develops the tendency to loosen this human thinking from its mortal instrument, the brain, in order to make it independent. He tries to detach the physical thinking directed to the sense world from the physical brain, into whose current of decay this thinking should merge when a human being passes through the gate of death. Ahriman has the tendency, when he admits man as a physical being into the stream of death, to snatch his thinking out of the current of decay. Throughout a man's whole life, Ahriman is always fastening his claws into this thinking activity and working on the human being so that his thinking will tear itself away from destruction. Because Ahriman is active in this way in human thinking, and because men bound to the sense world naturally perceive only the effects of the spiritual beings, those who are thus in the clutches of Ahriman feel the impulse to wrench their thinking out of its place in the great cosmic order. The result is the materialistic frame of mind. This is the reason men want to apply their thinking only to the sense world. And the people who refuse to believe in a spiritual world are the ones particularly obsessed by Ahriman. It is he who enters their thinking and prevails upon its remaining in the sense world. First of all, if a person has not become a practical occultist, the result for his inner attitude will be that he becomes a rank, coarse-grained materialist who wants to know nothing about spiritual matters. It is Ahriman who has enticed him into this, only he doesn't notice it. For Ahriman, however, the process is the following. When he succeeds in severing the physical thinking from its brain-bound foundation, he throws shadows and phantoms out into the world, which swarm then through the physical world. With these, Ahriman is continually trying to establish a special Ahrimanic kingdom. Unremittingly he lies in wait when man's thinking is about to pass into the stream wherein man himself will journey through the gate of death. There Ahriman lurks, on the watch to snatch away and hold back as much of this thinking as possible, and to form out of it, to tear from its mother soil, shadows and phantoms that will people the physical world. Occultly observed, these phantoms drift around in the physical world, disturbing the universal order. They are creations that Ahriman brings about in the way just described. We will have the right feeling for Ahriman when we appreciate his lawful impulses. For when he lets them enter our souls, we have a correct relationship to the sense world. However, we must be watchful that he does not tempt us in the way I have indicated. Certainly, the policy some people choose is more convenient when they say, quote, "Very well, we shall push every Ahrimanic impulse out of our souls," close quote. But nothing will be accomplished with this dislodgement, except that the other side of the scales will be brought right down. And whoever, through mistaken theories, succeeds in driving Ahrimanic impulses out of his soul falls prey to those of Lucifer. This shows itself particularly when people, shying away from the right relationship to the Ahrimanic powers, despise the sense world and root out their joy in it. Then they reject their former good relationship, and in order not to become attached to it, they crush all their interest in the physical world. With this comes a false asceticism, which in its turn offers the most powerful handle to the entrance of the unlawful Luciferic impulses. The history of asceticism could very well be written by presenting it as a continuous allurement of Lucifer. In false asceticism, a person exposes himself to this kind of seduction, because instead of rightly balancing the scales, using thus the polarity of forces, he does away with one side altogether. However, when the human being makes a correct estimate of the physical sense world, Ahriman is fully justified. The mineral world is his very own kingdom, the kingdom over which death is poured out continuously. In the higher kingdoms of nature, Ahriman is the regulator of death, insofar as he affects the course of events and the creatures lawfully. What we can trace as supersensible in the external world, we call for certain reasons spiritual. What is more active inwardly within the human being, we assign to the soul. Ahriman is a more spiritual being. Lucifer is more soul nature. Ahriman can be called the lord of all that takes place in external nature. Lucifer penetrates with his impulses into the inner nature of man. Now there is also a lawful task belonging to Lucifer, one quite in accordance with the universal cosmic order. In a certain way, Lucifer's task is to tear man and everything in the world pertaining to the soul away from living and being absorbed in the physical sensory alone. If there were no Luciferic power in the world, we would dream along in the perceptions streaming into us from the external world, and in what comes to us from that world through the intellect. that would be a kind of dreaming away of human soul existence within the sense world. There are indeed impulses which will not tear our souls away from the sense world as long as they are bound temporarily to it, but which raise our souls to a different sort of living, feeling, and rejoicing from the kind the sense world can offer. We need merely to think of what humanity has been seeking as artistic development. Wherever the human being creates something through his imagination and his soul life of feeling, no longer clinging dully to the sense world, but rising above it, Lucifer is the power that tears him out of that world. A large part of what is uplifting and liberating in the artistic development of mankind is inspired by Lucifer. We can designate something else as the inspiration of Lucifer. The human being has the chance, through Luciferic powers, to free his thinking from a mere photograph-like copying of the sense world. He can raise himself above this in freedom, which he does, for instance, in his philosophy. From this point of view, all philosophizing is the inspiration of Lucifer. One could even write a history of the philosophical development of mankind, insofar as this is not pure positivism, that is, does not keep to the external materialistic, and could say, the history of the development of philosophy is a continual testimony to the inspiration of Lucifer. All creative work, in fact, that rises above the sense world, we owe to Lucifer's rightful activities and powers. However, Lucifer too can overstep his domain, and the rebellion of the Luciferic beings against the cosmic order is due to their overstepping their place. Lucifer has the tendency continually to do this by contaminating the feeling life of the soul. Ahriman has more to do with our thinking, Lucifer with the feelings, with the life of the emotions, passions, impulses, and desires. Lucifer is Lord over everything of soul feeling in the physical sense world. He has the tendency to detach and separate this feeling life of the soul from the physical world, to spiritualize it, and to set up, one can say, on a specially isolated island of spiritual existence, a Luciferic kingdom composed of all the soul feeling he can seize and carry off from the sense world. Whereas Ahriman wants to hold back thinking to the physical sense world and make shadows and phantoms of it, visible to elementary clairvoyance as floating, wafting shadows, Lucifer does the opposite. He takes what is soul feeling in the physical sense world, tears it out, and puts it in a special Luciferic kingdom set up as an isolated kingdom similar to his own nature, in opposition to the general cosmic order. We can form an idea about how Lucifer can get at human beings in this way by considering with all our heart and soul a phenomenon in human life that we will speak about later in more detail. The phenomenon of love in the widest sense of the word, the foundation of a true moral life in the world order of humanity. Concerning love in its widest sense, the following has to be said. When love appears in the physical sense world and has its effect on human life, it is absolutely protected from every unlawful Luciferic attack if the love is for another person and for that other person's own sake. When we are met by some other human being or by one belonging to another kingdom of nature in the physical world, that being meets us with certain qualities. We are freely receptive to these qualities if we are capable of being moved by them. They then command our love, and we cannot help loving that other being. We are moved by the other being to love it. Where the cause of love lies not in the one who loves, but in the object of love, This form and kind of love in the sense world is absolute proof against every Luciferic influence. But now, if you observe human life, you will soon see that another kind of love is playing its part, in which a person loves because he himself has certain qualities that feel satisfied or charmed or delighted when he can love this or that other being. Here, he loves for his own sake. He loves because his disposition is thus or so. And this particular disposition finds its satisfaction in loving someone else. This love, which one can call egoistic love, must also exist. It really has to be present in mankind. Everything we can love in the spiritual world, all the spiritual facts, everything that love can cause to live in us as a longing for and an impulse upward into the spiritual world, to comprehend the beings of the spiritual world, to perceive the spiritual world, all this springs naturally from a sentient love for that world. This love for the spiritual, however, must, not may, but must, come about necessarily for our own sake. We are beings whose roots are in the spiritual world. It is our duty to make ourselves as perfect as we can. For our own sake, we must love the spiritual world in order to draw as many forces as possible out of it into our own being. In spiritual love, a personal, individual element, we can call it egoistic, is fully justified, for it detaches man from the sense world. It leads him upward into the spiritual world. It leads him on to fulfill the necessary duty of continually bringing himself further and further toward perfection. Now, Lucifer has the tendency to interchange the two worlds with each other. In human love, whenever a person loves in the physical sense world for himself, with a trace of egoism, it occurs because Lucifer wants to make physical love similar to spiritual love. He can then root it out of the physical sense world and lead it into his own special kingdom. This means that all love that can be called egoistic and is not there for the sake of the beloved, but for the sake of the one who loves, is exposed to Lucifer's impulses. If we consider what has been said, we will see that in this modern materialistic culture, there is every reason to point out these Luciferic allurements in regard to love. For a great part of our present-day outlook and literature, especially that of medicine, is permeated by the Luciferic conception of love. We would have to touch on a rather offensive subject if we were to treat this in greater detail. The Luciferic element in love is actually cherished by a large section of our medical science. Men are told again and again, for it is the male world especially pandered to in this, that they must cultivate a certain sphere of love as necessary for their health, that is necessary for their own sake. A great deal of advice is given in this direction, and certain experiences in love recommended that do not spring from a love for the other being, but because they are presumed indispensable in the life of the male. Such arguments, even when they are clothed in the robes of science, are nothing but inspirations of the Luciferic element in the world. A large portion of science is penetrated simply by Luciferic points of view. Lucifer finds the best recruits for his kingdom among those who allow such advice to be given to them, and who believe that it is imperative for the well-being of their person. It is absolutely necessary for us to know such things. Those words I quoted yesterday must be emphasized again and again. People never notice the devil, either in Luciferic or Ahrimanic form, even when he has them by the collar. People do not see that the materialistic scientist who gives the advice just mentioned is under the yoke of Lucifer. They deny Lucifer because they deny all the spiritual worlds. We see, therefore, that what is great and sublime on the one hand, what carries and uplifts the evolution of humanity, depends on Lucifer. Mankind must understand how to keep the impulses that come from him in their rightful place. Wherever Lucifer makes his appearance as the guardian of beauty and glory, as the patron of artistic impulses, there arises in humanity from his activity great and sublime power. But there is also a shadow side to Lucifer's activity. He tries everywhere to tear the emotional side of the soul away from the sense organism and make it independent, permeated with egoism and egotism. Thus there enters into the emotional soul nature the element of self-will and other such tendencies. A person can then form for himself in freewheeling activity, with a generous hand, one can say, all sorts of ideas about the universe. How many people indulge in philosophizing, shake it out of their sleeves without troubling themselves in the least as to whether their speculations are in accord with the general course of universal order. These eccentric philosophers are actually found in great numbers all over the world. In love with their own ideas, they fail to counterbalance the Luciferic element with the Ahrimanic one that always asks whether everything man acquires by his thinking in the physical sense world actually squares with the laws of the physical world. So we see these people running around with their opinions, which are just a lot of fanatic enthusiasms incompatible with the cosmic order. It is from the shadow side of the Luciferic impulse that all these fanatic enthusiasms, the egoistic and confused opinions, the eccentric ideas and false extravagant idealism arise. Most significantly, however, is on the borderland or threshold between the sensible and the supersensible that these Luciferic and Ahrimanic elements confront us when we look with the eyes of clairvoyant consciousness. When the human soul takes on the task of making itself capable of looking into the spiritual world and gaining insight there, it takes on itself, more than anything else, a task that otherwise is carried out by the subconscious guidance of soul life. Nature and its laws take care that in everyday life, man does not often transfer the customs and regulations of one kingdom into another. The natural order would be entirely out of control if the separate worlds were to get mixed up together. We emphasized a moment ago that love for the spiritual world must evolve in such a way that the human being develops in himself, first and foremost, an all-pervasive inner strength, as well as a craving for self-improvement. He has to fix his eye on himself when he nurtures his love for the spiritual world. If, however, he transfers to the senses the kind of ardor that can guide him in the spiritual world to what is most sublime, it will lead him into what is most detestable. There are people who have in their outward physical experience and in their everyday activities no special interest in the spiritual world. It is said such people today are not uncommon. But nature does not permit us to use the ostrich strategy in her affairs. The ostrich strategy, as you know, consists in the bird sticking his head in the sand and believing that the things he doesn't see are not there. Materialistic minds believe that the spiritual world is not there. They do not see it. They are true ostriches. Nevertheless, in the depths of their souls, the craving for the spiritual world does not cease to exist merely because they deaden themselves and deny its reality. It is actually there. In every human soul, however, materialistic, the desire and love for the spiritual world is alive, but people who deaden their soul nature are unconscious of the craving. There is a law that something repressed and deadened at one point will break out at another. The consequence of the repression of the egoistic impulse toward the spiritual world is that it thrusts itself into the sensual desires. The kind of love due the spiritual world hurls itself away from there into the sensual impulses, passions, and desires, and these impulses become perverse. The perversity of the sensual impulses and their repellent abnormalities are the mirror image of what could be noble virtues in the spiritual world, were human beings to use for the spiritual world all the forces poured out into the physical world. We must consider this seriously. What finds expression in the sense world as loathsome impulses could, if they were used in the spiritual world, accomplish there something of the most sublime character. This is immensely significant. You see how in this regard the sublime is changed into the horrible, when the boundary between the physical sense world and the supersensible world is not observed or valued in the right way. Clairvoyant consciousness should develop so that the clairvoyant soul can live in the supersensible worlds according to the laws of those worlds. Then it must be able to return to its life in the body without letting itself be led astray in the everyday physical sense world by the laws of the supersensible worlds. Suppose a soul could not do this, then the following would take place. We shall see that the soul, in passing the boundary region between one world and the other, learns most of all how to conduct itself in the right way through meeting the guardian of the threshold. But suppose a soul, having made itself clairvoyant, this can very well happen, had, through various circumstances, become clairvoyant without rightfully meeting with the guardian of the threshold. Such a soul could see into the supersensible worlds clairvoyantly and have perceptions there, but it would return then to the physical sense world after entering wrongfully the spiritual world and merely nibbling at dainties there. Such eaters of sweet things in the spiritual world are numerous, and it can truly be said that nibbling there is far more serious than it is in the sense world. After nibbling at the spiritual world, it happens very often that a person takes back into the sense world what he has experienced, but the experience shrinks and condenses. A clairvoyant of this kind, one who does not conduct himself according to the laws of the universal order, returns to the physical sense world bringing with him the condensed pictures and impressions of the supersensible worlds. He will no longer merely look out and ponder the physical world, but while he lives within his physical body, he will have before him the after effects of the spiritual world in pictures quite similar to those of sense, except that they have no relation to reality, are only illusions, hallucinations, dream pictures. A person who is able to look in the right way into the spiritual world will never again confuse reality and the fantastic. In this, the philosophy of Schopenhauer, insofar as it is erroneous, refutes itself. In the case of its greatest mistake, that our whole environment is nothing but our mental picture, it refutes itself even in the sense world. If you press Schopenhauer's statement, it will show itself up as a fallacy, for you will be guided by life itself to distinguish between iron heated to 900 degrees, that is actually perceptible, and the imagined iron of 900 degrees that will cause no pain. Life itself reveals the difference between reality and fancy when one lives in the real world with the capacities belonging to it. Even Kant's statement, by which he formulated his so-called proof of God, that is, that 100 imagined dollars are just as valuable as 100 real ones, that too will be contradicted by life. Certainly 100 imagined dollars contains just as many pennies as 100 real ones, but for all that there is a difference that comes strongly to the fore in real life. I would recommend anyone who considers Kant's statement to be correct to try to pay a $100 debt with imagined currency. He will notice the difference at once. If this is the case in the physical sense world, when one really stands firmly in it and observes its laws, it is the same for the supersensible worlds. If one only nibbles at the latter, one will have no protection against mistaking illusion for truth. When the pictures shrink and condense, one takes what should be merely picture for reality. The sweets, too, that such a person carries within himself out of the spiritual world are a special booty for Ahriman to pounce on. From what he can pull out of ordinary human thinking, he gets only airy shadows. But to put it plainly, he gets well-padded shadows and plump phantoms when he presses out of human body individualities, as well as he can, the false illusory pictures created by nibbling on the sly in the spiritual world. In this Ahrimanic fashion, the physical sense world is populated by spiritual shades and phantoms that offer serious resistance to the general cosmic order. From all this, we see how the Ahrimanic influence can encroach most strongly when it oversteps its boundaries and works against the general cosmic order. It turns to evil, especially in the perversion of its lawful activity. There is no essential evil. Everything evil arises from this. Something that is good in one direction is put to use in the world in another direction, and thereby turned into evil. In a somewhat similar way, the Luciferic influence, the inducement to so much that is noble and sublime, may become dangerous, exceedingly dangerous, particularly to the soul that has become clairvoyant. This happens in just the opposite situation. We look before at what happens when a soul nibbles at the spiritual world, that is, perceives something there, but then, on returning to the physical sense world, does not tell itself, quote, "Here you may not use the same kind of thought pictures that are right for the spiritual world," close quote. In this case, the soul is exposed in the physical world to the influence of Ahriman, but the opposite can take place. The human soul can carry into the spiritual world what should belong only to the physical sense world, namely the kinds of perception, feeling, and passion that the soul must necessarily develop to a certain degree for the physical world. None of the emotions cultivated here, however, should be carried into the spiritual world if the soul is not to fall victim to the temptations and allurements of Lucifer to an unusual degree. This is what was attempted to some extent in Scene 9 of title The Soul's Awakening, in presenting Maria's inmost soul attitude. It would be quite wrong for anyone to require in this scene something as dramatically tumultuous and exciting as what one likes to have in superficial physical drama. If Maria's inner nature were such that at the moment of receiving the memories of the Devaconic world and of the Egyptian period, her soul had experienced disturbing passions, disturbing desires, it would have been hurtled back and forth by these waves of emotion. A soul that cannot receive the impulses of the inner world with inner calm, a soul that cannot receive the impulses of the spiritual world with inner calm, in absolute tranquility, rising above all outward physical drama, will suffer in the spiritual world a fate that I can only render in the following picture. Imagine to yourselves a being made of rubber, flying in all directions, in a space enclosed on all sides, flying against a wall and thrown back from it, flying against another wall, thrown back again, flying back and forth like this in turbulent movement on the waves of the emotional life. This actually happens to a soul that carries into the spiritual world the kind of perception, feeling, and passion belonging to the sense world. Something further happens. It is not pleasant to be thrown back and forth like a rubber ball, as if one were in a cosmic prison. Therefore, in such a case, the soul that is clairvoyant follows chiefly the special policy of the ostrich. As a matter of fact, the soul stupefies itself in regard to this being thrown back and forth. It dulls its consciousness so that it is no longer aware of it. It therefore believes that it is not being thrown back and forth. Lucifer can then come all the closer, because the consciousness is dulled. He lures the soul out and leads it to his isolated kingdom. There the soul can receive its spiritual impressions, but received in this island kingdom, they are completely Luciferic. Because self-knowledge is hard to come by, and the soul has the greatest difficulty in becoming clear about certain of its qualities, because too people are bent on getting as quickly as possible into the spiritual world, it is not at all to be wondered at that they say to themselves, I am already mature enough. I will of course be able to control my passions. As a matter of fact, it is more easily said than done. There are certain qualities that particularly challenge our control. Vanity, ambition, and similar things sit so deeply entrenched in human souls that it is not easy to admit to oneself, you are vain and ambitious. You want power. When we look into ourselves, we are usually deceived about just those emotions that are the very worst ones. To carry them into the spiritual world means that a person will most easily become the prey of Lucifer. And when he notices how he is thrown hither and thither, he does not willingly say, this comes from ambition or from vanity, but he looks for the way to deaden the soul. Then Lucifer carries him off into his kingdom. There, of course, a person may receive insights, but these do not correspond to the cosmic order, which had already been designed before Lucifer began his meddling. They are spiritual insights of a thoroughly Luciferic nature. He may receive the most extraordinary impressions and judge them to be absolute truths. He may tell people that all sorts of incarnations of this person or that, but these will simply be purely Luciferic inspirations. In order that the right relationship should come about at her awakening, Maria had to be presented at the moment when the spiritual world was to rush in on her with such vehemence, as a person who could well appear absurd to someone, like one of our fine young theater critics. A dainty little modern critic might well say, quote, after finishing the Egyptian scene, there sat Maria as if she had just had breakfast, experiencing these things without a bit of lively drama, close quote. And yet anything else would be untrue at this stage of her development. Only Maria's quiet calmness can represent the truth of her development, as the rays of spiritual light fall upon the scene. We see from this how much depends on the soul mood, mastering within itself all the emotions and passions that are significant only for the physical sense world, if the soul is to cross the threshold of the spiritual world in the right way. Otherwise it will experience there the necessary consequence of what remains of sensual feeling. Ahriman is the more spiritual being. What he carries out in the way of unlawful activity, of the unlawful activity he can create, flows more or less into the general world of the senses. Lucifer is more a being of soul. He tries to draw emotional soul elements out of the sense world and embody them in his special Luciferic kingdom, where for every human being, according to the egoism rooted in his nature, Lucifer wants to ensure the greatest possibility of segregated independence. We see from this that when we want to form a judgment of such beings as Ahriman and Lucifer, it cannot be a question of simply calling them good or bad. Instead, we have to understand what is the lawful activity, what is the right domain of these beings, and where their unlawful activity, the overstepping of their limits, begins. For through the fact that they go beyond their limits, they entice human beings to an unlawful overstepping of the boundary into the other world, taking with them the faculties and laws of this world. The scenes titled The Soul's Awakening deal particularly with what is experienced in passing back and forth across the boundary between the physical sense world and the supersensible world. In this lecture today, I wanted to make a beginning by describing some of the things that must be carefully watched in the borderland between the two worlds. Tomorrow, we will go further into this, the end of Lecture 2. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Secrets of the Threshold, given in 1913. This is Lecture 3, given on August 26th, 1913. When speaking about the spiritual worlds, as we are doing in these lectures, we should keep the following well in mind. The clairvoyant consciousness which the human soul can develop in itself will change nothing in the nature and individuality of a person, for everything entering that consciousness was already long present in man's nature. Knowing a thing is not the same as creating it. A person learns only to perceive what is already there as a fact. Obvious as this is, it has to be said, for we must lead our thoughts to realize that the nature of the human being is hidden in the very depths of his existence. It can be brought up out of those depths only through clairvoyant cognition. It follows from this that the true inmost nature of man's being cannot be brought to light in any other way than through occult knowledge. We can learn what a human being actually is not through any kind of philosophy, but only through the kind of knowledge based on clairvoyant consciousness. To the observation we use in the sense world, and to the understanding limited to the sense world, the being of man, the true inmost nature of man, lies in hidden worlds. Clairvoyant consciousness provides the point of view from which the worlds beyond the so-called threshold have to be observed. In order to perceive and learn, quite different demands are made on it from those in the sense world. This is the most important thing, that the human soul should become more or less accustomed to the fact that the way of looking at and recognizing things that for the sense world is the correct and healthy one is not the only way. Here I shall give the name elemental world to the first world that the soul of a human being enters on becoming clairvoyant and crossing the threshold. Only a person who wants to carry the habits of the sense world into the higher supersensible worlds can demand a uniform choice of names for all the points of view the higher worlds can offer. Parenthesis, at the close of this course of lectures, and also in my small book coming out in a day or two titled The Threshold of the Spiritual World, I shall point out the connection between the terms chosen here, for example, elemental world and those in my books titled Theosophy and titled Occult Science, soul world, spirit world, and so on, in order that people do not look for contradictions in a superficial way where they do not exist. Close parenthesis. Fully new demands meet the life of soul when it steps over the threshold into the elemental world. If the human soul insisted on entering this world with the habits of the sense world, two things might happen. Cloudiness or complete darkness would spread over the horizon of the consciousness, over the field of vision, or else, if the soul wanted to enter the elemental world without preparing itself for the peculiarities and requirements there, it would be thrown back again into the sense world. The elemental world is absolutely different from the sense world. In this world of ours, when we move from one living being to another, from one happening to the next, you have these beings and events before you and can observe them. While confronting and observing them, you keep your own distinct existence, your own separate personality. You know all the time that in the presence of another person or happening, you are the same person that you were before, and that you will be the same when you confront a new situation. You can never lose yourself in another being or happening. You confront them, you stand outside them, and you know you will always be the same in the sense world, wherever you go. This changes as soon as a person enters the elemental world. There it is necessary to adapt one's whole inner life of soul to a being or event so completely that one transforms one's own inner soul life into this other being, into this other event. We can learn nothing at all in the elemental world unless we become a different person within every other being. Indeed, unless we become similar to a high degree to the other beings and events. We have to have then one peculiarity of soul for the elemental world, the capacity for transforming our own being into other beings outside ourselves. We must have the faculty of metamorphosis. We must be able to immerse ourselves in and become the other being. We must be able to lose the consciousness which always, in order to remain emotionally healthy, we have to have in the sense world, the consciousness of, quote, I am myself, close quote. In the elemental world, we get to know another being only when, in a way, we inwardly have become the other. When we have crossed the threshold, we have to move through the elemental world in such a way that with every step, we transform ourselves into every single happening, creep into every single being. It belongs to the health of a person's soul that in passing through the sense world, he should hold his own and assert his individual character. But this is altogether impossible in the elemental world, where it would lead either to the darkening of his field of vision or to his being thrown back into the sense world. You will easily understand that in order to exercise the faculty of transformation, the soul needs something more than it already possesses here in our world. The human soul is too weak to be able to change itself continuously and adapt itself to every sort of being if it enters the elemental world in its ordinary state. Therefore, the forces of the human soul must be strengthened and heightened through the preparations described in my books, titled Occult Science, also now known as Esoteric Science, and titled Knowledge of Higher Worlds. From these, the life of soul will become stronger and more forceful. It can then immerse itself in other entities without losing itself in the process. This being said, you will understand at once the importance of noting what is called the threshold between the sense world and the supersensible world. We have already said that the clairvoyant consciousness of a human being on earth must go back and forth continually, that it must observe the spiritual world beyond the threshold while it is outside the physical body, and must then return into the physical body, exercising in a healthy way the faculties which lead it to the right observation of the physical sense world. Let us suppose that a person's clairvoyant consciousness, when returning over the threshold, were to take back into the sense world the faculty of transformation it has to have in order to be at all aware of the spiritual world. The faculty of transformation I've been speaking about is a peculiarity of the human etheric body, which lives by preference in the elemental world. Now, suppose that a person were to go back into the physical world, keeping his etheric body as capable of transformation as it has to be in the elemental world. What would happen? Each of the worlds has its own special laws. The sense world is the world of self-contained forms, for here the spirits of form rule. The elemental world is the world of mobility, of metamorphosis, of transformation. Just as we continually have to change in order to feel at home in that world, all the beings there are continually all the beings there are continually changing themselves. There is no enclosed, circumscribed form. All is in continual metamorphosis. A soul has to take part in this ever-changing existence outside the physical body if it wants to unfold itself there. Then in the physical sense world, we must allow our etheric body as an entity of the elemental world capable of metamorphosis to sink down into the physical body. Through this physical body, I am a definite personality in the physical sense world. I am this or that distinct person. My physical body stamps my personality upon me. The physical body and the conditions of the physical world in which I find myself make me a personality. In the elemental world, one is not a personality, for this would require an enclosed form. Here, however, we must note that what the clairvoyant consciousness recognizes in the human soul is and always has been present within it. Through the forces of the physical body, the mobility of the etheric body is restrained only for the time being. As soon as the etheric body sinks back into the physical encasement, its powers of movement are held together and adapted to the form. If the etheric body were not tucked into the physical body as if into a tote bag, it would always be impelled to continuous transformation. Now let us suppose that a soul, becoming clairvoyant, were to carry over into the physical world this desire of its etheric body for transformation. Then, with its tendency toward movement, it will fit rather loosely into the physical body, and thus the soul can come into contradiction with the physical world that wants to shape it into a definite personality. The etheric body, which always wants to move freely, can come back over the threshold in the wrong way, every moment wishing to be something or someone else, someone that may be quite the opposite of the firmly imprinted form of the physical body. To put it even more concretely, a person could be, say, a Scandinavian bank executive, thanks to his physical body, but because his etheric brings over into the physical world the impulse to free itself from physical constraints, he may imagine himself to be the Emperor of China. Parenthesis, or to use another example, a person may be, let us say, the President of the Theosophical Society, and if her etheric body has been loosened, she may imagine that she has been in the presence of the Director of the Universe. Close parenthesis. A footnote related to that is, Ledbetter wrote that he had, quote, stood with Mrs. Besant in the presence of the Director of the Universe, close quote. Mrs. Besant was at that time the president of the Theosophical Society. End of footnote. We see that the threshold that sharply divides the sense world from the supersensible world must be respected absolutely. The soul must observe the requirements of each of the two worlds, adapting and conducting itself differently on this side and that. We have emphasized repeatedly that the peculiarities of the supersensible world must not unlawfully be carried over when one comes back into the sense world. If I may put it more plainly, one has to understand how to conduct oneself in both worlds. One may not carry over into one world the method of observation that is right for the other. First of all, then, we have to take note that the essential faculty for finding and feeling oneself in the elemental world is the faculty of transformation. But the human soul could never live permanently in this mobile element. The etheric body could as little remain permanently in a state of being able to transform itself as a human being in the physical world could remain continually awake. Only when we are awake can we observe the physical world. Asleep, we do not perceive it. Nevertheless, we have to allow the waking condition to alternate with the sleeping one. Something comparable to this is necessary in the elemental world. Just as little as it is right in the physical world to be continually awake, for life here must swing like a pendulum between waking and sleeping, so something similar is necessary for the life of the etheric body in the elemental world. There must be an opposite pole, as it were, something that works in the opposite direction to the faculty of transformation, leading to perception in the spiritual world. What is it that makes the human being capable of transformation? It is his living in imagination, in mental images, the ability to make his ideas and thoughts so mobile that through his lively, flexible thinking, he can dip down into other beings and happenings. For the opposite condition, comparable to sleep in the sense world, it is the will of the human being that must be developed and strengthened. For the faculty of transformation, thinking or imagination. For the opposite condition, the will. To understand this, we should consider that in the physical sense world, the human being is a self, an ego, an I, capital. It is the physical body, as long as it is awake, that contributes what is necessary for this feeling of self. The forces of the physical body, when the human being sinks down into it, supply him with the power to feel himself an ego, an I. It is different in the elemental world. There, the human being himself must achieve to some degree what the physical body achieves in the physical world. He can develop no feeling of self in the elemental world if he does not exert his will, if he himself does not do the willing. This, however, calls for overcoming something that is deeply rooted in us, our love of comfort and convenience. For the elemental world, this self-willing is necessary. Like the alternation of sleeping and waking in the physical world, the condition of, quote, transforming oneself into other beings, close quote, must give way to the feeling of self-strengthened volition. Just as we have become tired in the physical world and close our eyes, overcome by sleep, the moment comes in the elemental world when the etheric body feels, I cannot go on continually changing. Now I must shut out all the beings and happenings around me. I will have to thrust it all out of my field of vision and look away from it. I now must will myself and live absolutely and entirely within myself, ignoring the other beings and occurrences. This willing of self, excluding everything else, corresponds to sleep in the physical world. We would be mistaken if we imagined that the alternation of transformation with strengthened ego feeling were regulated in the elemental world just as naturally as waking and sleeping are in the physical world. According to clairvoyant consciousness, and to this alone it is perceptible, it takes place at will, not passing so easily as waking here passes into sleep. After one has lived for a time in the element of metamorphosis, one feels the need within oneself to engage and use the other swing of the pendulum of elemental life. In a much more arbitrary way than with our waking and sleeping, the element of transforming oneself alternates with living within, with its heightened feeling of self. Yes, our consciousness can even bring it about through its elasticity, that in certain circumstances both conditions can be present at the same time. On the one hand, one transforms oneself to some degree, and yet can hold together certain parts of the soul and rest within oneself. In the elemental world, we can wake and sleep at the same time, something we should not try to do in the physical world if we have any concern for our soul life. We must further consider that when thinking develops into the faculty of transformation and begins to be at home in the elemental world, it cannot be used in that world in the way that is right and healthy for the physical world. What is thinking like in our ordinary world? Observe it as you follow its movement. A person is aware of thoughts in his soul. He knows that he is grasping, spinning out, connecting, and separating these thoughts. Inwardly, he feels himself to be the master of his thoughts, which seem rather passive. They allow themselves to be connected and separated, to be formed and then dismissed. This life of thought must develop in the elemental world a step further. There, a person is not in a position to deal with thoughts that are passive. If someone really succeeds in entering that world with his clairvoyant soul, it seems as though his thoughts were not things over which he has any command. They are living beings. Only imagine how it is when you cannot form and connect and separate your thoughts, but instead, each one of them, in your consciousness, begins to have a life of its own, a life as an entity in itself. You thrust your consciousness into a place, it seems, where you don't find thoughts that are like those in the physical world, but where they are living beings. I can only use a grotesque picture, which will help us somehow to realize how different our thinking must become from what it is here. Imagine sticking your head into an anthill while your thinking comes to a stop. You would have ants in your head instead of thoughts. It is just like that when your soul dips down into the elemental world. Your thoughts become so alive that they themselves join each other, separate from each other, and lead a life of their own. We truly need a stronger power of soul to confront these living beings with our consciousness than we do with the passive thoughts of the physical world, which allow themselves to be formed at will, to be connected and separated, not only sensibly, but often even quite foolishly. They are patient things, these thoughts of our ordinary world. They let the human soul do anything it likes with them. But it is quite different when we thrust our soul into the elemental world, where our thoughts will lead an independent life. A human being must hold his own with his soul life and assert his will in confronting these active, lively, no longer passive thoughts. In the physical world, our thinking can be completely stupid, and this does not harm us at all. But if we do foolish things with our thinking in the elemental world, it may well happen that our stupid thoughts, creeping around there as independent beings, can hurt us, can even cause real pain. Thus we see that the habits of our soul life must change when we cross the threshold from the physical into the supersensible world. If we were then to return to the physical world, with the activity we have to bring to bear on the living thought entities of the elemental world, and failed to develop in ourselves sound thinking with these passive thoughts, wishing rather to hold fast to the conditions of the other world, our thoughts would continually run away from us. Then, hurrying after them, we would become a slave to our thoughts. When a person enters the elemental world with clairvoyant soul and develops his faculty of metamorphosis, he delves into it with his inner life, transforming himself according to the kind of entity he is confronting. What is his experience when he does this? It is something we can call sympathy and antipathy. Out of soul depths, these experiences seem to well up, presenting themselves to the soul that has become clairvoyant. Quite definite kinds of sympathy and antipathy appear as it transforms itself into this or that other being. When the person proceeds from one transformation to the next, he is continually aware of different sympathies or antipathies. Just as, in the physical world, we recognize, characterize, describe the objects and living beings, in short, perceive them when the eye sees their color or the ear hears their tones, so correspondingly, in the spiritual world, we should describe its beings in terms of particular sympathies and antipathies. Two things, however, should be noted. One is that in our usual way of speaking in the physical world, we generally differentiate only between stronger and weaker degrees of sympathy and antipathy. In the elemental world, the sympathies and antipathies differ from one another not only in degree, but also in quality. There they vary, just as yellow here is quite different from red. As our colors are qualitatively different, so are the many varieties of sympathy and antipathy that we meet in the elemental world. In order, therefore, to describe this correctly, one may not merely say, as one would do in the physical world, that in diving down and entering this particular entity, one feels greater sympathy, while in immersing oneself in another entity, one feels less sympathy. No, sympathies of all sorts and kinds can be found there. The other point to note is this. Our usual natural attitude to sympathy and antipathy cannot be carried over into the elemental world. Here in this world, we feel drawn to some people, repelled by others. We associate by choice with those who are sympathetic and wish to stay near them. We turn away from the things and people who are abhorrent and refuse to have anything to do with them. This cannot be the case in the elemental world. For there, if I may express it rather oddly, we will not find the sympathies sympathetic, nor the antipathies antipathetic. This would resemble someone in the physical world saying, quote, I can stand only the blues and greens, not the red or yellow colors. I simply have to run away from red and yellow, close quote. If a being of the elemental world is antipathetic, it means that it has a distinct characteristic of that world, which must be described as antipathetic. And we have to deal with it just as we deal in the sense world with the colors blue and red, not permitting one to be more sympathetic to us than the other. Here we meet all the colors with a certain calmness, because they convey what the things are. Only when a person is a bit neurotic does he run away from certain colors, or when he is a bull and cannot bear the sight of red. Most of us accept all the colors with equanimity, and in the same way we should be able to observe with the utmost calmness the qualities of sympathy and antipathy that belong to the elemental world. For this we must necessarily change the attitude of soul usual in the physical world, where it is attracted by sympathy and repelled by antipathy. It must become completely changed. There, the inner mood or disposition, corresponding to the feelings of sympathy and antipathy, must be replaced with what we can call soul quiet, spirit peacefulness. Footnote, see title The Soul's Awakening, Scene 4, The Guardian of the Threshold says, quote, You see myself, two in delusions form, while vain desires are joined to inner sight, and spirit peacefulness, as sheath of soul, has not yet taken hold of your whole being. Close quote. End of footnote. With an inwardly resolute soul life filled with spirit calm, we must immerse ourselves in the entities and transform ourselves into them. Then we will feel the qualities of these beings rising within our soul depths as sympathies and antipathies. Only when we can do this, with such an attitude toward sympathy and antipathy, will the soul, in its experiences, be capable of letting the sympathetic and antipathetic perception appear before it as images that are right and true. That is, only then are we capable not merely of feeling what the perception of sympathies and antipathies is, but of really experiencing our own particular self, transformed into another being, suddenly rising up as one or another color picture, or as one or another tone picture of the elemental world. You can also learn how sympathies and antipathies play a part in regard to the experiences of the soul in the spiritual world if you look with a certain amount of inner understanding at the chapter of my book titled Theosophy that describes the soul world. You will see there that the soul world is actually constructed of sympathies and antipathies. From my description, you will have been able to learn that what we know as thinking in the physical sense world is really only the external shadowy imprint called up by the physical body of the thinking that, lying in occult depths, can be called a true living force. As soon as we enter the elemental world and move with our etheric body, thoughts become, one can say, denser, more alive, more independent, more true to their own nature. What we experience as thought in the physical body relates to this truer element of thinking, as a shadow on the wall relates to the objects casting it. As a matter of fact, it is the shadow of the elemental thought life thrown into the physical sense world through the instrumentality of the physical body. When we think, our thinking lies more or less in the shadow of thought beings. Here, clairvoyant spiritual knowledge throws new light on the true nature of thinking. No philosophy, no external science, however ingenious, can determine anything of the real nature of thinking. Only a knowledge based on clairvoyant consciousness can recognize what it is. The same thing holds good with the nature of our willing. The will must grow stronger, for in the elemental world, things are not so obliging that the ego feeling is provided for us, as it is through the forces of the physical body. There we ourselves have to will the feeling of ego. We have to find out what it means for our soul to be entirely filled with the consciousness, quote, I will myself, close quote. We have to experience something of the greatest significance. That when we are not strong enough to bring forth the real act of will, I will myself, and not just the thought of it, at that moment we will feel ourselves falling unconscious as though in a faint. If we do not hold ourselves together in the elemental world, we will fall into a kind of faint. There we look into the true nature of the will, again something that cannot be discovered by external science or philosophy, but only by the clairvoyant consciousness. What we call the will in the physical world is a shadowy image of the strong, living will of the elemental world, which grows and develops so that it can maintain the self out of its own volition without the support of external forces. We can say that everything in that world, when we grow accustomed to it, becomes self-willed. Above all, when we have left the physical body and our etheric body has the elemental world as its environment, it is through the innate character of the etheric body that the drive to transform ourselves awakens. We wish to immerse ourselves in the other beings. However, just as in our waking state by day, the need for sleep arises, so in the elemental world there arises in turn the need to be alone, to shut out everything into which we could transform ourselves. Then again, when we have felt alone for a while and developed the strong feeling of will, I will myself, there comes what may be called a terrible feeling of isolation, of being forsaken, which evokes the longing to awaken out of this state of only willing oneself to the faculty of transformation again. While we rest in physical sleep, other forces take care that we wake up. We don't have to attend to it ourselves. In the elemental world, when we are in the sleeping condition of only willing ourselves, it is through the demand of feeling forsaken that we are impelled to put ourselves into the state of transformation, that is, of wanting to awaken. From all this, you see how different are the conditions of experiencing oneself in the elemental world, of perceiving oneself there, from those of the physical world. You can judge, therefore, how necessary it is again and again to take care that the clairvoyant consciousness, passing back and forth from one world to the other, adapts itself correctly to the requirements of each world, and does not carry over on crossing the threshold the usages of one into the other. The strengthening and invigorating of the life of soul consequently belongs to the preparation we have often described as necessary for the experience of supersensible worlds. What must, above all, become strong and forceful are the soul experiences we can call the eminently moral ones. These imprint themselves as soul dispositions in firmness of character and inner resolute calm. Inner courage and firmness of character must most especially be developed, for through weakness of character we cripple the whole life of soul, which would then come powerless into the elemental world. This we must avoid if we hope to have a true and correct experience there. No one who is really earnest about gaining knowledge in the higher worlds will, therefore, fail to give weight to the strengthening of the moral forces among all the other forces that help the soul enter those worlds. One of the most shameful errors is foisted on humanity when someone takes it on himself to say that clairvoyance should be acquired without paying attention to strengthening the moral life. It must be stressed once and for all that what I described in my book, titled Knowledge of Higher Worlds, as the development of the lotus flowers that crystallize in the spirit body of a student clairvoyant, may indeed take place without attention to supportive moral strength, but certainly ought not to do so. The lotus flowers must be there if a person wants to have the faculty of transformation. That faculty comes into existence when the flowers unfold their petals in a motion away from the human being, in order to grasp the spiritual world and adhere to it. Whatever a person develops as the ability to transform himself is expressed for the clairvoyant vision in the unfolding of the lotus flowers. Whatever he can acquire of a strengthened ego feeling becomes inner firmness. We can call it an elementary backbone. Both of these must be correspondingly developed, the lotus flowers so that one can transform oneself, and an elementary backbone so that one can unfold a strengthened ego in the elemental world. As mentioned in the lecture yesterday, what develops in a spiritual way can lead to a high order of virtues in the spiritual world. But if this is allowed to stream down into the sense world, it can bring about the most terrible vices. It is the same with the lotus flowers and elemental backbone. By practicing certain methods, it is also possible to awaken the lotus flowers and backbone without aiming for moral firmness. But this no conscientious clairvoyant would recommend. It is not merely a question of attaining something or other in the higher worlds, but of knowing what is involved. At the moment we pass over the threshold into the spiritual world, we approach the Luciferic and Ahrimanic beings, of whom we have already spoken. Here we meet them in quite a different way from any confrontation we might have in the physical world. We will have the remarkable experience that as soon as we cross the threshold, that is, as soon as we have developed the lotus flowers and a backbone, we will see the Luciferic powers coming toward us with the intention of seizing the lotus flowers. They stretch their tentacles out toward our lotus flowers. We must have developed in the right way, so that we use the lotus flowers to grasp and understand the spiritual events, and so that they are not themselves grasped by the Luciferic powers. It is possible to prevent their being seized by these powers only by ascending into the spiritual world with firmly established moral forces. I have already mentioned that in the physical sense world, the Ahrimanic forces approach us more from the outside, the Luciferic more from within the soul. In the spiritual world, it is just the opposite. The Luciferic beings come from outside and try to lay hold of the lotus flowers, whereas the Ahrimanic beings come from within and settle themselves tenaciously within the elementary backbone. If we have risen into the spiritual world without the support of morality, the Ahrimanic and Luciferic powers form an extraordinary alliance with each other. If we have come into the higher worlds filled with ambition, vanity, pride, or with the desire for power, Ahriman and Lucifer will succeed in forming a partnership with each other. I will use a picture for what they do, but this picture corresponds to the actual situation. and you will understand that what I am indicating really takes place. Ahriman and Lucifer form an alliance. Together they bind the petals of the lotus flowers to the elementary backbone. When all the petals are fastened to the backbone, the human being is tied up in himself, fettered within himself through his strongly developed lotus flowers and backbone. The result of this will be the onset of egotism and love of deception to an extent that would be impossible were he to remain normally in the physical world. Thus, we see what can happen if clairvoyant consciousness is not developed in the right way. The alliance of Ahriman and Lucifer, whereby the petals of the lotus flowers are fastened onto the elementary backbone, fettering a person within himself by means of his own elemental or etheric capacities. These are the things we must know if we wish to penetrate with open eyes and with understanding into the actual spiritual world. The end of Lecture 3. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Secrets of the Threshold. This is Lecture 4, given on August 27th, 1913. The soul, as it becomes clairvoyant, will progress further beyond the elemental world we have been describing in these lectures, and it will penetrate the actual spiritual world. On ascending to this higher world, the soul must take into account even more forcefully what already has been indicated. In the elemental world, there are many happenings and phenomena surrounding the clairvoyant soul that remind it of the characteristics, the forces, and of all sorts of other things in the sense world. But rising into the spiritual world, the soul finds the happenings and beings totally different. The capacities and points of view it could get on with in the sense world have to be given up to a far greater degree. It is terribly disturbing to confront a world that the soul is not at all accustomed to, leaving everything behind it has so far been able to experience and observe. Nevertheless, when you look into my books, Title Theosophy or Title Occult Science, or if you recall the recent performance of scenes 5 and 6 of the title Soul's Awakening, it will occur to you that the descriptions there of the real spiritual world, the scientific descriptions as well as the more pictorial scenic ones, use pictures definitely taken, one can say, from impressions and observations of the physical sense world. Recall for a moment how the journey is described through Devachan, or the spirit land, as I called it. You will find that the pictures used have the characteristics of sense perception. This is, of course, necessary if one proposes to put on the stage the spirit region, which the human being passes through between death and a new birth. All the happenings must be represented by images taken from the physical sense world. You can easily imagine that stagehands nowadays would not know what to do with the sort of scenery one might bring immediately out of the spiritual world, having nothing at all in common with the sense world. One therefore faces the necessity of describing the region of spirit with pictures taken from sense observation. But there is more to it than this. You might well believe that to represent this world, whose characteristics are altogether different from the sense world, one has to help oneself out of the difficulty with sense-perceptible images. This is not the case. When the soul that has become clairvoyant enters the spiritual world, it will really see the landscape as the exact scenery of those two scenes of the spirit region in the soul's awakening. They are not just thought out in order to characterize something that is entirely different. The clairvoyant soul really is in such scenery and surrounded by it. Just as the soul, surrounded in the physical sense world by a landscape of rocks, mountains, woods, and fields, must take these for granted as reality, if it is healthy. The clairvoyant soul, too, outside the physical and etheric bodies, can observe itself surrounded in exactly the same way by a landscape constructed of these pictures. Indeed, the pictures have not been chosen at random. As a matter of fact, they are the actual environment of the soul in this world. Scenes 5 and 6 of the title Soul's Awakening did not come about in just this way because something or other of an unknown world had to be expressed, and therefore the question was considered, how can that be done? No. This world pictured here is the world surrounding the soul that it, to some degree, simply forms as an image. However, it is necessary for the clairvoyant soul to enter into the right relationship to the genuine reality of the spirit world, the spirit land that has nothing at all in common with the sense world. You will get some idea of the relationship to the spiritual world, which the soul has to acquire, from a description of how the soul can come to an understanding of that world. Suppose you open a book. At the top of the page, you find a line slanting from the left above to the right below. Then a line slanting from bottom left to top right. Another line parallel to the first, and still another parallel to the second. Then comes 2 vertical lines. The second shorter than the first and connected at the top to its center. Then comes something like a circle that is not quite closed, with a horizontal line in its center. Finally, come 2 equal vertical lines joined together at the top. You don't go through all this when you open a book and look at the first thing that stands there, do you? You read the word, when. You do not describe the W as lines and the E as an incomplete circle, and so on. You read. When you look at the forms of the letters in front of you, you enter into a relationship with something that is not printed on the page. It is, however, indicated to you by what is there on that page. It is precisely the same with the relationship of the soul to the whole picture world of the spirit region. What the soul has to do is not merely to describe what is there, for it is much more like reading. The pictures before one are indeed a cosmic writing, a script, and the soul will gain the right inner mood by recognizing that this whole world of pictures, woven like a veil before the spiritual world, is there to mediate, to manifest the true reality of that world. Hence, in the real sense of the word, we can speak of reading the cosmic script in the spirit region. One should not imagine that learning to read this cosmic writing is anything like learning to read in the physical world. Reading today is based more or less on the relation of arbitrary signs to their meaning. Learning to read, as we have to do for such arbitrary letters, is unnecessary for reading the cosmic script, which makes its appearance as a mighty tableau, expressing the spiritual world to the clairvoyant soul. One has only to take in with an open, unbiased inner being what is shown as picture scenery, because what one is experiencing there is truly reading. The meaning itself can be said to flow out of the pictures. It can therefore happen that any sort of interpreting the images of the spiritual world as abstract ideas is more a hindrance than a help in leading the soul directly to what lies behind the occult writing. Above all, as described in Theosophy and in the scenes of the soul's awakening, it is important to let the things work freely on one. With one's deep inner powers coming sometimes in a shadowy way to consciousness, there will already have been surmises of a spiritual world. To receive such hints, it is not even necessary to strive for clairvoyance. Bear this well in mind. It is necessary only to keep one's mind and soul receptive to such pictures without setting oneself against them in an insensitive, materialistic way, saying, quote, "This is all nonsense. There are no such things." Close quote. A person with a receptive attitude who follows the movement of these pictures will learn to read them. Through the devotion of the soul to the pictures, the necessary understanding for the world of the spirit will come about. What I have described is actual fact. Therefore, the numerous objections to spiritual science coming from a present-day materialistic outlook. In general, these objections are, first of all, rather obvious. Then, too, they can be very intelligent and apparently quite logical. Someone like Ferdinand Fox, who is considered so supremely clever, not only by the human beings, but also, quite correctly, by Ahriman himself, can say, quote, "Oh, yes, you, Steiner, you describe the clairvoyant consciousness and talk about the spiritual world, but it's really a collection of bits and pieces of sense images. How can you claim in the face of all that scenery raked together from well-known physical pictures that we should experience something new from it, something we cannot imagine without approaching the spiritual world?" Close quote. That objection is one that will confuse many people. It is made from the standpoint of present-day consciousness, apparently with a certain justification, indeed even with complete justification. Nevertheless, when you go more deeply into such objections as these of Ferdinand Fox, you will discover the way to the truth. The objection we have just heard resembles very much what a person could say to someone opening a letter. Quote, "Well, yes, you've received a letter. There's nothing in it but letters of the alphabet and words I already know. You won't hear anything new from all that." Close quote. Nevertheless, through what we have known for a long time, we are perhaps able to learn something that we never could have dreamt of before. This is the case with the picture scenery, which not only has to find its way to the stage for the mystery drama performance, but also will reveal itself on every side to the clairvoyant consciousness. To some extent it is composed of memory pictures of the sense world, but in its appearance as cosmic script, it represents something that the human being cannot experience either in the sense world or in the elemental world. It should be emphasized again and again that our relation to the spiritual world must be compared to reading and not to direct vision. If a man on earth who has become clairvoyant is to understand the objects and happenings of the sense world and look at them with a healthy, sane attitude, he must observe and describe them in the most accurate way possible. But his relation to the spiritual world must be different. As soon as he steps across the threshold, he has to do something very much like reading. If we look at what has to be recognized in this spirit land for our human life, there is certainly something else that can demolish Ferdinand Fox's argument. His objections should not be taken lightly, for if we wish to understand spiritual science in the right way, we should size up such objections correctly. We must remember that many people today cannot help making objections, for their ideas and habits of thought give them the dreadful fear of standing on the verge of nothingness when they hear about the spiritual world. Therefore, they reject it. This relationship of a modern human being to the spiritual world can be understood better by discovering what someone thinks about it who is quite well-intentioned. A book appeared recently that is worth reading, even for those who have acquired a true understanding of the spiritual world. It was written by a man who means well and who would like very much to come by knowledge of the spiritual world, Maurice Maeterlinck. It has been translated with the title Concerning Death. In his first chapters, the author shows that he wants to understand these things. We know that he is to some extent a discerning and sensitive person who has allowed himself to be influenced by Novalis, among others, that he has specialized somewhat in romantic mysticism, and that he has accomplished much that is very interesting, theoretically and artistically, in regard to the relationship of human beings to the supersensible world. Therefore, as example, he is particularly interesting. Well, in the chapters of Concerning Death, in which Maeterlinck speaks of the actual relationship of the human being to the spiritual world, his book becomes completely absurd. It is an interesting phenomenon that a well-meaning man, using the thinking habits of today, becomes foolish. I do not mean this as reproof or criticism, but only to characterize objectively how foolish a well-intentioned person can become when he wishes to look at the connection of the human soul to the spirit world. Maurice Maeterlinck has not the slightest idea that there is a possibility to so strengthen and invigorate the human soul that it can shed everything attained through sense observation and the ordinary thinking, feeling, and willing of the physical world, and indeed even that of the elemental world. To such minds as Maeterlinck's, when the soul leaves behind it everything involved in sense observation and the thinking, feeling, and willing related to it, there is simply nothing left. Therefore, in his book, Maeterlinck asks for proofs of the spiritual world and facts about it. It is, of course, reasonable to require proofs of the spiritual world, and we have every right to do so, but not as Maeterlinck demands them. He would like to have proofs as palpable as those given by science for the physical plane. And because in the elemental world things are still reminiscent of the physical world, he would even agree to let himself be convinced of the existence of the spiritual world by means of experiments copied from the physical ones. That is what he demands. He shows with this that he has not the most rudimentary understanding of the true spiritual world, for he wants to prove, by methods borrowed from the physical one, things and processes which have nothing to do with the sense world. The real task is to show that such proofs as Maeterlinck demands for the spiritual world are impossible. I have frequently compared this demand of Maurice Maeterlinck to something that has taken place in the realm of mathematics. At one time, the university math departments were continually receiving treatises on the so-called squaring of the circle. People were constantly trying to prove geometrically how the area of a circle could be transformed into a square. Until quite recently, an infinite number of papers had been written on the subject. But today only a rank amateur would still come up with such a treatise, for it has been proved conclusively that the geometric squaring of the circle is not possible. What Maeterlinck demands as proof for the spiritual world is nothing but the squaring of the circle transferred to the spiritual sphere, and is just as much out of place as the other is in the realm of mathematics. What actually is he demanding? If we know that as soon as we cross the threshold to the spiritual world, we are in a world that has nothing in common with the physical world, or even with the elemental world, we cannot ask, quote, "If you want to prove any of this to me, kindly go back into the physical world, and with physical means prove to me the things of the spiritual world," close quote. We might as well accept the fact that in everything concerned with spiritual science, we will get from the most well-meaning people the kind of absurdities that transferred to ordinary life would at once show themselves to be absurd. It is just as if someone wants a man to stand on his head while continuing to walk with his feet. Let someone demand that, and everyone will realize what nonsense it is. However, when someone demands the same sort of thing in regard to proofs of the spiritual world, it is clever. It is a scientific right. Its author will not notice its absurdity, and neither will his followers, especially when the author is a celebrated person. The great mistake springs from the fact that those who make such claims have never clearly grasped man's relation to the spiritual world. If we attain concepts that can be gained only in the spiritual world through clairvoyant consciousness, they will naturally meet with a great deal of opposition from people like Ferdinand Fox. All the concepts that we are to acquire, for instance, about reincarnation, that is, the truly genuine remembrances of earlier lives on earth, we have to gain through a certain necessary attitude of the soul toward the spiritual world. For only out of that world can we obtain such concepts. When there are impressions, ideas, mental images in the soul that point back to an earlier life on earth, they will be especially subject to the antagonism of our time. Of course, it can't be denied that just in these things the worst foolishness is engaged in. Many people have this or that experience and at once relate it to this or that former incarnation. In such cases, it is easy for our opponents to say, quote, "Oh, yes, whatever drifts into your psyche are really pictures of experiences you've had in this life between birth and death, only you don't recognize them," close quote. That is certainly the case hundreds and hundreds of times. But it should be clear that a spiritual investigator has an eye for these things. It can really be so that something that happens to a person in childhood or youth returns to consciousness completely transformed in later life. Then perhaps, because the person does not recognize it, he takes it for a reminiscence from an earlier life on earth. That can well be the case. We know within our own anthroposophical circles how easily it can occur. You see, memories can be formed not only of what one has clearly experienced. One can also have an impression that whisks past so quickly that it does not come fully to consciousness and yet can return later as a distinct memory. A person, if he is not sufficiently critical, can then swear that this is something in his soul that was never experienced in his present life. It is thus understandable that such impressions cause all the foolishness in people who have busied themselves, but not seriously enough, with spiritual science. This happens chiefly in the case of reincarnation, in which so much vanity and ambition is involved. For many people, it is an alluring idea to have been Julius Caesar or Marie Antoinette in a former life. I can count as many as 25 or 26 Mary Magdalenes I have met in my lifetime. The spiritual investigator himself has good reason to draw attention to the mischief that can be stirred up in all this. Something more, however, must be emphasized. In true clairvoyance, impressions of an earlier life on earth will appear in a certain characteristic way, so that a truly healthy clairvoyant soul will recognize them quite definitely as what they are. It will now unmistakably be that these impressions have nothing to do with what can arise out of the present life between birth and death. For the true reminiscences, the genuine memories of earlier lives on earth that come through scrupulous clairvoyance, are too astonishing for the soul to believe it could bring them out of its conscious or unconscious depths by any humanly possible method. Students of spiritual science must get to know what soul experiences come to it from outside. It is not only the wishes and desires, which do indeed play a great part when impressions are fished up out of the unknown waters of the soul in a changed form, so that we do not recognize them as experiences of the present life. There is an interplay of many other things, but the mostly overpowering perceptions of former earth lives are easy to distinguish from impressions out of the present life. To take one example, a person receiving a true impression of a former life will inwardly, for instance, experience the following rising out of soul depths. Quote, "You were in your former life such and such a person," close quote. And at the moment when this occurs, he will find that externally, in the physical world, he can make no use at all of such knowledge. It can bring him further in his development, but as a rule, he has to say to himself, quote, "Look at that. In your previous incarnation, you had that special talent," close quote. However, by the time he receives such an impression, he is already too old to do anything with it. The situation will always be like that, showing how the impressions could not possibly arise out of one's present life. For if you took your start from the ordinary dream or fantasy, you would provide yourself with quite different qualities in a former incarnation. What one was like in an earlier life is something we ordinarily cannot imagine, for it is usually just the opposite of what we might expect. The genuine reality of an impression arising through true clairvoyance may show in one way or another our relationship to another person on earth. However, we must remember that through incorrect clairvoyance, many previous incarnations are described relating us to our close friends and enemies. This is mostly nonsense. If the perception you receive is truly genuine, it will show you a relationship to a person whom it is impossible at the time to draw near to. These things cannot be applied directly to practical life. Confronted with impressions such as these, we have to develop the frame of mind necessary for clairvoyant consciousness. Naturally, when one has the impression, quote, "I am connected in a special way with this person," close quote, the situation must be worked out in life. Through the impression, one should come again into some sort of relationship with him. But that may only come about in a second or third earthly life. One must have a frame of mind able to wait patiently, a feeling that can be described as a truly inward calmness of soul and peacefulness of spirit. This will contribute to our judging correctly our experience in the spiritual world. When we want to learn something about another person in the physical world, we go at it in whatever way seems necessary. But this we cannot do with the impression that calls for spirit peacefulness, calmness of soul, and patience. The attitude of soul toward the genuine impressions of the spiritual world is correctly described by saying, quote, "To strive for nothing, wait in peaceful stillness, one's inner being filled with expectation." From The Soul's Awakening, Scene 3, end of quote. In a certain respect, this frame of mind must stream out over the entire soul life in order to approach in the right way its clairvoyant experiences in the spirit. The Ferdinand Foxes, however, are not always easy to refute, even when inner perceptions arise of which one can say, quote, "It is humanly not possible for the soul with its forces and habits acquired in the present earth life to create in the imagination what is rising out of its depths. On the contrary, if it were up to the soul, it would have imagined something quite different." Close quote. Even when one is able to point out the sure sign of true, genuine spiritual impressions, a super clever Ferdinand Fox can come and raise objections. But one does not meet the objections of those who stand somewhat remote from the science of the spirit, or of opponents who don't want to know anything about it, with the words, quote, "One's inner being filled with expectation," close quote. This is the right mood for those who are approaching the spiritual world. But in the face of objections from opponents, one should not, as a spiritual scientist, merely wait in expectation, but should oneself raise all those objections in order to know just what objections are possible. One of these is easy to understand today, and it can be found in all the psychological, psychopathological, and physiological literature, and in the sometimes learned treatises that presume to be scientific, as follows, quote, "Since the inner life is so complicated, there is a great deal in the subconscious that does not rise up into the ordinary consciousness." Close quote. One who is super clever will not only say, quote, "Our wishes and desires bring all sorts of things out of soul depths," close quote, but will also say, quote, "Any experience of the psyche brings about a secret resistance or opposition against the experience. Though we will always experience this reaction, a person knows nothing of it as a rule, but it can push its way up from the subconscious into the upper regions of soul life." Close quote. Psychological, psychopathological, and physiological literature admit to the following, because the facts cannot be denied. When someone falls deeply in love with another person, there has to develop in unconscious soul depths, side by side with the conscious love, a terrible antipathy to the beloved. and the view of many psychopathologists is that if anyone is truly in love, there is also hatred in his soul. Hatred is present even if it is covered over by the passion of love. When such things emerge from the depths of the soul, say the Ferdinand Foxes, they are perceptions that very easily provide the illusion of not coming from the soul of the individual involved, and yet can well do so because soul life is very complex. To this, we can only reply, certainly it may be so. This is as well known to the spiritual investigator as it is to the psychologist, psychiatrist, or physiologist. When we work our way through all the above-mentioned literature, dealing with the healthy and unhealthy conditions of soul life, we realize that Ferdinand Fox is a real person, an extremely important figure of the present day, to be found everywhere. He is no invention. Take all the abundant writing of our time, and as you study it, you get the impression that the remarkable face of Ferdinand Fox is springing out at you from every page. He seems nowadays to have his fingers in every scientific pie. To counteract him, it must be emphasized again and again, and I repeat it in this case gladly. To prove that something is reality and not fantasy is only possible through life experience itself. I have continually said, the chapter of Schopenhauer's philosophy that views the world as a mere mental image and does not distinguish between idea and actual perception can be contradicted only by life itself. Kant's argument, too, in regard to the so-called proof of God's existence, that 100 imaginary dollars contain just as many pennies as 100 real dollars, will be demolished by anyone who tries to pay his debts with imaginary and not real dollars. Therefore, the training and devotion of the soul to clairvoyance must be taken as reality. It is not a matter of theorizing. We bring about a life in the realm of spirit by means of which we can clearly distinguish the genuine impression of a former life on earth from one that is false, in the same way that we can distinguish the heat of an iron on our skin from an imaginary iron. If we reflect on this, we will understand that Ferdinand Fox's objections about the spiritual world are really of no importance at all, coming as they do from people who, I will not say have not entered the realm of spirit clairvoyantly, but who have never tried to understand it. We must always keep in mind that when we cross the threshold of the spiritual world, we enter a region of the universe that has nothing in common with what the senses can perceive or with what we experience in the physical world through willing, thinking, and feeling. We have to approach the spiritual world by realizing that all our ability to observe and understand the physical sense world has to be left behind. Referring to perception in the elemental world, I used an image that may sound grotesque, that of putting one's head into an anthill. But so it is for our consciousness in the elemental world. There, the thoughts that we have do not put up with everything quite passively. We plunge our consciousness into a world, into a thought world, one might call it, that creeps and crawls with a life of its own. A person has to hold himself firmly upright in his soul to withstand thoughts that are full of their own motion. Even so, many things in this elemental world of creeping and crawling thoughts remind us of the physical world. When we enter the actual spiritual world, nothing at all reminds us of the physical world. There we enter a world which I will describe with an expression used in my book titled The Threshold of the Spiritual World, quote, a world of living thought beings, close quote. Our thinking in the physical world resembles shadow pictures, shadows of thoughts, whose real substance we find in the spiritual world. This thought substance forms the beings there whom we can approach and enter into. Just as human beings in the physical world consist of flesh and blood, these beings of the spiritual world consist of thought substance. They are themselves thoughts, actual thoughts, nothing but thoughts. Yet they are alive with an inner essential being. They are living thought beings. Although we can enter into their inner being, they cannot perform actions as if with physical hands. When they are active, they create relationships among themselves, and this can be compared to the embodiment in the sense world of thoughts and speech, a pale reflection of the spiritual reality. We can accustom ourselves to experience the living thought entities in the spiritual world. What they do, what they are, and the way they affect one another forms a spirit language. One spirit being speaks to another. Thought language is spoken in the realm of the spirit. However, this thought language in its totality is not only speech, but represents the deeds of the spiritual world as well. It is in speaking with these beings, work, move, it is in speaking that these beings work, move, and take action. When we cross the threshold, we enter a world where thoughts are entities, entities are thoughts. However, these beings of the spiritual world are much more real than people of flesh and blood in the sense world. We enter a world where the action consists of spiritual conversation, where words move here, there, and everywhere, where something happens because it is spoken out. We have to say of this spiritual world and of the occurrences there what is said in scene 3 of titled The Guardian of the Threshold, quote, "At this place, words are deeds, and further deeds must follow them," close quote. All occult perception, attained for mankind by the initiates of every age, could behold the significance in a certain realm of this spirit conversation that is at the same time spirit action. It was given the characteristic name, quote, "the cosmic word," close quote. Now, observe that our study has brought us to the very center of the spiritual realm, where we can behold these beings and their activities. There, many voices, many tones, many activities, sounding together, form the cosmic word, in which our own soul being, itself cosmic word, begins to find itself at home. So that sounding forth, we ourselves perform deeds in the spiritual world. The term cosmic word, used throughout past ages by all peoples, expresses an absolutely true fact of the spirit land. To understand its meaning at the present time, however, we have to approach the uniqueness of the spiritual world in the way we have tried to describe in this study. In the various past ages and peoples, occult knowledge has spoken with more or less understanding of the cosmic word. Now, too, it is necessary, if mankind is not to be devastated by materialism, to reach an understanding for such words about the spiritual world from the mystery drama. At this place, words are deeds, and further deeds must follow them. It is imperative in our time that when such words are spoken out of the knowledge of the spiritual world, our souls should feel their reality, should feel that they represent reality. We must be aware that this is just as much an exact characteristic of the spiritual world as when, in characterizing the physical sense world, we apply ordinary sense images. Just how far our present age can bring understanding to bear on such words as, quote, "Here in this place words are deeds, and further deeds must follow them," close quote, will depend on how far it takes up spiritual science, and how well people today will be prepared to prevent the dominating force of materialism that otherwise will plunge human civilization into impoverishment, devastation, and decay. The end of Lecture 4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of Secrets of the Threshold by Rudolf Steiner, a cycle of lectures given in 1913. This is Lecture 5, given on August 28, 1913. I should like to help everyone understand, if I can, the characteristics of the spiritual realms we are studying in these lectures. For this reason, I am going to add a little story to shed light on the questions we have already considered, and on those ahead of us. Some time ago, Professor Kupesius was inwardly quite disturbed and puzzled. It came about in the following way. You will have noticed, entitled The Portal of Initiation, that Capesius is an historian, a professor of history. Occult research has shown me that a number of well-known modern scholars have become historians through a particular connection with an Egyptian initiation in the third post-Atlantean epoch, either directly within an initiation cult, or else by being attracted in some way or other to the temple mysteries. You will notice that Capesius is an historian who depends not only on external documents. He tries also to penetrate to the historical ideas that have played a part in human evolution and in the development of civilization. I must admit that in characterizing Capesius, entitled The Portal of Initiation, titled The Probation of the Soul, and titled The Guardian of the Threshold, I was continuously aware of his link to the Egyptian cult of initiation, shown in detail in scenes 7 and 8 of titled The Soul's Awakening. We must keep in mind that what Capesius's soul experienced during his Egyptian initiation forms the foundation for his later destiny and for his present-day soul. Capesius has, therefore, become an historian, concerned in his professional life chiefly with what has been brought about in successive epochs by the varying character of peoples, civilizations, and individuals. One day, however, Capesius came across some literature about the philosophy of Haeckel. Up to then, he had not paid much attention to these ideas, but now he studied various articles on Haeckel's atomistic view of the world. This was the reason for his tortured state of mind. A peculiar mood descended on him when he met this atomistic philosophy at a relatively late period in his life. His reason told him, we really cannot get behind natural phenomena properly unless our explanations involve atoms by way of a mechanistic conception of the universe. In other words, Capesius came more and more to recognize what is, in a sense, the one-sided correctness of atomism and a mechanistic view of nature. He was not one to fight fanatically against a new idea, for he had confidence in his own intelligence, which seemed to find these ideas necessary to explain the natural phenomena around him. Yet it troubled him. He said to himself, quote, how desolate, how unsatisfying for the human soul this conception of nature is. How poorly it supports any ideas one would like to acquire about spirit and spiritual beings, or about the human soul. Close quote. Capesius was thus driven back and forth by doubt. Therefore he set out, almost instinctively, I might say, on the walk he so often took when his heart was heavy, to the Balda's little cottage. Talking over things with these warm-hearted people had many times provided him with a real emotional lift, and what Felicia Balda gave him in her wonderful fairy tales had refreshed him, and so he went there. As Dame Felicia was busy in the house when he arrived, he met first his good friend Felix, whom he had gradually grown fond of. Capesius confided his troubles to Felix, describing the doubts that the knowledge of Haeckelism and the atomistic theory had brought. He explained how logical it seemed to apply it to the phenomena of nature, but on the other hand, how barren and disheartening such a conception of the universe is. In his distress, Capesius more or less sought help for his state of soul from his fatherly friend. Now, Felix is quite a different character from Capesius. He goes his own unique way. Turning aside at once all Haeckel's ideas and theories, he explained how the matter really stands. He said, quote, well, certainly there must be atoms. It is quite correct to talk about them. But we have to understand that atoms, in order somehow to form the universe, must stratify and arrange themselves in such a way that their relationships correspond in measure and number. The atoms of one substance form a unit of 4, another of 3, another of 1 or 2. In this way, the substances of Earth came about. Close quote. It seemed to Capesius, who had a good grasp of history, that this was somewhat Pythagorean. He felt that a Pythagorean principle had the upper hand in Felix, who was arguing that there is nothing we can do about the atoms themselves, but that within them we find the wisdom of measure and number. More and more complicated became the argument, with ever more complicated numerical relationships, where, according to Felix, cosmic wisdom, in combining the atoms, revealed itself as a spiritual principle among them. More and more complicated became the structures that Father Felix built up for Capasius, who gradually was overcome by a peculiar mood. You could describe it by saying that he had to strain every nerve so much in deciphering this complicated stuff that even though the subject interested him immensely, he had to suppress a desire to yawn and to sink into a kind of dream state. Before our good professor dropped completely into a dream, however, Dame Balda joined them and listened for a while to the expounding of numbers and structures. She sat there patiently, but she had a peculiar habit. When something not altogether pleasant or congenial bothered her, and she had to control her boredom, she would clasp her hands together and twirl her thumbs around each other. Whenever she did this, she was able to swallow her yawns. And now, after she had twirled her thumbs for a short time, there came a pause. She could finally try to stir up Capasius with a refreshing story, and so Felicia told her good friend the following tale. Once upon a time there stood in a very lonely region a great fortress. Within it lived many people of all ages. They were more or less related to one another and belonged to the same family. They formed a self-contained community, but were shut off from the rest of the world. Round about, far and wide, there were no other people nor human settlements to be found, and in time this state of things made many of the people uneasy. As a result, a few of them became somewhat visionary, and the visions that came to them might well, from the manner in which they appeared, have been founded on reality. Felicia told how a great number of these people had the same vision. First they saw a powerful figure of light, which seemed to come down out of the clouds. It was a figure of light, bringing warmth with it as it came down and sank into the hearts and souls of the people in the fortress. It was really felt, so ran Felicia's story, that something of glory had come down from the heights of heaven in this figure of light from above. But soon, Felicia continued, those who had the vision of light saw something more. They saw how from all sides, from all around the mountain, as though crawling out of the earth, there came all kinds of blackish, brownish, steel-gray figures. Whereas it was a single figure of light coming from above, there were many, many of these other forms around the fortress. For as the figure of light entered into their hearts and their souls, these other beings, one could call them elemental beings, were like besiegers of the fortress. For a long time, the people, of whom there was a fairly great number, dwelled between the figure from above and those besieging the fortress from outside. One day, however, it happened that the form from above sank down still further than before, and that the besiegers come closer in toward them. An uncomfortable feeling spread among the visionaries in the fortress. We must remember that Felicia is telling a fairy tale. And these visionaries, as well as all the others, fell into a kind of dream state. The figure from above divided into separate clouds of light, but these were seized upon by the besiegers and darkened by them, so that gradually the people of the fortress were held in a dream. The earth life of the people was thereby prolonged for centuries, and when they came to themselves, they found that now they were divided into small communities, scattered over many parts of the earth. They lived in small fortresses that were copies of the great original one they had inhabited centuries before. And it was apparent that what they had experienced in the ancient fortress was now within them as strength of soul, soul richness, and soul health. In these smaller fortresses, they could now bravely carry on all sorts of activities, such as farming, cattle raising, and the like. They became capable, hard-working people, good farmers, healthy in soul and body. When Dame Felicia had finished her story, Professor Capasius felt as he usually did, pleasantly cheered. Father Felix, however, found it necessary to provide some explanation for the images of the story, for this was the first time Felicia had told this particular tale. You see, Felix began, the figure that came from above out of the clouds is the Luciferic force, and the figures that came from outside like besiegers are the Ahrimanic beings, and so on. Felix's explanations became more and more complicated. At first Dame Felicia listened, clasping her hands together and twirling her thumbs. But finally she said, quote, "Well, I must get back to the kitchen. We're having potato pancakes for supper, and I don't want them to get too soft," close quote. So she slipped away. Capasius sank into such a heavy mood through Felix's explanations that he no longer could listen properly. And though he was really very fond of Father Felix, he could not altogether hear what was being explained. I must add that what I have just been relating happened to Capasius at a time when he had already met Benedictus, and had begun what one could call his pupil, and had become what one could call his pupil. He had often heard Benedictus speak about the Luciferic and Ahrimanic elements, but though Capasius is an extremely intelligent man, he never could quite fathom these remarks of Benedictus. Something seemed to be missing. He could not begin to understand them. So this time, when he left the Balde cottage, he turned over in his mind the story of the fortress that multiplied itself. Almost every day he pondered the tale. When he later came to Benedictus, Benedictus noticed that something had taken place in Capasius. Capasius himself was aware that every time he recalled the story of the fortress, his soul was peculiarly stirred within him. It seemed as if the story had worked upon his inner being and strengthened it. Consequently, he was continually repeating the tale to himself as if in meditation. Now he came to Benedictus, who perceived that the forces of Capasius' soul had been newly strengthened. Benedictus began, therefore, to speak about these things in a special way, whereas earlier Capasius, perhaps because of his great learning, would have had more trouble grasping it all. He now understood everything extremely well. Something like a seed had fallen into his soul with Felicia's story, and this had fructified his soul forces. Benedictus said the following: "Let us look at three different things. First, consider human thinking, human concepts, the thoughts that a person carries around within himself and ponders when he is alone to help him understand the world. Everyone is able to think and to try to explain things to himself in complete solitude. For this, he doesn't need another person. In fact, he can think best when he shuts himself up in his own room and tries as best he can in quiet, self-contained pondering to understand the world and its phenomena. Now then," said Benedictus, "it will always happen to a person that a feeling element of soul rises up into his solitary thoughts, and thus there will come to every individual thinker the tempting attraction of the Luciferic element. It is impossible for someone to ruminate and cogitate and philosophize and explain everything in the world to himself without having this impulse coming out of soul sensitivity as a Luciferic thrust into his thinking. A thought grasped by an individual human being is always permeated to a great extent by the Luciferic element." Capasius had earlier understood very little when Benedictus spoke about Luciferic and Ahrimanic elements, but now it was clear to him that there must lurk in the solitary thoughts a person forms in himself the allurements of Luciferic temptation. Now, too, he understood that in the human activity of individual thought, Lucifer will always find a hook with which he can snatch a human being out of the forward-moving path of world evolution. Then, because a person separates himself with this kind of thinking from the world, he can be brought to the lonely island that Lucifer, himself separated from the rest of the cosmic order, wants to establish, setting up on that island everything that separates itself into a solitary existence. Benedictus, after directing Capasius's attention to the nature of lonely, personal, inner thinking, said, "Now let us look at something else. Consider what writing is, a remarkable factor of human civilization. When we look at the character of thought, we have to describe it as something that lives in the individual human being. It is accessible to Lucifer, who wants to lead our soul qualities out of the physical world and isolate them. This solitary thinking, however, is not accessible to Ahriman, for it is subject to the normal laws of the physical world. That is, it comes to life and then passes away. Writing is different. A thought can be put into writing and snatched from destruction. It can be made permanent. I have sometimes pointed out that Ahriman's effort is to reclaim what is alive in human thinking as it goes toward destruction, and to anchor it in the physical sense world. That is what typically happens when you write something down. The thoughts that otherwise would gradually disperse are fixed and preserved for all time, and thus Ahriman can invade human culture. Professor Capasius is not the sort of reactionary who wants to forbid the teaching of writing in the early grades, but he understood that with all the books and other reading matter people are piling up around themselves, the Ahrimanic impulses have entered the evolution of human culture. Now he could recognize in solitary thought the Luciferic temptation, in what is written or printed, the Ahrimanic element. Let me read that again. Now he could recognize in solitary thought the Luciferic temptation, in what is written or printed, the Ahrimanic element. It was clear to him that in the external physical world, human evolution cannot exist without the interplay of Ahrimanic and Luciferic elements everywhere, in everything. He realized that even in our forward-moving evolution, writing has gained greater and greater importance, and to recognize this, one does not have to be clairvoyant, but need only look at the developments of the last couple of 100 years, Ahriman is therefore continually gaining in importance. Ahriman is seizing more and more influence. Today, when the printed word has acquired such immense significance, this was quite clear to Capasius, we have built great Ahrimanic strongholds. It is not yet the custom, spiritual science has not brought things completely to the point where the truth can be openly spoken in public, that when a student is on his way to the library, he would say, quote, "I've got to hole up and cram for an exam in such and such a subject down at Ahriman's place," close quote. Yet that would be the truth. Libraries, great and small, are Ahriman's strongholds, the fortresses from which he can control human development in the most powerful way. One must face these facts courageously. Benedictus then had something more to explain to Capasius. On the one hand, he said, we have the thoughts of the individuals. On the other, the written works that belong to Ahriman. But between them, there is something in the center. In whatever is Luciferic, we have a single whole. Men strive after unity when they want to explain the world to themselves in thought. In what is written, however, we have something that is atomistic. Benedictus now disclosed what Capasius could understand very well, for his mind and heart had been so enlivened by Dame Felicia's tale. Between these two, solitary thought and writing, we have the Word. Here we cannot be alone as with our thinking, for through the spoken word we live in a community of people. Solitary thinking has its purpose, and a person needs no words when he wants to be alone. But speech has its purpose and significance in the community of other human beings. A word emerges from the solitude of the single individual and unfolds itself in the fellowship of others. The spoken word is the embodied thought, but at the same time, for the physical plane, it is quite different from thought. We need not look at the clairvoyant aspects I have mentioned in various lectures. External history shows us, and being an historian, Capasius understood this very well, that words or speech must originally have had quite a different relationship to mankind from what they possess today. The further you go back into the past, you actually come, as occult research shows, to one original language spoken over the whole world. Even now, when you look back at ancient Hebrew, in this regard, the Hebrew language is absolutely remarkable, you will discover how different the words are from those in our own languages of Western Europe. Hebrew words are much less ordinary and conventional. They possess a soul, so that you can perceive in them their meaning. They themselves speak out their inner essential meaning. The further you go back in history, the more you find languages like this, which resemble the one original language. The legendary Tower of Babel is a symbol of the fact that there was really once a single primeval human language. This has become differentiated into the various folk and tribal languages. That the single common language disintegrated into many language groups means that the spoken word moved halfway toward the loneliness of thought. An individual does not speak a language of his own, for then speech would lose its significance. But a common language is now found only among groups of people. Thus the spoken word has become a middle thing between solitary thought and the primeval language. In the original common language, one could understand a word through its sound quality. There was no need to try to discover anything further of meaning, for every word revealed its own soul. Later, the one language became many. As we know, everything to do with separation plays into Lucifer's hands. Therefore, as human beings created their different languages, they opened the door to a divisive principle. They found their way into the current that makes it easy for Lucifer to lift human beings out of the normal progress of the world, foreseen before his own advent. Lucifer can then remove them to his isolated island and separate them from the otherwise progressive course of human evolution. The element of speech, the word, finds itself, therefore, in a middle state. If it had been able to remain as originally foreseen, without Lucifer's intervention, it would belong to a central divine position free from the influence of Lucifer and Ahriman. Then, in accordance with the progress of the divine world order, mankind could have set sail on a different current. But language has been influenced on the one side by Lucifer, while a thought grasped in solitude is the complete victim of the Luciferic forces. The word itself is laid hold of only to a certain extent. On the other hand, writing, too, influences language. The further mankind progresses, the more significant is the effect of the printed word on spoken language. This comes about when folk dialects, which have nothing to do with writing, gradually disappear. A more elegant kind of speech takes their place, and this is even called, quote, literary speech, close quote. The name indicates how speech is influenced by writing, and you can still notice how this happens in many localities. I am often reminded how it happened to me and my schoolmates. In Austria, where there are so many dialects all mixed up together, the schools insisted on the pupils learning the, in quotes, literary speech, which the children to a great extent had never spoken. This had a peculiar result. I can describe it quite frankly, for I myself was exposed to this literary language over a long period of my life, and only with the greatest effort could I get rid of it. It sometimes even now slips through. Literary speech is peculiar in this, that one speaks all the short vowels long and all the long vowels short, whereas dialect, the language born out of the spoken word, pronounces them correctly. When you mean the Sonne, sun, that is up there in the sky, dialect says de Zon. Someone, however, who has gone through an Austrian school is tempted to say die Sonne or die Sonne. Dialect says der Son or Sohn, son. The school language that says der Sohn. This is an extreme example from an earlier time of cause, of course, but it illustrates my point. You see how writing works back on the spoken language. It generally does work back on it. If you look at how things have developed, you will find that language has already lost what grows out of the earth and soil and is most vital, most elemental, most organic. People speak more and more a book language. This is the Ahrimanic element in writing, which continually influences the spoken word from the other side. However, someone who wants to go through a normal development will easily notice from the three things Benedictus gave Capesius as examples how senseless it is to wish to eliminate Ahriman and Lucifer from human evolution. Consider these three activities: solitary thought, the spoken word, and writing. No sensible person, even when he fully recognizes the fact of Lucifer's influence on thinking and Ahriman's influence on writing, will wish to root out Lucifer where he is so obviously at work, for this would mean forbidding solitary thought. Admittedly, for some people this would be a most comfortable arrangement, but chances are that none would be willing to advise it openly. On the other hand, we would not want to do away with writing. Just as the positive and negative electric charge indicates a polarity in external physical nature, we will also have to agree that the contrasting Ahrimanic and Luciferic elements have also to exist. They are two polarities, neither of which we can do without. But they must be brought into the right relationship to measure and number. Then the human being can move between them in the middle ground by way of the spoken word. For indeed the word was meant to be the vessel for wisdom and insight, the vehicle of thoughts and mental images. A person could say, quote, I must so train myself in using words that through them I allow everything self-willed and merely personal to be corrected. I must take into my soul the wisdom that past ages have unlocked out of the word. I must pay attention not only to my own opinion, not only to what I myself believe or can recognize correctly through my own ability, but I must respect what has come down through the various cultures, through the efforts and wisdom of the various races in human evolution. Close quote. This would mean bringing Lucifer into the right relationship to the Word. We would not do away with isolated thinking, but realizing that the spoken word belongs to the community, we would try to trace it back through long periods of time. The more we do this, the more we give Lucifer his rightful influence. Then, instead of merely submitting to the authority of the word, we protect its task of carrying earth wisdom from one epoch of civilization to the next. On the other hand, if someone fully understands the matter, he must take it on himself not to submit to the rigid authoritarian principle that belongs to writing, whether it be most holy in content or completely profane, for otherwise he will fall victim to Ahriman. It is clear that for the external materialistic world, we have to have writing, and writing is what Ahriman uses to detach thinking from its course toward destruction. This is his task. He wants to hold thinking back from flowing into the stream of death. Writing is the best means of keeping thoughts on the physical plane. In full consciousness, therefore, we must face the fact that writing, which carries the Ahrimanic element in itself, must never gain the upper hand over mankind. Through our vigilance, we must keep the word in the middle position, so that on the left and on the right, both in our thinking and in our writing, the two polar opposites, Lucifer and Ahriman, are working together at the same time. This is where we should stand, and it will be the right place if we are clear in mind and heart that there must always be polarities. Capesius took hold of all this that he heard, with his soul forces strengthened by Felicia. His attitude to what Benedictus was explaining was quite different now from earlier explanations that Benedictus had given him of the luciferic and Ahrimanic elements. Fairy tales flowing out of the spiritual world were more and more fructifying the forces of his soul, so that Capasius himself perceived how inwardly strengthened and fortified his soul capacities had become. In scene 13 of titled The Soul's Awakening, this is represented. A soul force within Capasius, designated as Philia, appears to him as a spiritually tangible being, not as a merely abstract element of his soul. The more Philia becomes alive in his soul as a real being, the more Capasius understands what Benedictus expected from him. At the time when he had first heard the enlivening story of the fortress that multiplied itself into a great number of such buildings, it did not at first affect him. In fact, he almost began to slumber. Then, when Father Felix was talking about the atoms, he really was practically asleep. Now, however, with his soul so matured, Capasius recognized the threefoldness inherent in the whole stream of world evolution. On one side, the luciferic solitary thought, on the other, the Ahrimanic writing, the third, the middle state, the purely divine. He now understood the number 3 as the most significant factor in cultural development on the physical plane. He surmised that this number 3 can be found everywhere. Capasius viewed the law of number in a different way than before. Now, through the awakening of Philia within him, he perceived the nature of number in world evolution. Now, too, the nature of measure became clear. In every threefoldness there are 2 polarities, which must be brought into an harmonious balance with each other. In this Capasius recognized a mighty cosmic law and knew that it must exist in some way or other, not only on the physical plane, but also in higher worlds. We shall have to enlarge upon this later in more precise descriptions of the divine spiritual world. Capasius surmised that he had penetrated to a law acting in the physical world as though hidden behind a veil, and in possessing it, he had something with which he could cross the threshold. If he were to cross the threshold and enter the spiritual world, he must then leave behind him everything stimulated merely by physical experience. Number and measure. He had learned to feel what they are, to feel them deeply, to fathom them. And now he understood Benedictus, who brought up other things, at first fairly simple ones, to make the principle fully clear. Quote, the same predominance of the triad, of polarity or opposition in the triad, of harmonious balance, close quote, Benedictus told Capasius, quote, is found in other areas of our life. Let us look from another point of view at thinking, mental images or ideas. First of all, you have mental images. You work out for yourself the answers to the secrets of the universe. The second would be pure perception, let us say simply listening. Some people are more likely to ponder about everything introspectively. Others don't like to think, but will go around listening, will receive everything through listening, then take everything on authority, even if it's the authority of natural phenomena. For there is, of course, a dogma of external experience, when one is pushed around willingly by the superficial happenings of nature. Close quote. Benedictus could soon show Professor Capasius also that in lonely thinking there lies the luciferic attraction, whereas in mere listening, or in any other kind of perceiving, there is the Ahrimanic element. But one can keep to the middle path and move between the two, so to speak. It is neither necessary to stop short at abstract introspective thinking, wherein we shut ourselves away within our own souls like hermits, nor is it necessary to devote ourselves entirely to seeing or hearing the things our eyes and ears perceive. We can do something more. We can make whatever we think so inwardly forceful that our own thought appears before us like a living thing. We can immerse ourselves in it just as actively as we do in something heard or seen outside. Our thought then becomes as real and concrete as the things we hear or see. That is the middle way. In mere thought, close to brooding, Lucifer assails man. In mere listening, either as perception or accepting the authority of others, the Ahrimanic element is present. When we strengthen and arouse our soul inwardly, so that we can hear or see our thoughts, while thinking we have then arrived at meditation, meditation is the middle way. It is neither thinking nor perceiving. It is a thinking that is as alive in the soul as perception is. And it is a perception of what is not outside man, but a perception of thoughts. Between the Luciferic element of thought and the Ahrimanic element of perception, the life of the meditating soul flows within a divine spiritual element that alone bears in itself the rightful progress of world events. The meditating human being, living in his thoughts in such a way that they become as alive in him as perceptions of the outside world, is living in this divine, on-flowing stream. On his right are mere thoughts. On his left, the Ahrimanic element, mere listening. He shuts out neither the one nor the other, but understands that he lives in a threefoldness, for indeed life is ruled and kept in order by number. He understands, too, that between this polarity, this antithesis of the two elements, meditation moves like a river. He understands that in lawful measure the Luciferic and Ahrimanic elements must be balanced in meditation. In every sphere of life, the human being can learn this cosmic principle of number and measure that Capasius learned after his soul had been prepared through Benedictus's guidance. A soul that wants to prepare itself for knowledge of the spiritual world gradually begins to search everywhere in the world, at every point that can be reached, for the understanding of number, above all, the number 3. It begins then to see polar opposites revealed in all things, and the necessity for these opposites to balance each other. A middle condition cannot be a mere flowing onward, but we must find ourselves within the stream, directing our inner vision to the left and to the right, while steering our vessel, the third middle thing, safely between the left and right polarities. In recognition of this, Capasius had learned through Benedictus how to steer in the right way upward into the spiritual world, and how to cross its threshold. And this every person will have to learn who wants to find his way into spiritual science. Then he will really come to an understanding of the true knowledge of higher worlds. The end of Lecture 5. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Secrets of the Threshold. This is Lecture 6. Lecture 6 is given on August 29th, 1913. A few more remarks may be added to what was said in yesterday's lecture. We have seen how necessary it is, in order to cross the threshold rightly and enter the spiritual world with clairvoyant consciousness, to leave behind us all the perceptions of the physical world, as well as everything we ordinarily think, feel, and will in this world. We have to be prepared to confront beings and happenings whose characteristics bear no relation at all to what can be perceived in the sense world. First, we have to strengthen the soul and its faculties, and then these strengthened, fortified soul faculties must be carried upward with us. When we cross the threshold into the spirit realm, we must take something with us. We have pointed out that everything the sense world can give us, as well as the ideas and feelings we acquire there, are all images of what is perceptible to the senses. Nothing we acquire in this way can be of use in the spiritual world. On the other hand, whatever is not an image of the sense world and has no significance for it, although it can there be aroused, called forth, and given shape in free inner soul experience, must be carried up into supersensible worlds. In the last lecture, we suggested using certain images of triads in their numeric relationships, images of the harmonious working together of opposites, parenthesis, especially the luciferic and ahrimanic elements, close parenthesis, and of the intermediate condition. Such ideas have no immediate significance for the physical world. One can get on quite well without them, but one must have formed them in the physical world in order to carry them into spiritual worlds. That is why we try to show, through the teachings of Benedictus, how the luciferic, the ahrimanic, and the middle condition work into the triad of thought, word, and writing in the development of human culture. In connection with this, I would like to mention something that can be of greatest use in understanding the life of humanity when looked at in the right way. It is what people from now on must acquire if our civilization is ever to progress properly. People will eventually see that they can no longer make do with the ideas that easygoing human beings today like to form in order to understand the times and social conditions. In Europe, there are folk groups that speak different languages, and there are also those that differ in their script. The Western Europeans write with what are called Roman letters, but others use an entirely different form of writing, which is known as black letter or Gothic. These exist side by side. This is a significant phenomenon for anyone wishing to form a judgment about European culture. Although such things seem unimportant, they are symptoms arising out of very deep foundations of existence. When folk groups use different forms of writing, they will come to a genuine mutual understanding only by taking up spiritual initiatives and aims together. Nations writing a different script give the ahrimanic impulse special points of attack. It is not enough to look for mutual understanding merely based on the requirements of the physical plane. A spiritual element must be taken up by both peoples, and through this, harmony can be sought. For nations that write with Roman letters, it will be necessary, in order to understand one another, to carry the spiritual element so far that understanding takes place even in regard to facts on the physical plane. One who understands such things can recognize this in regard to the relationships in European national life. It is of deep significance that in Central Europe, both kinds of writing, expressing the peculiar relationship of ahrimanic and luciferic elements, exist side by side. The reason for this is that here a middle condition cannot be reached without special difficulties. The Roman alphabet, exposed more to the ahrimanic element, must be brought into a certain opposition to the Gothic, which is more open to the luciferic element. It shows a certain trend that in their handwriting many people have to mix together both scripts. Such an intermingling of scripts is of immense importance, for it points to something lying deep in the substrata of the soul. That is, that such people have to come to terms with both the luciferic and ahrimanic elements in a special way. Much will depend on their making a tremendous effort, parenthesis, if they are writing in German, close parenthesis, not to fall into Gothic when they intend to write Roman, and not to fall into Roman when they intend to write Gothic. It is becoming more and more necessary to observe life in such minute details and to look at the symptoms which bring to the surface what is happening in hidden depths. In this way we shall learn how to acquire in the physical sense world the concepts, ideas, and feelings we can carry fruitfully across the threshold into the realm of the spirit. We will certainly have to recognize what extraordinary talent, even genius, for superficiality there is in our modern culture in regard to anything expressing itself as spirituality. Somehow we will have to acquire in the physical world the concept for what shines out of the spiritual world and sends its rays into the physical sense world. Let us therefore look at another sphere where the luciferic and Ahrimanic elements play into the physical world. We will speak first of the realm of art. In this we still hold to what has already been said, that in all human artistic development, the luciferic element plays a part, that the luciferic element is present to the greatest extent in the development of art. But something there must be added. There are, in general, 5 principal arts to be found in the physical world: the art of building or architecture, sculpture, painting, music, and poetry. Other arts combine and mix together the elements of these 5. The art of the dance, we could say, is a combination of several arts. When one rightly understands dance, one does so on the basis of fundamental preconditions in the other arts. Naturally, these can be combined. Of the 5 arts, architecture and sculpture are those most particularly open to the Ahrimanic impulse. In these arts we are concerned with form. To accomplish anything in architecture and sculpture, we must find our way into the form element, which is dominant on the physical plane, for here the spirits of form are the ruling forces. To get to know them, one must plunge into their spiritual element, as I said before, when speaking figuratively of putting one's head into an anthill. A person who has anything to do with sculpture must plunge his head into the living element of the spirits of form. In the realm of the physical world, these spirits work cooperatively with the Ahrimanic element. It is important, we will see, especially in such cases, not simply to assert in a superficial way that we have to protect ourselves from the Ahrimanic element. We should always realize that such beings as the luciferic and Ahrimanic ones have their particular domains, where normally they live and work, and that bad effects come about only when they overstep their boundaries. The Ahrimanic impulses have their absolutely legitimate domain in architecture and sculpture. On the other hand, we find that music and poetry are 2 arts where luciferic impulses are at work. Just as thought takes place in the solitude of the soul and thereby separates it from the rest of the world, the experience of music and poetry too belongs to our inner nature, where these arts directly meet the luciferic impulse. In architecture and building, we have to consider folk differences, simply because wherever Ahriman is, Lucifer will play a part as well. But these arts are directed only to some extent by the character of a people. In general, this element remains neutral. However, poetry is essentially bound to the luciferic element, which comes to expression in the differences of folk character. Although one notices this less in music, here too things lead to differentiation much more than in architecture and sculpture. In this we see again that in order to form concepts for the higher worlds, we cannot get on in the comfortable way many people would like to do. It is absolutely correct to say that the Ahrimanic element works in architecture and sculpture, the luciferic more in music and poetry. Yet it must also be said, as soon as we have to do with concepts that are valid also in the higher worlds, it is not so easy to answer the question once and for all. Quote, in sculpture, is Ahriman more active or is Lucifer? Close quote. It is certainly easy in the physical world to answer the question, quote, what color is common chicory? Close quote, with the statement, quote, it is blue, close quote. People would like things to be as easy as that for the higher worlds. But it is wrong to suppose that one can obtain such quick answers. Still, although this holds good, the following is true. In architecture, it is generally the case that the Ahrimanic impulse is the stronger, but in sculpture, the Luciferic influence opposing Ahriman can be so strong that in some sculptural works, Lucifer is more dominant than Ahriman. Nevertheless, what we said before is correct. For in the spiritual world there is not only the faculty of metamorphosis, but one can say everything is everywhere. In truth, every spiritual element tries to permeate everything. There can be Luciferic sculpture, and though poetry is chiefly under the influence of Lucifer, the Ahrimanic influence can work very strongly on music, so that we can find music with more of Ahriman than of Lucifer. In the middle between what is generally Ahrimanic in architecture and sculpture, and what is Luciferic in poetry and music, lies painting. In a way, it is a neutral region, but not such that we can comfortably settle down and say to ourselves, quote, "Now I'll go ahead with painting, for here neither Lucifer nor Ahriman can get at me," close quote. Actually, it is just here in the middle that we are exposed on both sides most strongly to their attacks. At every moment we must be on our guard. In the realm of painting, we are in the highest degree vulnerable to one or the other influence. The middle line is always the place where we have to bring about, in the very strictest sense of the word, the harmonious balance of polarities by means of human will and human action. Looking at the sphere of art as we have done, it could have been any other sphere. You see that we acquire certain concepts without which, of course, we can manage quite well on the physical plane. For it is obvious that when we are willing to remain shallow and superficial, we can get along easily enough on this plane, even if we don't find music Luciferic and architecture Ahrimanic. But if we want to manage without such concepts, we will not be able to form on the physical plane any ideas, thoughts, or feelings that will strengthen our soul and enable it to cross the threshold successfully and rise into the realm of spirit. We will have to remain here below on the physical plane. We must therefore acquire concepts, feelings, and ideas for the realm of the spirit if we really wish to cross the threshold. And while these must indeed be invoked by the physical, they will, nevertheless, have to rise above the physical sense realm. Then with strengthened soul, we will cross the threshold and become familiar with this world already characterized as a place of living thought beings, engaged in spiritual conversation. With our strengthened soul, we will become familiar with a world of beings that consist of thought substance. Through this thought substance, they are more alive, more individual, more real than any human being on earth. These beings, within their thought substance, are just as real as any man of flesh and blood on the physical plane. We can gradually find our way in this world, where a thought language passes between one being and another, and where our soul is forced to carry on thought conversations with the thought beings, if we want to arrive at a relationship with them. I have intimated this in my book titled The Threshold of the Spiritual World. More details can now be added. Because of the great responsibility in writing all this, I have tried to avoid in the book a systematic description, and instead have put in aphoristic form the things that can be useful, even if you have already absorbed everything in earlier lecture cycles and books. As living thought beings, we have to adjust to the spiritual realm, of which it can be said, quote, "At this place words are deeds, and further deeds must follow them." Footnote, this is from The Guardian of the Threshold, Scene 3, end of footnote. A human being in the physical world carries out his actions through the movement of his hands. We have described how thoughts, living within the cosmic word, are also direct actions. Whatever is spoken accomplishes a deed. That is what matters in the spiritual world. A being is active toward another being. A being is active in relation to the external spiritual world around it. Both of these actions are contained in spirit conversations. The spoken word is action. Therefore, we have to bring ourselves upward into spirit regions in order to find ourselves as living thought beings among other living thought beings. We must conduct ourselves as do the other thought beings. That is, allow our own words to be actions, to put it simply. What do we find in those spirit regions? No longer do we find for our own use what we find down in the physical or even in the elemental worlds. This self that we carry through the physical and elemental worlds is the sum total of our experiences, gathered together from the impressions of the physical world and from everything on the physical plane that thinking, feeling, and willing developed in our soul. But neither the impressions nor the feeling, thinking, and willing as they meet us on the physical plane have any significance at all in the spiritual world. There, instead of the so-called human self of the physical and elemental worlds, we find something else, namely the part of oneself that indeed is always present in the depths of soul, even though the ordinary physical consciousness cannot know it. Like another being, we will find our other self, this second self we find in the spiritual world. At the close of these lectures, as in the closing section titled The Threshold of the Spiritual World, I shall indicate for anyone who wants to ferret out contradictions how the terms employed here are related to the terminology I used in title Theosophy and title Occult Science. But here it can be said, a person lives in his physical body in the physical world around him. When he comes away from it and has experiences outside the physical body, he is having those experiences in his etheric body with the elemental world around him. And when he comes out of that world as well, he is experiencing the spiritual realm in his astral body. With this experience, feeling oneself in the astral body, there will be a meeting in the spiritual world, the meeting with the other self, the second self, of which Johannes Thomasius speaks at the end of titled The Guardian of the Threshold, and which stands throughout the whole action of titled The Soul's Awakening at the side of the first self of Johannes Thomasius, summoning forth his experiences. Footnote, see The Guardian of the Threshold, scene 10, end of footnote. Let me describe the essence of this other self. It is what a person comes to recognize when he learns within his astral body to perceive and feel and observe in the spiritual world. It is what lives from one life on earth to another, from incarnation to incarnation. In moving from one life on earth to the next one, between death and a new birth, it weaves itself so mysteriously into our being that the physical consciousness usually cannot perceive this other self, for it is actually within the spiritual world, even though bound up with our physical being. How is this other self active? It has just been said that it belongs to the realm of the spirit as a living thought being among other living thought beings, whose words are deeds. They accomplish all they do through what we can call inspiration. The second self acts inspiringly in man's nature. What does it inspire? Our karma, our destiny. Here we discover a mysterious process. Whatever our experience, whether painful or joyous, whatever it is that happens in our life, it is inspired by our other self, working from the spiritual world into this one. If you are walking along the street and something happens to you that seems accidental, it is inspired by your other self from out of the spiritual world. So you see that something like inspiration in the spiritual world reveals itself on the physical plane and brings about your destiny in large and small happenings. Your destiny is inspired by your other self out of the realm of the spirit. A clairvoyant soul entering this realm perceives in the spirit conversation a revelation of what can be put into the phrase, words are deeds. However, everything that happens in the spiritual world stamps itself upon the physical world. Whether you see a stone, a plant, a cloud, or lightning, behind all these stand spiritual beings and spiritual processes. Furthermore, behind the physical events of your destiny stand spiritual beings and spiritual processes. What are they? Inspirations. They are brought about by a conversation in the spiritual world. The cosmic word is active as the inspirer of human destiny. This is of great significance for your spiritual perception on meeting your other self. You no longer think, then, of your human personality within its ordinary limits alone, for you extend yourself, and this must include your other self, to cover your entire destiny. You are only then a truly whole human being when, in just the same way that you say, quote, this finger is part of myself and belongs on the physical plane to my ego, close quote, you also say, quote, it is part of myself to bang my thumb or take a painful fall, for all these things are inspired by my other self, close quote. However, we must bear in mind just how we meet this other self on crossing the threshold into the realm of spirit. Again and again we must recollect and make clear to ourselves that in all we have learned, observed, and experienced in the physical world, and even in the elemental world, there is nothing in them similar to the characteristics of the spiritual world where thoughts are living beings. If we were to enter the spirit realm only with what we have discovered in the physical and elemental worlds, then we would be confronting nothingness. What indeed can we bring into this realm? Let us consider the question carefully. The soul must become accustomed not to perceive or think or feel or will in the spirit realm as it does in the physical or in the elemental worlds. All of that must be left behind. However, it must remember what it perceived, thought, felt, willed in the physical world. Just as we carry into later periods of life the memories of earlier times, so must we carry over into the spirit realm, out of the physical plane, everything that has been strengthened and invigorated in our soul. We must enter the spiritual world with a soul that recollects the physical world. Then we have to endure a certain experience that can be described in the following way. Imagine a moment in your ordinary earth life when all your sense perception suddenly stops, when you can no longer see nor hear, no longer are able to think or feel or desire anything new. Every kind of life activity stops. You would know only what you remember. In exactly this situation you find yourself when you rise into the spiritual world with clairvoyant consciousness. There is nothing there at first that will provide new perceptions. Your understanding comes only through remembering. Your existence depends on what has remained to you of your memories. Your soul is aware that it can say of itself, quote, you now are only what you once were. Your existence consists of your past, present, and future. Your existence consists of your past. Present and future have no meaning for you. Your being is made up of what you have been. Close quote. One could perhaps say all this easily enough, but to see oneself as nothing but memory, with no perception of the present moment, to speak of one's being as a mere has-been, is a remarkable experience. When the clairvoyant soul has penetrated so far and endured this experience, then for the first time the human being will begin to have a true understanding for the being whose name has now been mentioned so often, for Lucifer. The human soul, in passing out into the spirit realm, realizes for a moment, quote, you are only a being of the past, close quote. Lucifer is the one who has become, in the cosmic order, forevermore such a being of the past, a mere has-been, a remnant of earth epochs that have died away, of what cosmic epochs had brought to his soul. And Lucifer's life, because the other divine spiritual beings of normal earth evolution have condemned him to the past, consists in fighting with the aid of his past to gain a present and future. Thus Lucifer stands before the clairvoyant vision, preserving in his life and soul the divine spiritual glories of world creation, yet condemned to realize, quote, "They were once yours," close quote. And now this eternal struggle begins, fighting to add present and future to his past in the cosmic order. To perceive the macrocosmic resemblance of Lucifer to the microcosmic nature of the human soul as it crosses the threshold between the elemental and the spiritual worlds, is to perceive the profound tragedy of this figure of Lucifer. And then we begin to divine something of the great cosmic secrets resting deep in the womb of existence, where not only one being struggles with another, but even an epoch of time confronts another in battle as they evolve into beings. A true picture of the world begins to take shape, pouring deep earnestness and dignity into the soul. Here we will sense something that can be called the breath of eternal necessities, such as those experienced in the world midnight, where lightnings flash into existence, illumining even the figure of Lucifer. But they, quote, "die on recognition, and dying shape themselves to scripts of fate, forever actively engraved in souls." Footnote from The Soul's Awakening, Scene 6, end of footnote. The human soul itself, as it grows into life in the spiritual worlds, has a moment where it is a mere has-been and confronts nothingness. It is a single point in the universe, experiencing itself only as a point. But then, this point becomes a spectator and begins to observe something else. Our human soul, become microscopic, has at first no content, just as a single dot has none. But now it finds itself belonging as a third entity to two others. The first to make its appearance is what lives in our memory. This is like an external world, which we can look back on, saying, "All that is my past." At first, without really knowing it, we ourselves stand there, next to this past existence that we have brought across the threshold into the spiritual world, providing it with a life as thought being. If then we have a feeling of utter calmness in our soul, whatever we have brought there as our past begins a spirit conversation with the living thought beings around it. We can observe like an objective spectator standing nearby, though at the same time a mere dot, the other two beginning their conversation. Whatever we have brought with us in the way of thought content unfolds a spirit conversation in cosmic language with a spiritual living thought being of that realm. There we listen to what our own past discusses with the living spiritual being. At first we are like nothing at all, but then even as a nothing, we are born through listening to our own past converse with the spiritual beings of the spirit realm. Listening begins to fill us with new inward contents. We learn now to recognize ourselves when we are like a single point and feel ourselves as such, listening to the conversation of our own past with a living spiritual being. And the more we take in of this spirit conversation between our own past and the future, the more we actually become. We ourselves become a spirit being. In this process in the spiritual world, we find ourselves within a triad. One member of the triad is our own past being, which we have carried up into the spiritual world. We have won it for ourselves, insofar as it was able beforehand to reveal its spirituality in the sense world, and then across the threshold to perceive itself as our past life. The second member of the triad is the whole spiritual environment. The third member is our self. This is the threefoldness of the spiritual world. Within the triad, through the antithesis of past life and living spiritual being, the third, the middle part, the mere point-like part, develops itself and becomes, through listening to the spirit conversation of the other two, more and more filled out, a being that is developing itself within the spiritual world. In that world, we thus become ourselves in clairvoyant consciousness. This is what I wanted to convey to you, using words, of course, that are limited because they have to be borrowed from the language of the physical world. However, one has to try as well as possible with such words to characterize these sublime and profound relationships. For it is through these relationships alone that we can come to know our true being. And this, as I said, we receive in the spiritual world through listening to the two other thought beings. It has been the task of this cycle of lectures to try to lead us toward understanding our true nature. The end of Lecture 6. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of Secrets of the Threshold by Rudolf Steiner, a cycle of lectures given in Munich in 1913. This is Lecture 7, given on August 30th, 1913. We have talked during these lectures about the way the clairvoyant consciousness ascends into supersensible worlds, where the true being of man, which is native there, can be thoroughly fathomed. And we have tried in these last few days to show how the human soul, crossing the threshold in its ascent, first passes through the elemental realm and then enters the spiritual world. We showed, too, how the soul meets with what we may call the other self of man. The ascent could be described in the following way. At first, we have a human being living in the physical body, in the physical sense world. When he sheds this physical organism, he goes on living in the etheric body, with the elemental world as his environment. Parenthesis, I have promised for tomorrow to clarify things about those troubled by a sense of possible confusion between the terms used here and in my book titled Theosophy, close parenthesis. When a person has shed his etheric body also, he ascends to the spirit world itself, and this then forms his environment during the time he is living in his astral body, where he experiences his other self. We have emphasized that we experience this other self, which continues from incarnation to incarnation, in such a way that we feel almost as though we, as a third entity, were confronting two other entities. As a point-like being, we confront what we might call our past, brought into the spirit world in the form of memory and transformed into something spiritual by being brought there. And this past of ours begins a conversation in the region where living thought beings converse. A spiritual conversation of this kind begins when the soul, as though newborn, has to listen to its own past, conversing with the spiritual environment, thereby ripening and growing as a living thought being itself. Now, a great many things can be observed in the process of growing into these spiritual worlds. Let us take the case, for a better understanding, of an ideally normal ascent into the spiritual world. In other words, the ascent of a soul in a completely undisturbed condition. Of course, hardly any such soul exists. That is exactly the reason why I tried to describe the spiritual path as I did, not just in general terms, but dramatically, as happens with every soul that starts out from its own particular departure point, making an ideally normal ascent out of the question. Every soul has its own individual spiritual path. This can naturally be demonstrated only by showing how the individual ascent takes place, as for example in the case of Maria, Johannes Thomasius, Capesius, and Strader. But we can leave this for the moment. Let's picture instead how it would be if a soul's ascent were the ideal one, an example in which all the most ideal conditions for crossing the threshold and entering the spiritual world were met. Such a soul on encountering its other self in the spiritual world, would not experience this encounter as though it were looking at a photograph of itself. Instead, what is subjective in the physical sense and elemental worlds, and what lives in our souls as abstract subjectivity, namely the soul forces of thinking, feeling, and will, which we say are inside us, are now no longer within us. The thinking, feeling, and will we have in the physical world confront us objectively, as a trinity, on meeting our other self in the spiritual world. Encountering this trinity, we have to realize that these three are the self. I tried to represent them in the figures of Philea, Astrid, Luna. They are very real figures. There are as many of them in the world as there are human souls. Once you know one, you know them all. It's like knowing all oat grains when you have seen one. But we should be clear that what is usually only a pale, shadowy presence in the human soul becomes, on meeting the other self, a living trinity, experienced as three distinct entities. We ourselves are Philea, Astrid, and Luna, but they are nevertheless thoroughly independent, living thought beings. What a sufficiently strengthened soul must be aware of is that it is itself the unity of these three beings. And one must be further aware that what is called thinking, feeling, and will is Maya, the shadow cast into the soul by these three. Soul sickness would consist either in not recognizing oneself as these three beings in the spiritual world, seeing them as entities with whom one has nothing to do, or in an incapacity to keep them unified, perceiving instead one part of the soul as Luna, another as Astrid, and a third as Philea. But it takes an ideal soul development, hardly to be found in human beings, to see this other self in its complete threefoldness. We have to say, if we want to see things as they are, that the beings called Lucifer and Ahriman send their impulses into the physical sense world. We have noted their influence there in a great many areas. But human souls that have taken the path of clairvoyant consciousness come into far more intensive touch with them on leaving the physical world and attempting to enter higher realms. Then Ahriman and Lucifer come at such souls and do their best to influence them in various directions. Let us use the following to illustrate some of their actions. The human soul is pretty complicated and has many conflicting tendencies which it cannot control. These live deep down within it, beyond the reach of our ordinary consciousness. As I have already mentioned, the experience of entering the elemental world can be likened to the grotesque act of sticking one's head into an anthill. As we stick our consciousness into the elemental realm, every thought becomes an individual living thought being and begins to lead an independent life in which our consciousness is immersed. Now the clairvoyant has the following experience. All human beings have elements in their souls beyond their full control, elements to which they are emotionally attached. Ahriman becomes particularly active toward these especially intense attachments. The soul contains portions that can be pried loose from its entirety, and because we do not fully control these components, Ahriman pounces on them. Through Ahriman's unjustified activity, overstepping his proper domain, a tendency arises for those parts of man's etheric and astral being that are inclined to separate from the rest of the soul's life and become independent, to be formed by Ahriman and even given human shape. As a matter of fact, there are all sorts of thoughts sitting in us that are capable of taking on human form. When Ahriman has the chance to make these parts of the soul independent and give them human shape, they confront us in the elemental world as our doppelganger, or double. We have to be aware that everything changes as soon as we leave our physical body and enter the elemental world. One can't encounter oneself while in the physical body, but we can be in an etheric body on entering the elemental world, and still see this etheric body from outside as one sees the double. In terms of its substance, the double is a large part of the etheric body. We retain part of that body, but another part of it separates off and becomes objective. We look at it and see that it is part of ourselves, to which Ahriman has given our own shape. Ahriman tries to squeeze everything to make it conform to physical laws. The physical world is ruled by the spirits of form, who share this rulership with Ahriman. Therefore, Ahriman can shape part of the human being into the double. This encounter with the double is in the nature of an elemental phenomenon. It can happen as a result of subconscious soul impressions and impulses, even to a person who is not clairvoyant. The following can occur. Somebody or other may be an intriguant and thereby have done harm to other people. A reader's aside, intriguant is a word for one who intrigues. End of aside. He may have gone out and set another intrigue in motion. On returning home, he may enter his study, where papers are lying on his desk, papers that may contain things he made use of in his intrigues. Now, what may happen, despite the cynical cast of his ordinary consciousness, is that his subconscious may be seized by these impulses to make intrigues. He comes in, looks at his desk, and what does he see? He sees himself sitting there. It's an uncomfortable encounter, to enter one's own room and see oneself sitting at the desk. But such things belong to the realm of the possible. They happen often and most easily to those given to intrigue. What one encounters is indeed the double. The double is one among many tasks I have set myself to tackle in the two plays titled The Guardian of the Threshold and titled The Soul's Awakening. We know that the double is experienced by Johannes Thomasius. It is due to his peculiar development and to the strange experiences he has lived through that he has these encounters with the double in the scenes shown. Footnote, see The Probation of the Soul, Scene 5. End of footnote. Ahriman can form a part of his soul in such a way that this soul fragment, essentially a part of his etheric body, is filled with self-seeking soul elements. This sort of thing occurs only when the preconditions are such as those in Johannes Thomasius' case. You can get quite an idea of Johannes' particular soul in the course of the 4 dramas. A certain stage in his soul development is also indicated at the end of The Guardian of the Threshold. Footnote, see scenes 9 and 10. End of footnote. Such a stage is reached by many seekers on the spiritual path. Let us summarize how things stand with this Johannes Thomasius. Looking back to the title Portal of Initiation, we find him, as it were, experiencing the higher world. But how does he experience it? We might say that if we observe him only in this early part of the dramas, the portal of the initiation, he hasn't advanced very far, not beyond what might be called, quote, imaginative soul experiences, close quote, with all the imbalance and mistakes attendant on them. All the experiences presented there are subjective, except for the scenes that are not part of the action, the prelude and the interlude preceding scene 8. All the other action is the subjective, imaginative experience of Johannes Thomasius. He doesn't get beyond this stage in the portal. Everything we see on the stage should be conceived as happening in Johannes' soul as imaginative insight. This is very clear from the stage directions, which, except for the 2 scenes mentioned, require Johannes to be on stage throughout. This is very tiring for the actor. Even though in the temple scene at the end of the drama, Johannes Thomasius says all sorts of things that theoretically have objective validity, we might agree that people say a lot of things in various temples that do not reflect maturity, for which a longer growth period is needed. But words are not what matter here. We see from the whole presentation that we are dealing with the subjective imaginations of Johannes Thomasius. New developments come about entitled the probation of the soul. A higher ascent is brought about by Johannes's achieving impressions of earlier earth lives. This does not remain in the realm of imagination, but extends into the objective world where spiritual facts are encountered, which exist independently of his soul. We move away from his subjectivity into the objective world. In the course of these first two plays, Johannes gradually frees himself from his subjective state and enters the objective spiritual world. That was why it happened so naturally, since entitled The Probation of the Soul, Johannes was achieving the first stage of actual initiation. That Lucifer gains the seductive influence shown at the end of the play. Thus conditions are met that allow the further development of a soul like that of Johannes Thomasius, as portrayed entitled The Guardian of the Threshold. In this play, Johannes Thomasius is brought into the objective spiritual world. His work impels him at first to a more subjective encounter with Ahriman there. As a result of this meeting, Johannes develops an egotism counter to the divine world order. But now begin his objective experiences, and these are Lucifer's domain. Here we are definitely no longer dealing with the merely subjective, but with a picturing of the spiritual world apart from man. The spiritual world is a spiritual experience, just as the physical world is a physical one. Johannes Thomasius now enters the objective spiritual world for the first time. This means that he is able to bring in with him all the possibilities of erring of which the soul is capable, especially his strange relationship to Theodora. Johannes enters the higher world burdened with all the slag of his lower self, but even so, confronting the higher world. If I may use a shallow term for it, I would have to say that Johannes Thomasius falls occultly in love with Theodora. Certain physical impulses intrude into the higher world in this relationship. As he goes through all this, Johannes Thomasius reaches the point described at the end of title The Guardian of the Threshold. Here he experiences his ordinary self, belonging to the physical and elemental worlds, as well as the other self he met upon entering the spiritual world. In scene 9, the morning walk, as well as in scene 11, the temple, in the presence of Hilary, Johannes reaches what one might describe as his inner sensing of both these two selves. But it is clear that he has not yet reached any balance in the relationship between the ordinary and the other self. He wavers back and forth between the two. Considering that at the end of The Guardian, and thus at the beginning of title The Soul's Awakening, Johannes Thomasius stands before us as a soul who feels the separate yet parallel activity of these two selves. We can understand that much exists in his soul being that can be dug out, so to speak. At first, Ahriman digs out the double, but there is more in Johannes' soul to be extracted. Let me emphasize that I am not describing all this as a commentary on the dramas, but in order to make use of what they portray, to illustrate actual spiritual conditions and spiritual reality. Footnote, here's a rather long footnote. After his introductory words, Rudolf Steiner added, quote, "Because of so many requests each year, I've taken up my pen and made not only a beginning, but have something worked out as a kind of explanation of our 4 mystery dramas. But each time I've laid the thing aside for the same reason I indicated in the remarks introducing the soul's awakening. I am, subquote, I am averse to adding material of this kind to a portrayal intended to speak for itself, close subquote. Continue, it is disagreeable to me to make an intellectual commentary on something that truly had no theoretical or intellectual origin, but stands complete in all its scenes, like an inspiration from the spiritual world. I could really say nothing more about it intellectually than anyone else would do who went into the matter. When things are given in this way, there is a definite need to let them speak for themselves and not to suck them dry with clear theoretical thinking. However, we may be able to address several points in this lecture cycle." End of footnote. If we consider human karma, the lawful order of human destiny, we must say that there is a great deal of fulfilled karma in the human soul, but also much that is unfulfilled. We have gone through a great deal in a former earth life that requires harmonizing. For the moment, it may be lying unresolved in the depths of the soul. Every soul has unresolved karma of this kind. Johannes Thomasius has to become conscious of an especially large amount of unresolved karma when his inner being separates into his ordinary and his other self. When this happens, much of his unresolved karma is separated from him. Those elements are detached that are readily felt by every soul, gradually developing clairvoyance to be detaching themselves. Such souls are born into physical existence, possessing the same qualities all young people have. Even clairvoyants start out in life as ordinary children do, to their own benefit. We do not always find them ready to become the sort of person Krishnamurti was made into. Footnote: Krishnamurti. In 1911, Mrs. Besant had named this young Hindu boy as the newly appeared Christ. Later, as a young man, Krishnamurti repudiated this attribution. End of footnote. Then a moment comes, a karmically determined moment, when the spiritual world lights up. But it often happens, and this is important, that a clairvoyant soul experiences the sight of its own youth as though it were an objective being. When the soul is in an extremely elegiac or tragic mood, we behold our outgrown youth and ask ourselves, what would have become of this now almost alien youth if we had not found our way into a spiritual clairvoyance? A real splitting apart takes place. One experiences a kind of rebirth and looks back to one's own youth as to something alien. We have to say of a great deal of the karma of our youthful years that it cannot be resolved in this incarnation. Much of this karma lies buried and will have to be resolved later, or else one has to make an effort to start working it out now. Johannes' soul is burdened by much unresolved karma. Unresolved karma of this kind and the looking back at one's younger self as though at someone else are both inwardly experienced. Lucifer finds entry here. He can take away a substantial part of the etheric body and, as it were, ensoul it with the unresolved karma. It becomes a shadow being under Lucifer's influence, a being like that portrayed in the spirit of Johannes' youth. A shadow being of this kind is an actual being. It is there, separate from Johannes Thomasius, but involved in gruesome concerns, running as it does counter to the world order. This shadow being outside Johannes Thomasius ought really to be within him. The fact that it is not has caused what we feel to be the tragic fate of this being, which lives outside as a part of his etheric body in the elemental and spiritual worlds. A person who has this important, meaningful experience gathers from it the insight that his unresolved karma has loaded a burden of cosmic debt upon himself and has created a being that rightly belongs not outside, but within him. The other Philia makes Johannes Thomasius aware, entitled The Soul's Awakening, that he has given birth to a soul child who suffers a sort of illegitimate existence off by itself. The remarkable thing about growing up into the spiritual world is that one encounters one's own being, but can encounter it in multiple spiritually objective copies. In Johannes Thomasius' case, we are dealing with manifold duplication. One part of his being comes to meet him as his double, and then another part, for karma belongs to the essential nature of a human being, comes as the spirit of his youth. And now a third element enters the picture, for Johannes is not yet ready to undergo what Maria has gone through. She has had a relatively normal development. In scene 9, Astrid and Luna appear to her, not in the company of the real Philia, just these two soul forces. This is still a comparatively normal development. It would have been completely normal for Maria to have experienced the presence of all three, with thinking, feeling, and will so objectified that Maria felt them to be a unity, but such a normal development scarcely exists. Let me emphasize that the soul forces I tried to characterize here are real figures, so that the situation described is fully possible. Maria's consciousness soul and intellectual soul are more evenly developed than her sentient soul. She therefore meets Astrid and Luna, but not Philea. A soul like hers still has a highly normal development. However, Johannes Thomasius's development deviates considerably from the normal. First of all, his double appears. As he nears his other self, the double and then the spirit of his youth appear. All this accompanies his approach to the other self, because the latter brings these inner conditions to light. If Johannes Thomasius were to get really close to the other self, he would be confronted by all three soul forces. But he has to undergo a great deal that looms up on the way to his other self. Since Johannes does not at once attain to the other self, he is met by the other Philea, who is more closely related to his subjectivity. The other Philea is, in a sense, the other self, but the other self, which is still resting in the soul's depth and is not fully separated from it, is still connected with what in the physical world is most similar to the spiritual realm. This soul force is also linked with an all-prevailing love, and because of this, it can guide us into higher worlds. And so, the other Philea, the third figure, is encountered by Johannes Thomasius on the way to his other self. If a soul were to meet all three soul forces, it wouldn't have to contend with any obstacles. As it is, however, the whole being of man can take objective form and appears in the outside world in its entirety. That is the case when we see the other Philea at the end of scene 2 of the soul's awakening. Now, I explained to you that as a man grows into the elemental world and even into the spiritual world, he must acquire the capacity to transform himself, because everything in those worlds is always in a state of transformation. Nothing there remains in static or finished form. Finished form exists only in the physical realm, whereas in the elemental world everything is mobile and capable of change. But since everything is constantly changing, mix-ups can occur. If one is not alert enough, one can mistake one being for another. That is what happens to Johannes Thomasius. First, the other Philea appears, and later on he mistakes the double for her. Mistakes of this kind can happen very easily. We must realize that we have to work our way very gradually to an exact beholding of higher worlds, and that because of the constant change there, mix-ups can well occur. And the way these mistakes come to light is extraordinarily significant for the course of a soul's development. Johannes has had an experience 3 times over, as you will remember. The nature of this experience is due to the particular way he has developed. Footnote, these 3 times over appear in the soul's awakening scenes 2, 4, and 10. End of footnote. The first is with the other Philea, the second with the double, the third again with the other Philea. A triad of experiences. Everything in the world comes in 3s. If we don't find them, we should look for them. The fact that Johannes Thomasius encounters the other Philea twice and the double only once, and on one occasion mistakes one for the other, is due to the stage of development he has achieved. His perceiving of his soul child, the spirit of his youth, goes back to the same fact. Of course, Lucifer helped create this child, which now exists as an independent being. It is one of the most shattering experiences the clairvoyant can have to find the spiritual world peopled by shadowy beings created by Lucifer from parts of unresolved karma. We can find many such shadow beings, which we ourselves, prompted by Lucifer, have placed in the spiritual world through our unresolved karma. These experiences with shadow beings correspond to the point our soul development has reached. Let us assume that Johannes Thomasius' case had been different. he would have made two mistakes, would have been wrong twice and once right, have seen the double twice and the other filia once. But the actual fact was that he was too caught up in subjectivity. Maria, in contrast, has gone so far in the direction of objectivity as to be confronted by two soul forces. But Johannes has to strengthen his soul to a point where what still remains rather subjective can confront him objectively. Quote, enchanted weaving of one's own being, close quote. These words strengthen his soul. And as this enchanted weaving of his own being becomes more evident and brings him closer to his other self, Johannes confronts himself in his double, in the spirit of his youth and in the other filia. Johannes Thomasius would have to have a different makeup to experience this triad differently, making two mistakes, let's say, and seeing the double twice. He would not have seen just one spirit of his youth as the soul's awakening has it. He would instead have seen many of his soul children in the realm of shadows. Here great secrets of soul life make themselves felt. You can see from all I've been saying that the clairvoyant path to man's true being is complicated, for the soul itself is complex. To approach it means to ascend step by step into spiritual realms. It means also that you become a being of memory, a being of the past, where you become aware that you are not in the present, nor for the moment have you any future. You are what you have been and carry your past into the present. Your further spiritual growth is then such that what you have thus carried into realms of the spirit, what you experience spiritually, starts a spiritual conversation with the surrounding spirit world. You grow as you listen to this conversation of your own past with the living thought beings of the spiritual world. But when you feel yourself thus transposed into the spirit world, wherein you come upon your other self, you will also have a feeling that can be described like this. Quote, you are now indeed in the spiritual world. You can find your other self as a spiritual being, due to the fact that you are living in the realm of the spirit, clothed in the astral body. But as yet you cannot find your ultimate true being in this world. In spite of ascending into spiritual realms, you cannot yet find the being whose shadow is your ego in the physical world. Close quote. One learns little by little what a significant experience one must still undergo in order to penetrate to the true ego, the true inner being, enveloped in the other self. Man's being is indeed complex and lives far down in the soul's depths. And actually to reach the real ego requires living through a variety of experiences. It has been emphasized how one can penetrate into the spiritual world with memory, how no new impressions are received, how what one has been must be allowed to speak, and how one, now a point-like being, must listen to the spiritual conversation between one's past and one's spiritual environment. We retain this memory. It also stays with us between death and rebirth. The memory of real sensory existence between birth and death stays firmly present in the soul between death and rebirth. But if one penetrates to the true ego, after having become clairvoyant, one comes to realize that a decision, a spiritual deed, is necessary. And it can be said of it, this must be a strong, determined decision of the will to root out, to forget the memory of what we have been in all its detail. With this we come to something that was also dimly apparent in earlier clairvoyant and cognitive stages of experience. In Scene 3 of titled The Soul's Awakening, where Strader stands at the abyss of his existence, there is a foreshadowing of this experience that one has in spiritual realms. But one stands in the fullest sense of the word at the abyss of existence when one makes the decision in true freedom and energy of will to blot out and forget oneself. All these things are completely true of all human beings. Nevertheless, people are unaware of them. Every night we are required to blot ourselves out without being conscious of it. But it is an entirely different matter, fully consciously to give over to destruction and to forget one's remembering ego, to stand in the spiritual world as a nothing on the edge of the abyss of nothingness. This is the most shattering experience one can have. One must approach it with great confidence that the true ego will be brought to us out of the cosmos, and this is indeed the case. We know after we have achieved forgetfulness on the edge of the abyss that everything we have ever experienced is blotted out, and this we did ourselves. But out of an as yet unknown world, a world I might call super-spiritual, our real ego, whose only remaining concealment has been the other self, comes toward us. Only now do we meet our true ego, whose shadow or maya, as it exists in the physical world, is the lower ego. For man's true ego belongs to the super-spiritual world. All this is inner experience. The ascent to the super-spiritual realm, the perceiving of a completely new world at the edge of the abyss, the receiving of the true ego from this world. I wanted this description to serve as a bridge to tomorrow's lecture. You should mull it over. We will continue tomorrow, linking up with what I have said today in regard to the encounter that takes place at the edge of the abyss, the end of Lecture 7. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Secrets of the Threshold. This is the last lecture in this cycle, Lecture 8, and it was given on August 31st, 1913. We come now to the end of this cycle of lectures, during which thoughts about the so-called culture of the present day may well have occurred to you. We have had to direct our attention in some detail to the remarkable way the Ahrimanic and Luciferic forces penetrate this culture. A discerning person who has some understanding of the insights of spiritual science will look objectively at modern life and surely perceive all its confusion and chaos. For many years, it has been my custom to point to this as little as possible, and instead, by helping to open up the spiritual world, to use our time together in a more positive way. But it must be emphasized, now as always, that a good many misunderstandings have crept into our work, into our active efforts, through this self-imposed moderation. The word is indeed not chosen arrogantly. Even so, we shall not deviate greatly from this custom of ours. And in consideration of this, two things are essential. First, a clear, objective understanding that evolution, the development of the post-Atlantean world, has led far and wide to the chaotic, complex, to some extent inferior, second-rate condition of modern civilization. But that for this there is a certain valid necessity. It is not enough merely to criticize. A clear, objective understanding is needed. On the other hand, we have to oppose the chaos and confusion of modern intellectual life with clarity of vision, as long as we are supported by the perspectives revealed by spiritual science. Ever and again, we have well-meaning, good-natured friends exclaiming that here or there something quite anthroposophical has appeared. Then we have to recognize the deficiency of these so-called anthroposophical things. I have said I would not deviate from my custom, but now at the end of this cycle, I would like to refer to at least one especially grotesque example of this tendency. There are those nowadays who like to blow themselves up into a professional stance without the least understanding of anything. And people who don't practice discrimination can very easily be carried away, given the chance, by high-sounding phrases. This must really disappear from our circles. We must acquire, each one for himself, the power of clear, objective discrimination. Then we would have a better idea than has been the case up to now of the relationship of second-rate movements and individuals to our own movement. Tendencies of this kind come up in many different ways. I would like to mention just one of them, not to criticize or to lay before you a case of specific hostility toward our work, but merely to characterize the problem. A publisher in Berlin has brought out an edition of The Chemical Wedding and other writings of Christian Rosenkreuz. Many of our friends and others interested in occult movements will obviously snap up this new reprint of works that have never been easy to find. But now there is an introduction to The Chemical Wedding that really outdoes everything imaginable in grotesque erudition. I won't give it a more exact name. Let me read you a few lines of this introduction. On page 2, without going any further into the rest of the article, quote, "When we approach the occult sciences with precise critical methods," close quote, with these words many people will be misled, close quote, "one will soon be aware that from this point on, one can get in touch with the two poles mentioned above," close quote. I shall not discuss what these poles are, for it is all merely I will forego any description. Quote, "For this, the newly formulated concept of allomatics is especially valuable, as under its guidance one easily masters difficulties coming from both sides," close quote. Allomatics is something that will impress many people. Quote, "Allomatics is the study, the science, and the philosophy of the other," parenthesis, the word is derived from Greek allos, the other in contrast to autos, self, close parenthesis. Allomatics teaches the nothingness and non-existence of the ego. Everything is and comes from the non-ego, from outside, from above, from below, in short, from the other, close quote. All this erudition continues throughout the article in order to prepare the reading public for The Chemical Wedding of Christian Rosenkreuz. I would call it, and I am not speaking from animosity, but with objective logic, absolutely the same thing as originating a parology or paromatics in the place of xenology or allomatics. With exactly the same logic that this remarkable duffer derives the world from I and non-I, we could also derive the world from a pair and everything not a pair. That is, the other of the pair. Pair here is spelled P-E-A-R. We could use the same words and concepts in order to explain the whole world as pair and non-pair. Nothing is missing from the world and its phenomena, according to this gentleman, if we explain it by means of paromatics, the doctrine of pair and non-pair, instead of the doctrine of ego and the other. Allomatics is presented as a work of great learning, with parallels to embryology in order to appear erudite. Its tone is that of many academic works that are taken seriously and are often honestly received by our friends. I say this again not with animosity, but in fact in a spirit of brotherliness, as though they were important works and not merely the products of our inferior age. This points up a lack of discrimination between what has inner value and what is pure nonsense at a low level of literature. Since the author of this introduction is also one of the people who originated or repeated the foolish Jesuit tale, it can be said quite objectively that we can estimate from this the kind of opposition springing up lately from all sides against our movement. Footnote, I guess this person was Dr. Ferdinand Mach, titled Zweimal gestorben, Leipzig 1912, end of footnote. It is important to achieve the right attitude to everything in occultism that, creeping out of so many corners of the world, is regarded by many as of equal significance to profound, scrupulous spiritual science. Another important thing to acquire, if you wish to profess honestly your allegiance to spiritual science, is the right sensitivity to these various gentlemen and their writings. This sensitivity will lead to ignoring them instead of kowtowing and hailing everything they bring out. One should actually suggest to them that instead of taking the time to produce such writing, they would make themselves more useful to humanity in other ways, for instance, by taking up fret saw work. We really must look at such things with complete objectivity. We must get used to sizing up correctly and turning our backs on very many ingredients of modern culture. For this, we need only the right kind of thinking and the sensitivity to such people and their work. One thing we have to be clear about: the phenomena of our time are perfectly comprehensible if we remember how the Ahrimanic and Luciferic forces have thrust themselves into human development. Every impulse and tendency of human evolution changes from age to age. In the same way, as I have often pointed out, the Ahrimanic and Luciferic influences also change. Our epoch is to some degree a sort of reversed repetition of the Egyptian Chaldean age. But as a reversed repetition, the Luciferic and Ahrimanic forces generally play a different role today in the external culture. During the ancient Egyptian Chaldean age, the human soul, looking out on what was happening, could say, from one side the Ahrimanic influence is coming, from another the Luciferic. In this ancient civilization, the distinction outwardly could still be made. However, by the Greco-Roman age, one can say that Lucifer and Ahriman confront the human soul directly and hold themselves in balance there. Anyone who enters deeply into the fundamental nature of the Greco-Roman civilization will be able to observe the state of balance between Lucifer and Ahriman. But in our time it has changed again. Lucifer and Ahriman now are in league together in a kind of partnership in the outer world. Before these forces reach the human soul, they are knotted together externally. In ancient times, the skeins of influence from Ahriman and Lucifer were quite separate. But nowadays we have them tangled and knotted together within the development of our civilization. It is extremely difficult for a human being to unravel the entanglement and find a way out of it. Everywhere in our cultural happenings, we find Luciferic and Ahrimanic threads interwoven in a higgledy-piggledy mixture, stirring up a great deal of violent political agitation, and even playing into many of the abstract ideas and superficial proceedings in full swing now and in times to come. Until we are clear about this, we will not be able to form a sound judgment of the conditions around us. We need to be watchful of the chaotic entanglement of Luciferic and Ahrimanic threads. For no one today is more challenged to come to terms with these forces than he who is on the path of spiritual knowledge, he who is trying to arm his soul with clairvoyant capacities in order to discover something he cannot know with his ordinary consciousness, the real being of man. This must always be the true goal of spiritual science. From the descriptions already given, it is evident that as soon as a person approaches the higher worlds, he has to step across a threshold. As an earth being who has made his soul clairvoyant, he must go back and forth across that threshold and know how to conduct himself rightly in the spiritual world on the far side, as well as on this side in the physical world. Both in lectures and now repeatedly in our mystery dramas, this important threshold experience has been referred to as the meeting with the guardian of the threshold. A person can actually ascend into the spiritual worlds, this has often been said, and have quite a few experiences there without having a meeting with the guardian, something that is partly terrifying, but on the other hand highly significant, indeed of infinite importance for the sake of a clear, objective perception of those worlds. I have pointed to this and everything connected with it in my book titled The Threshold of the Spiritual World, at least as far as I could, while treating the material in an aphoristic way. I have gone further in the course of these lectures. Now I should like to add only a few details to characterize the guardian of the threshold. Should I try to describe everything about the meeting with the guardian, I would indeed have to hold another long cycle of lectures. May I point out again that when a human being leaves his physical body, in which he lives with the physical world around him, he enters the elemental world and lives in his etheric body, just as in the physical world he lives in the physical body. Then, when he leaves the etheric body clairvoyantly, he lives in the astral body surrounded by the spiritual world. We have pointed out that on leaving the astral body, the human being can then be within his true ego. Around him will be the supra-spiritual world. When he enters this world, he has finally attained what he has always possessed in the depths of his soul, his true ego. He reaches now the spiritual world in such a way that his true ego, his other self, is revealed, actually enveloped in the element of living thought being. All of us walking about on the physical plane have this other self within us. But our ordinary consciousness not only is not aware of it, but cannot know that we will not perceive it until we ascend into the spiritual and supra-spiritual worlds. Our true ego is actually our constant companion within us. But when we meet it on the threshold of the spiritual world, it is there in a remarkable way. In fact, one can say, decked out quite peculiarly. There, on the threshold, our true ego is able to clothe itself in all our weaknesses, all our failings, everything that induces us to cling with our whole being either to the physical sense world, or at least to the elemental world. Thus we confront our own true ego on the threshold. Abstract theosophy can simply say, that is oneself, the other self, the true ego. But in the face of the actual reality, we won't find much meaning in the phrase, it is oneself. Of course, we all move about in the spiritual world in the form of our other self, but there we are entirely another. When we dwell consciously in the physical world, our other self is actually very much another, a stranger to us, a being that is much more foreign to us than any other person on earth. And this other self, this true ego, decks itself out in our weaknesses, in everything we should really forsake, but don't wish to forsake. Habits of the physical sense existence that we still hang on to when we wish to cross the threshold. And there on the threshold, we actually meet a spirit being different from all other spiritual beings we could meet in the supersensible worlds. The other beings appear to us in coverings more appropriate to their nature than those of the guardian of the threshold. He arrays himself in everything that arouses in us not only anxiety and distress, but also disgust and loathing. He clothes himself in our weaknesses, in things that bring us to admit our fear of separating from him makes us shudder, or it makes us blush, overcome with shame, to have to look at what we are, at what the guardian has wrapped himself in. While indeed, this is a meeting with oneself, it is more truly the meeting with another entity. To get past the guardian of the threshold is not at all easy. Actually, it is much easier to behold the spiritual world than it is to behold it rightly and truthfully. To catch a few impressions of the spiritual world, especially in our modern time, is not all that difficult. To enter that world, however, in such a way that we behold it in its full reality, we must be well prepared for the meeting with the guardian, however long it delays in coming to us. Then we will experience the spiritual world correctly. Most people, or at least very many of them, get as far as the guardian. The important point is that we should come consciously to him. Every night we stand unconsciously before the guardian. Certainly he is a great benefactor of mankind in not allowing himself to be seen, for very few human beings could endure it. To bring into consciousness what we experience every night unconsciously is to meet the guardian of the threshold. People usually get just to the edge of the boundary where one can say the guardian stands. But at that moment, something very peculiar happens to the soul. It perceives this moment in a twilight state between consciousness and unconsciousness, and will not allow it to come to full consciousness. On that borderline, the soul has the impulse to see itself as it really is, clinging to the physical world with all its weaknesses and faults. But this is unbearable. Before the event can become fully conscious, the soul, through its utter loathing, deadens, as it were, its awareness. Such moments of the soul's obliterating its consciousness are the best points of attack for the Ahrimanic beings. We come indeed to the guardian of the threshold by developing a sense of self that is especially strong and forceful. We have to strengthen our sense of self if we wish to rise into the spiritual world. But in the process of strengthening our sense of self, we also strengthen all the tendencies, habits, weaknesses, and prejudices that are held back and limited in the external world through our education, through custom, and through the outward culture. On the threshold, the luciferic impulses assert themselves strongly from within. And when the human soul tends to deaden its awareness, Lucifer immediately unites with Ahriman, with the result that the entrance to the spiritual world is barred. If a person with a healthy inner life searches out the insights of spiritual science without dwelling in a state of morbid craving for spiritual experiences, nothing particularly harmful will happen at the boundary line. If he attends to everything that should be attended to in the form of rightful, genuine spiritual science, nothing more will have happen than that Lucifer and Ahriman balance each other for the striving soul at the threshold, and the soul simply does not enter the spiritual world. But when the person has a special craving to get in, a so-called, quote, nibbling at the spiritual world, close quote, can take place. Ahriman then, condensing what the soul has nibbled, pushes into the soul's consciousness what otherwise couldn't enter it. With this, the person experiences in condensed form what he has taken from the spiritual world, so that it looks exactly like a reproduction of physical impressions. In short, he will be the victim of hallucinations and illusions. He will believe he has approached a spiritual world because he has come as far as the guardian of the threshold. However, he has not passed the guardian, but has been thrown back because of his nibbling at the spiritual world. Everything he took in has condensed to what could contain genuine pictures of that world, but does not contain the most important element, the one that will guarantee the soul a clear perception of the truth and the value of what he sees. In order to pass the guardian of the threshold in the right way, it is absolutely necessary to develop self-knowledge, truly genuine, unsparing self-knowledge. It is a neglect of one's duty to the progress of evolution if one refuses to rise into the spiritual worlds, should karma make it possible in this present incarnation. It would indeed be wrong to say to oneself, quote, I shall not enter the spiritual worlds for fear of going astray, close quote. We should strive as intensely as we can to enter them. On the other hand, we must clearly understand that we may not shrink from what the human being is most apt and most willing to shrink back from, genuine, truthful self-knowledge. Nothing is actually so difficult in life as plain, honest self-knowledge. What a lot of queer things one can find in this regard. One meets people who continually emphasize out of their ordinary consciousness that they're doing this or that with complete selflessness, that they desire simply nothing at all for themselves. In trying to understand such souls, we often find that they really believe it's so, and yet in their subconscious they are thoroughgoing egoists and want only what suits themselves. Oh, we can also find people who out of their upper consciousness, let's say, make speeches, lay down the law, publish things, and in a few short pages put down words such as love and tolerance 18 to 25 times, actually without having the very slightest trace of love or tolerance in their makeup. There is nothing we can be so easily deceived about as ourselves if we fail to watch continually the practicing of honest, sterling self-knowledge. However, it is difficult indeed to practice self-knowledge in a direct way. People have shut their eyes to it so completely that instead of acknowledging what they are at the present time, it has happened that they prefer to admit to being apes during the moon epoch, actually prefer that to acknowledging what they are today, So great can be our delusions in contrast to the moral obligation of genuine, honest self-knowledge. Footnote, the reference to apes in the moon period is from Besant and Ledbetter, titled Man, Whence, How, and Whither. End of footnote. I'll read that sentence again. People have shut their eyes to it so completely that instead of acknowledging what they are at the present time, it has happened that they prefer to admit to being apes during the moon epoch. Actually prefer that to acknowledging what they are today. So great can be our delusions in contrast to the moral obligation of genuine, honest self-knowledge. A good exercise for someone striving in the spiritual sphere would be to say every so often something like this, quote, I will think back over the last 3 or 4 weeks, or better still months, letting all the important happenings in which I was involved pass before my inner eye, EYE. I will deliberately disregard whatever injustice may have been done to me. I will omit all the excuses for my difficulties that I've expressed so frequently, such as, for instance, it was someone else's fault. I will not for a moment consider that any other person could have been to blame but I myself, close quote. When we reflect on how constantly we are inclined to make others and not ourselves responsible for what we don't like, we will be able to judge how valuable such a review of our life can be, in which we knowingly eliminate thoughts of injustice done to us, and in which we do not allow criticism or blame of another person to arise. If you undertake such an exercise, you will discover that you are gaining a totally new relationship to the spiritual world. Such an effort will bring about a great change in the disposition and mood of one's soul. In seeking the path to clairvoyance, the extreme difficulty of entering the higher worlds without danger, as we have said repeatedly, shows how essential it is not to come apart, not to fall to pieces when we have to, quote, put our head into the anthill, close quote. We need then an immensely strengthened consciousness of self, such as a person may not develop in the physical world if he is not to be a rank egoist. In higher worlds, however, if he wants to maintain himself, stay aware of himself, realize himself, he must enter those worlds with an intensified feeling of self. Then, on coming back to the sense world, he must also have the ability to do away with this consciousness of self in order not to be a thoroughgoing egoist. Thus, 2 contrasting statements can be made. In the higher worlds of spiritualities, man needs a strengthened consciousness of self. But in contrast, despite the strong feeling of self that one must find in the spirit world, what one must find in the physical world is that the spirit must come to life in a particular way. In all that one can describe as love in the physical world, the capacity for love, for sympathy and compassion, for the sharing of joys and sorrows. Those who enter clairvoyantly into the higher worlds know that what Maria says, entitled The Soul's Awakening, is true. That really the ordinary sense consciousness we have on the physical plane is a kind of sleep when compared to what we feel and experience in higher worlds. Our entrance there is an awakening. That human beings living in the physical world are asleep in relation to the experience of higher worlds is absolutely true. It is only because they are always asleep that they are not aware of sleeping. What the clairvoyant soul crossing the threshold experiences in the spiritual world is an awakening into a strengthened feeling of self. In the physical world, on the other hand, there can be an awakening of the self through love. The kind of love characterized in one of our first lectures here as, quote, the love for another person's disposition and qualities for him and for his sake, close quote. That kind of love is protected from the Luciferic and Ahrimanic influences, and in the physical sense world is actually under the sway of the good, progressive powers of the universe. The character of love is most clearly evident in the experiences of clairvoyant consciousness. The egoism we develop in the physical world, without being willing to acquire self-knowledge, shows up when it is carried into spiritual worlds. Nothing is so disturbing, nothing can be so bitter and disheartening as to experience the result of our failure to develop love and compassion in the physical world. Ascending into the spiritual world, we are filled with anguish by the selfishness and lack of love we have achieved in the physical sense world. When we cross the threshold, everything is revealed. Not only the obvious, but also the hidden egoism that rages in the depths of men's souls. Someone who, with outward egoism, frankly insists that he wants this or that for himself is perhaps much less egoistic than those who indulge in the dream that they are selfless, or those who assume a certain egoistic self-effacement out of theosophical abstractions in their upper consciousness. This is especially the case when the latter declaim their selflessness in all sorts of repetitions of the words love and tolerance. What a person carries up into higher worlds in the form of an unloving lack of compassion is transformed into hideous, often terrifying figures he meets on entering the spiritual worlds, figures that are extremely disturbing for the soul. At this point comes one of the very significant moments that should be taken into account when we speak about the kinds of knowledge and experience we meet in higher worlds. As soon as a person comes into those worlds and finds himself in a region of loathsome things, it would then be best for him to face them boldly, with courage, while admitting to himself, quote, "Yes, I have indeed carried all this egoism up into the higher worlds. It would truly be best for me to face this egoism boldly and honestly," close quote. But the human soul usually tends to shake off these repulsive things before becoming thoroughly conscious of them, and gives a kick, one can say, just as horses do, to get rid of those disagreeable forms. And then at the very moment when we get rid of the results of our egoism, Lucifer and Ahriman have an easy game with the soul. In partnership, it is not at all difficult for them to lead the human soul into their special kingdom, where they can produce all sorts of spiritual worlds, which the human being will take for the truly genuine one, grounded in the cosmic order. We can say that developing truly genuine love and thoughtful, honest compassion are the right preparation for the soul that wants to find its way clairvoyantly into the spiritual worlds. When you reflect a little on how hard it is to acquire true compassion and the true capacity for love in this world of ours, you will not find these words completely unimportant. We should be clear that these descriptions, characterizing our crossing the threshold into the spiritual world, will lead to a truly genuine knowledge of the being of man. It is only through such descriptions that we will discover what man really is, and discover, too, our relationship to the way the human being approaches the higher spiritual worlds, this time between death and a new birth, in a somewhat different but still natural way. Here I must say a few words about something I pointed out in the last chapter titled The Threshold of the Spiritual World. From earlier descriptions entitled Theosophy and titled Occult Science, we know that when we step through the portal of death and lay aside our physical body, we still have the etheric body for a short time, perhaps only a few days. Then we put this aside as well. Now we can say that after putting aside the etheric body, we are at first within the astral body. In the astral body, the soul goes on a sort of further journeying. The etheric body is laid aside. Its destiny depends on the world which it now enters, the elemental world. You remember that we discussed how the force of transformation holds sway in this elemental world. Everything is in continual change. The etheric body, separated now from the human soul, is delivered up to the elemental world, and there goes through its destined transformations. In the following years, for some a shorter time, for others longer, we live within the astral body in what, from the standpoint of clairvoyant consciousness, can be called the elemental world. However, in the period immediately after death, we find that the soul has a quite definite impulse. In the physical world, we are not apt to look continually at our own liver, spleen, or stomach, for this would be impossible. We simply cannot see inside the body. People on the physical plane are not in the habit of turning their eyes inward into the body. They look instead at the world around them. But just the opposite is the case after we have passed through the portal of death and live in the world that is called the soul world in my title Theosophy. There, the characteristic tendency of the soul is to direct its particular attention to the destinies of its own etheric body. The soul's outer world, its environment, consists of the transformations our etheric body passes through during the whole Kamaloka time. We observe how the elemental world takes our etheric body into itself. If one has been a decent sort, close quote, here on the physical plane, one will see how the decentness gets on well with the laws of the elemental world. If one has been a bad sort, one will see how poorly the etheric body, parenthesis, or it has had its share in being a bad sort, close parenthesis, gets on with the laws of this world. It is everywhere rejected. Even though our etheric body has been laid aside, we direct our whole attention to it. By looking at the ever-changing fate of our etheric body, we are made aware of what we once were. This is our Kamaloka experience. People should not criticize anthroposophy for saying all this. Aristotle and others taught quite differently. For example, that this looking back on one's own destiny after death would last a whole eternity. A man might live to be 80 or 90 years old and then would have to look eternally at what he had done to his own etheric body. Anthroposophy teaches the truth, that this looking back on the etheric body and on the destinies we have brought about in it by what we have been lasts 1 or 2 or 3 decades. And this is our environment in the elemental world, an environment formed by beings similar to the human etheric body, and by the transformations of these beings, as well as by the transformations of the human etheric body itself. One can describe this pictorially and come to the same characterization that I have given in my book titled Theosophy as the passage of the soul through the soul world. In order to describe the spiritual world in the right way, one cannot keep pedantically to the hard and fast concepts so useful in the physical world. We should be clear that our whole environment during the Kamaloka time is dependent on our mood of soul, dependent in such a way that the elemental world we have just described gradually adapts itself to the soul world. In the elemental world, more than anything else, one sees a dispersing, little by little, of etheric substance, which, as it evanesces, can be described from stage to stage, as has been done in my title Theosophy. The time comes, in this period between death and a new birth, when there takes place what the clairvoyant consciousness has to bring about somewhat less naturally, as we have discussed earlier. After laying aside his etheric body, the human being lives in his astral body, until the time comes when this astral body detaches itself from the true ego. It is in the ego that he will live from that point onward. This detaching of the astral body is quite unique. It is not like a snake slipping off its skin, but rather a loosening on every side, a growing larger and larger until the astral body becomes one with the whole cosmic sphere. In doing this, it becomes ever thinner, while being absorbed by the whole surrounding world. At first, one stands, in a sense, in the very center of one's own spiritual environment. On every side, the astral body loosens itself and is absorbed in all directions, so that the environment we have about us after death, after this loosening, consists of the spiritual world and also of all that has been absorbed into it from our own astral body. We see this astral body of ours gradually go forth, becoming less and less distinct, of course, as it grows larger. We feel ourselves within the astral body, as has been described in many lectures, and nevertheless separate from it. These things are extremely difficult to describe. To picture it, just imagine a great swarm of gnats. From a distance, it looks like a dark-colored ball, but when the gnats fly off in all directions, there's no longer anything to be seen. It is just the same with the astral body. While being absorbed by the whole cosmic sphere, it becomes less and less distinct. We watch it gradually drifting away until it is lost. What is lost is the astral body that is always with us when we pass through the gate of death. One can call it our past, what we once were. It was our link with the experiences we had in the physical world, living in our physical and etheric bodies. We see our own being, as it were, disappearing into the spiritual world, and this experience is very similar to the one created voluntarily by a human being seeking the discovery of his true ego in the spiritual world. The harrowing and significant impression that someone can have who is journeying on the path to a clairvoyant consciousness takes place naturally after death, as just described. After death, however, a real forgetting takes place. All the sooner, the less the soul proves to have been prepared and strengthened. Selfless, unegoistic souls, often criticized as weak in physical life, are precisely the strong ones after death. For a long time they will be able to watch the memories that had urged them on from physical existence toward the spiritual world. The so-called strong egoists are the puny souls after death. Their astrality, dispersing gradually as a sphere, leaves them very quickly. And now the time has come when everything one can remember disappears. It returns, but in an altered manner. Everything lost is brought back to us again. In the way it gathers together, it shows, as a consequence of what has departed, what it should become. A befitting new life must be constructed according to karma on the foundation of the old earth life. Thus there thrusts in from infinity toward a central point what must return to our consciousness from oblivion and be given back to us. With this we can become carpenters of a new life shaped by karma. In this sense, an experiencing of nothing but oneself within the true ego, which is a kind of forgetting, takes place at the middle point between death and a new birth. Today most human souls are still so little prepared for this forgetting that they experience it in a sort of spiritual soul sleep. Those who are ready for it, however, experience just at this moment of forgetting, which is the transition from the preceding earth life to the preparation of the coming one, what is called the cosmic midnight, entitled The Soul's Awakening. The scene of the cosmic midnight, in which one can enter deeply into the necessities of existence, is indeed connected with the most profound mysteries of human existence. We can say that the mystery of the human being, his true nature, in which he lives between death and a new birth, is something the ordinary consciousness can never discover, although it discloses itself to the clairvoyant soul. We have described here, from the standpoint of the clairvoyant consciousness, the experience of having one's astrality absorbed by the spiritual world. It has also been described exactly, step by step, as the actual spirit land in my title Theosophy and title Occult Science. What comes naturally to the soul after death can be brought about voluntarily for the clairvoyant consciousness. This has been described in Theosophy. The same terms are used here as in Theosophy and Occult Science. We have tried in both this lecture cycle and in the drama cycle to characterize the nature of the cosmos and the entity of man, who has a share in the cosmos. After such a discussion, it may perhaps be permissible to add, for any person setting out on the path here described, that he will need to continue it to some extent on his own. On trying to penetrate ever more deeply into title The Soul's Awakening, you will notice that so many answers to the mysteries of life are dawning on you that you realize the dramas are there to unveil and reveal the mysteries. I can point out an example to you. Try to experience further in meditation what is shown in the soul's awakening, and what I have said here about Ahriman as the Lord of Death in the world. Beginning with scene 3, this appears clearly, but it was already hinted at in scene 1 with the words Steiner says to the business manager, quote, "And yet will come what has to come about," close quote. The manager hears in these few words something like a gentle whisper from the spiritual world. It gives rise to the beginning of his spiritual discipleship. There it is more or less hinted at, but gradually from scene 3 onward, we see more and more clearly how the moods and forces preparing the death of Steiner are coming closer. We shall not understand why Theodora appears and tells Steiner what she will do for him in the spirit land, unless we get the feeling, though a somewhat vague one as it has to be at this point, that something important can be expected. In the same scene, we shall not perceive rightly what Benedictus means when he describes his clairvoyance as being impaired, unless we can feel how the forces of Steiner's approaching death are influencing this clairvoyance. In scene 11, a simple, straightforward, but very significant scene, we shall not get the right impression of the dialogue between Benedictus and Steiner unless we connect Steiner's visionary picture with his presentiment that everything he is using to strengthen his soul will turn its destructive power at some time on himself. Unless, too, we connect this with the repetition of Benedictus's speech about his spirit vision being impaired, so that we have a premonition of what is looming ahead. The mood of the approaching death of Steiner is diffused over the whole development of even the other persons in this play from scene 3 onward. When you bring this together with what has been said about Ahriman as the Lord of Death, you will enter more and more deeply into knowledge that leads to the mysteries of the Spirit, especially by considering also how Ahriman takes a hand in the mood of the drama, which is dominated by Steiner's death impulse. Again, the last meeting of Benedictus and Steiner, a meeting intended to be of real significance toward the end of the drama, as well as the final monologue of Benedictus, cannot be understood unless we bear in mind both the rightful and the unlawful interference of Ahriman in the world of the human soul and in the word of cosmic realms. These things were not intended merely to pass through your minds, but in order for you to immerse yourselves more and more deeply in them. It is an objective fact, rather than criticism, to point out how clearly it can be shown that the published writings and lecture cycles of the last 3 or 4 years have really not been read as they could have been read, in order to grasp what was implied or even what was stated quite obviously. This is not meant as a reproof, far from it. No, it is said because almost every year at the close of the Munich lecture course, through everything having to do with it, thoughts stand before the soul that sound an alert concerning the presence of our anthroposophical movement in the modern world. One has to consider what should be the rightful place of the movement within the chaotic happenings of our present so-called culture. Clear, awakened thinking about this rightful place of the movement will not be reached unless we keep one thing in mind, that our present-day life will most certainly stagnate and become sclerotic unless it receives refreshment and healing from the flowing springs of serious, genuine occultism. On the other hand, just such a series of lectures that makes us aware, perhaps, of the need to turn to spiritual science could also stress something important to every one of us, the feeling of responsibility. In the deepest layers of our souls is imprinted everything connected with our feeling of responsibility, as are our efforts to understand how this movement of ours can make itself felt, the movement that is so urgently needed today, even with all its faults and darker sides. There, too, in those deepest layers, we perceive in various ways the kind of movement ours should be, and what, quite understandably, it only can be at present. This can hardly be expressed in words, and the one who bears it rooted deeply in his heart will preferably not put it into words. For sometimes this responsibility weighs so heavily on one's soul that it seems thoroughly disheartening. Disheartening because the occultists are turning up on every side today, and so little of the necessary feeling of responsibility is at hand. Certainly for the healing and development of humanity, we should welcome the blossoming of anthroposophical wisdom as the finest and greatest thing that could happen now and in the near future. At the same time, we would also like to welcome as the best and often the most satisfying addition to it the feeling of responsibility streaming into and awakening every individual who is taken hold of by spiritual science. Still more highly should one value the emergence of a feeling of responsibility. In truth, we would consider our movement especially fortunate if we could see it flowing out into the world with this feeling of responsibility as a lovely echo on all sides. Many of those who are sensitive to the meaning of responsibility would be able to bear things more easily if they could observe an abundance of such echoes. Still, there are many things that one can only hope for and await in the future. One must have faith while waiting, and have confidence that the human soul, through its own integrity, will grasp what is right and trustworthy, and that what ought to happen will really happen. As we now separate after this course of lectures, we can clearly feel all this. Actually, one would so much like to leave in each soul something that could awaken it and radiate as warm enthusiasm for our movement, but also as a feeling of responsibility for it. The most splendid sign and seal on our spiritual scientific striving would be for us all to be able to feel how strongly linked together we are, even when we are far apart, in a true spirit community of souls having a similar warm enthusiasm for our movement, a similar love and devotion to it, and at the same time with a feeling of responsibility for it. And now let these be my parting words to you as we go our separate ways after the time we have spent here together. May the reality and truth of the spiritual life grow ever stronger through our heart's participation in it, so that we are still together, even when we are separated in space. Let us be united by the reality of the warm enthusiasm alive in us, radiating from an open-hearted, devoted participation in the truth. And let us combine with it a genuine upright awareness of responsibility, or at least an effort to attain it, for all that is sacred to us and so urgently needed for the world. Such a feeling brings us immediately together in the spirit. Whether our destiny brings us together in space, whether our destiny scatters us apart to our various tasks and occupations in life, our hearts will certainly be united by our enthusiasm and our feeling of responsibility. Joined together in this way, we are entitled to hopeful trust and confidence in the future of our movement, for it will then make its way into our culture, into the spiritual development of humanity, as it must do. It will find its way and find its home, so that we discern our anthroposophy like a gentle sounding from the spiritual world that brings warmth to our hearts. What ought to happen will happen, and it must happen. Let us try to be so equal to this spiritual community of ours that insofar as it lies in us, what ought to happen, what must happen, shall happen through us. The end of Lecture 8, and that is the end of the cycle of lectures entitled Secrets of the Threshold, given in Munich from August 24th to August 31st, 1913.
value. If you are happy in love and have a beautiful family, you know true riches. If you have peace of mind and contentment, you are probably better off than most millionaires. If you are in work you enjoy and have a bright dream for the future, you are already rich in the things that count in life. If you have your health and enjoy life, you would not trade places with a millionaire who is sick. If you are aware of the beauty of a sunset, of the ocean's dim horizons that beckon with hidden adventure, if you thrill to the song of a meadowlark, or laugh with the cadence of a flowing brook as it wends its way to the sea, you are in tune with cosmic beauty, and your soul knows true contentment and peace. If you love God and humanity, you already possess infinite treasures. Count your blessings and have faith that you can attract to yourself everything you will ever need to bring you peace, contentment, and fulfillment of your destiny. Summary. 1. The miracle power used by the richest men in the world and the ancient secret of the alchemists. 2. Metaphysical alchemy, secret of the ages. The superpower of the divine or cosmic mind in man. 3. The 16 golden keys to metaphysical alchemy set out in detail. 4. The magic of creative ideas and how one can become a millionaire today. 5. 6 new millionaires and how they used these secrets. 6. How one man drifted into a $120 million fortune. 7. How you can motivate your metaphysical miracle power to acquire riches. Chapter 10. Mastery of life achieved through metaphysical power. The illumined souls of the past who have conquered the forces of life are called masters. Such inspired teachers as Moses, Abraham, Christ, Buddha, Confucius, and Zoroaster were called masters because they had acquired complete control of the invisible forces of life and had learned how to direct them into creative channels. These great teachers could use the invisible metaphysical power they tapped to perform miracles of healing or to supply the needs of life. They not only controlled themselves, but they also controlled the forces of life as well as the people around them. You can become a master metaphysician by using the same higher creative faculties of mind and soul that these masters used to produce their miracles. Step by step you can rise in power consciousness until you have achieved complete mastery of life through this metaphysical power we shall now study together. The mystical life forces that surge within your mind, body, and soul are the same as those which motivated the great teachers of ancient times. This metaphysical power is as alive and as compelling today as it was centuries ago. In fact, with our modern scientific knowledge and our advances in all fields of learning, we can utilize this higher metaphysical power to better advantage today than ever before. Divine science, the lost art. There is a divine science which is above the physical and material sciences that man uses in his laboratories, and which has produced such miracles as the splitting of the atom and our exploration of space. Divine science is the lost art of the ages. There is a consciousness in man's soul, which is known as soul perception, which is even greater than the consciousness possessed by the conscious and subconscious minds. When you once learn how to tap this strata of the divine mind of the cosmos, you can discover secrets that are reserved only for those who are initiated into the divine mysteries of the universe. Locked in the cells of man is the divine pattern that God has placed in his universe for all creation. When man reproduces his own kind, he does not have to search for a blueprint to create another human being. This mystic design is in every cell and atom of the living, vibrant, created universe. A blade of grass knows how to reproduce itself perfectly. An orange has this mystic pattern for creating another orange within its innermost depths. Think of the miracle of that golden fruit encased by a protective shell to keep insects and animals from destroying it, holding in its hidden depository the precious seed for its perpetuity, and encasing in its innermost dimensions the sweet distillation of sun and soil and heaven-sent rains. This is a profound metaphysical miracle which all the science and skill of man-made knowledge cannot describe or duplicate. God's secret power in the invisible. God has placed his secret power, the metaphysical creative principle of life, in the realm of the invisible. Here it is that all the forces of nature are at work. Here, in the realm of the invisible, man may work to control his life forces and the universe in which he lives. Great magnetic and electrical currents exist in the invisible realm where they work their magic in the sea, in the soil, and in the atmosphere in which man exists. Powerful forces of capillary attraction exist in the earth. Gravity pull with its vast magnetic fields controls the tides of the oceans. Electrical currents touch off thunder and lightning storms and control our weather. Vast stellar forces exert a powerful influence on our Earth. Radio, cosmic, ether, and radioactive waves bombard our planet from outer space, and yet all these forces are perfectly balanced and sustain life on this Earth in perfect harmony. Man's mind exists in this universal dynamo of power, working in its own dimension of time and space, and it may channel any or all of these invisible dynamic forces and use them to perform miracles of all kinds. Mastery, the path of achievement. In order to achieve any goal in life, there must be complete mastery of the self and of the multitude of invisible forces which surround us on this planet. The regime of mastery must begin with the self, for it is through the self that consciousness of cosmic awareness. The great teachers could control and master the invisible and mysterious forces of life, because they first learned how to master their own thoughts, their emotions, their spiritual powers of meditation, concentration, and projection. The 6 realms of metaphysical control. There are 6 realms of metaphysical control. You can achieve complete mastery of your mind, your environment, other people, and the invisible forces of life when you once exercise these 6 realms of control. First realm of control. Mastery of your thoughts. All control of our life forces must begin with control of our thought currents. As thoughts are electrical and magnetic, they exert a powerful effect on our brains and on our bodies. They also go out into time and space and affect other people. The person who has control of his thoughts can direct tremendous forces and exert a powerful influence on his body, his environment, and on other people. The body's health is determined to a great extent by the thoughts one thinks. In modern psychosomatic medicine, which has to do with the effect of the thoughts and emotion on the physical body, it has been found that almost every type of human disease can be caused by man's destructive and negative thoughts. Just as disease can be induced by destructive thoughts, so too, health can be created in the body cells by the judicious selection of positive, life-giving thoughts, and healing can take place in the sick when their thought atmosphere is changed from a negative one to a positive one. Proof of the power of thought. A woman who had a benign tumor in her abdomen, which made her look as if she was pregnant, was given thought control through autosuggestion that her tumor would shrink and gradually disappear. This type of autosuggestion was given by the woman to her higher mind every night and morning for a period of 3 months. At that time, the tumor had shrunk to the size of one's fist. A man who had sugar diabetes and had to take daily shots of insulin to keep his blood sugar reduced was given autosuggestions telling his higher mind that his body would begin to secrete insulin. He kept up these autosuggestions, and within a month he lessened the amount of insulin taken. Within 3 months, his body was secreting enough insulin so that he could discontinue the injections of insulin entirely. Doctors always hasten to point out that all cases do not respond to this type of autosuggestion, but even if a few cases respond, it proves that there is some power within the mind of man which can be reached for purposes of healing under the right conditions. Rather than try to heal sickness, man can try to prevent it through a process of thought control and positive mental and emotional action. If thoughts can make man sick, dynamic spiritual action mentally can also heal him of sickness. Regime for control of your thoughts. 1. Sit for half an hour a day and meditate on your thought processes. Be conscious of your thoughts all during that time. At first, do not try to control them. Let them run rampant, but be aware of what is happening. You will see how uncontrolled they are, how they jump here and there without any order or control. The second day of your meditation, try to stop the rapid changing of thoughts and select one thought at a time. Fasten your mind on that thought and think exclusively of it. and do not let go of the thought until you choose to. From an Indian guru or teacher, I learned the secret method some Indians use to achieve mastery of their thoughts. He told me to mentally visualize my brain as a tree, and my vacillating thoughts as little monkeys jumping from branch to branch in that tree. Then, he urged me to mentally pick up each monkey and put him into a mental bag. He would kick and scream and fight, but one must forcibly eject him from his perch in the tree. This process is to continue until all the monkeys are safely in the bag and the tree is free of their screaming, jumping, and chattering confusion. This is a good method to use to clear your mind of unwanted, confusing, disoriented, and negative thoughts. You must force the issue at first and eradicate all unwanted thoughts. Gradually, you will choose only those positive, beautiful, and inspiring thoughts that you wish to dwell in your mind. You will find the release of tremendous power when you have once achieved mastery of your thoughts. You will not waste all your electrical and magnetic energy on useless thoughts. You will be able to overcome worry and fear and other negative emotions that erode your mind and decrease your physical vitality and energy. 2. Now you are ready for the process of selection of suitable thoughts that you want to occupy your mind. Your destiny is shaded by your thoughts. Choose every day what thoughts you want to accompany you in your business life, your social and personal life. These should be thoughts that are inspiring, good, healthful, beautiful, opulent, joyous, expectant, and friendly. If you want to motivate people to friendly action with your thoughts, send out the magnetic thoughts of love and friendship. Emerson's injunction of how to have friends is a good one. To have a friend, be a friend. Passive love treatment to control others. One lady who came to my lectures in Carnegie Hall complained that her husband nagged and abused her constantly. She could hardly stand being in his presence because of his constant negativity and criticism. I told her how to insulate her mind against this barrage of negativity by simply saying to herself every time he was negative, "I send you only thoughts of love and kindness. You are created in the image and likeness of God, and I see only the divine image within you." She held to her course of passive love treatment for a month. She came back and told me that for some mysterious reason, her husband had begun to change in his attitude toward her. One day he said, "What's the use of my screaming at you when you greet every word I say with that vacant stare and half-smile?" The magic of love gradually transformed her husband into a peaceful, understanding man. 3. Remove the negative charges that are in many thoughts and words. Refuse to entertain thoughts in your mind of things you read in the papers of killings, accidents, disasters, and robberies. These negative charges must be removed every night before you go to sleep, or they will haunt your conscious and subconscious minds and interfere with the free flow of electrical and magnetic currents to your body cells. One simple affirmative statement which you can say every night before going to sleep will help you clear your mind of these negative charges. I now discharge from my mind all negative thoughts of every kind that I have put into my consciousness today. I insulate my mind with positive thoughts. I am created in the image and likeness of God spiritually. I am under His divine protection, and while I sleep, my consciousness shall be bathed with His divine love, His beauty, His peace, His radiant joy. I now consign myself to His loving care and sleep soundly and safely, cradled in His loving arms. 4. During the day, while at your work or in your home, direct your conscious minds in the choice of thoughts that you shall think. Thoughts are like guests who inhabit your house. You would not choose unruly, boisterous, common visitors to come to your home who might destroy your furniture, burn holes in your carpets, and shatter your peace of mind with rude, coarse behavior. Your thoughts are also invited guests that inhabit your mental house. They can make of your mind a palace or a hovel. The choice is up to you. You can choose thoughts that are lofty, beautiful, and inspiring, and these will give a coloration to your mind and your personality that will enchant everyone you meet. 5. Avoid saying words that are obscene or telling stories that are undignified and common. They may make people laugh momentarily, but every time they think of you, they will associate you with the obscene words you used. Maintain dignity and an awareness of your high quality, and soon people will have greater respect for you. Second realm of control, nerve energy. In the yoga philosophy of India, we learn that the life force, or prana, radiates throughout the entire body and gives one energy and vitality. When it is abused, this nerve energy is dissipated and wasted, and the body becomes weak and debilitated. The following regime must be mastered in order to gain control of your nerve energy. It will give you more power, better health, youthful vitality, and a more radiant personality. Regime for control of nerve energy. 1. Electricity and magnetism radiate from your brain centers to all the nerves and muscles of your body. If this life force is dissipated, the cells and nerves of the body are starved and suffer grave consequences that can even make one sick. To control the nerve energy, you must avoid all unnecessary movements of the hands, feet, and body. Sit in practice sessions of 5 or 10 minutes and hold your body absolutely still. Do not move a muscle. You may have to blink your eyes at first until you have achieved control of even this function. As you hold your body in this type of rigid control, breathe deeply and hold the breath for a count of 4 before releasing it. The electricity and magnetism which radiate to your nerves is in the air about you. You must breathe it into your lungs consciously, and then after holding it for 4 counts, exhale it. You build the prana or life force through your breathing. 2. Now sit in practice and meditate on one specific part of your body. Say your right hand. Consciously move each of your fingers, closing them and shutting them at will. Then move your concentration up your arm to your shoulder. Raise the arm and hold it in rigid position above your head for a few moments only. Concentrate all your nerve energy in that hand and arm. You will feel warm currents flowing throughout your arm in a few movements of the hands, feet, and body. Sit in practice sessions. Many people have used this method for zone therapy to heal parts of their body by concentrating on sending the healing magnetic currents to the affected parts. One lady in our class work in Carnegie Hall had a son who was in the army stationed in a very cold country. He complained in his letters how cold he felt at night and how his feet nearly froze. His mother wrote telling him of the method of nerve control she had learned, and the boy tried it, sending his concentrated nerve energy to his feet. He said that in a few moments' time they became so warm that he had to put them outside the blankets to cool them. Energy flows wherever you direct your thoughts. Nerve current flows instantly where you think. Many people who have had sluggish hearts or inefficient stomachs have used this method of nerve control to direct their thoughts on the ailing organ and have achieved miraculous results in a short time. 3. To direct nerve energy to your brain for inspirational and creative power, visualize your breath as a golden beam of light which radiates up your spinal column to your head and floods your brain with its creative energy. As you breathe deeply to 10 or 15 counts, press your diaphragm and feel that the column of air is like a fountain, shooting its pranic force up your spinal cord and radiating over your brain in a golden flood of power and inspiration. Your brain will come to life when you use this exercise, and you will be able to create wonderful things. Most of our great geniuses in the arts and sciences use this secret power to turn on the inspirational nervous energy of their brain. Third realm of control. Your emotions. We have studied elsewhere in this book about the value of the emotions and how to avoid negative, destructive emotions. Now let us learn the regime for control of all the mind's and body's emotions, so we can better direct the life force for creative and constructive purposes. Regime for control of your emotions. 1. Mastery of your emotions is essential if you are to become a master of life. You cannot let your emotions control you. You must control the emotions, especially the negative ones. We know that the most destructive emotions are fear, hatred, worry, jealousy, greed, and selfishness. We also know that the positive emotions are love, joy, good, charity, forgiveness, and compassion. When a negative emotion tries to control your mind, substitute its opposite emotion immediately. For instance, when you are actively hating some person, realize this emotion is destructive and will harm you in some way. Change the thought to one of love and understanding. If you cannot really love the person, Try to understand him and reason out why he acts the way he does. Then become tolerant of the person and neutralize your hatred of him and his actions. When you feel miserable and unhappy, substitute a positive emotion in its place. Try to visualize some good that is coming to you, or some past event that brought you happiness, and by dwelling on this positive emotion, you will automatically neutralize the negative one. 2. Practice each day with a new positive emotion until you are able to build a control regime for every emotion and every day of your life. Choose a different emotion for each day and live in the conscious awareness of that emotion for that day. For example, Monday, your tranquility day. Concentrate your thoughts on remaining tranquil and calm no matter what happens. Tuesday, your day of courage. Face life's problems with courage and do not flinch from facing reality. Wednesday, your day to live with beauty. Find new beauty in your environment. Be aware of nature's beauty. See the beauty of soul in everyone you meet. Thursday, your truth day. Practice to see the truth and express the truth in your dealings with others. Friday, your day of love. This healing emotion should be expressed all day in all contacts with others. Saturday, your day of forgiveness of others' slights, sins, and offenses against you. Sunday, your day of contemplation on the divine mystery behind all life. A day of worship and prayer. Fourth realm of control. Your body. The body can make insatiable demands on your mind and time if you do not control it and its appetites. Nothing is ever perfect. It's either too hot or too cold. Appetites nag the body constantly, from a desire for food and water to a desire for sexual satisfaction. The true master learns that he must control his body early in life, or he will spend a lifetime in misery and discomfort. Regime for control of your body. The following regime is the one used by higher yoga in India for this body control. 1. Sit in the Buddha pose with your legs folded under you and your hands resting in your lap. Now concentrate the power of your mind on the area of your head. Close your eyes as you do this exercise. Visualize your head with its functions of sight, taste, smell, hearing, and thinking. See your brain as a physical organ capable of all kinds of thoughts and emotions. Hold your thoughts on your head for several moments and try to control each of the 5 senses. Be aware of your sense of hearing. Listen to the sounds in the room, the clock ticking, the sounds in the street, the distant barking of a dog, or the blowing of a siren. 2. Now concentrate on your sense of sight. Open your eyes and look about the room. Register as many objects as you can see. Hold your gaze on a spot on the wall for a count of 10. Increase it until you can hold your eyes on one spot for a period of 5 minutes or more without blinking. This may take you several days or even weeks to accomplish. Do not rush it. Take your time and achieve control of this faculty of sight gradually. Then expand your vision to inner sight. Close your eyes and see how many mental pictures you can accurately recall from your past. Hold your body still while you are performing this exercise. 3. Now concentrate your faculties on the sense of taste. Take something sweet on your tongue and concentrate on its sweetness. Do the same with salt or something bitter. Let your faculties dwell on what you are tasting and nothing else. 4. Now develop the faculty of smell. Have incense burning in your meditation period, and as this aroma floods your being, be aware of the sense of smell. Another time you may take the bloom of a flower or a drop of perfume, which you concentrate on, letting your sense impressions be concentrated on the odor you wish to examine. 5. The sense of touch should next be developed. Hold a piece of wood in your hands, close your eyes and feel its rough texture. Change it to the petals of a rose, feel the velvety softness and be aware of the difference. Change the objects you concentrate on until you are able with your eyes closed to tell the difference between things you hold in your hands. 6. Now concentrate on your heart and its rhythmic beating. Do not try to control it. Just be aware of it in an impersonal way. Later, when you have gained control of your bodily functions, you can slow down the rhythm of your heart or accelerate it. You can do this with your blood pressure and other bodily functions at will. But for the present, just be satisfied to listen to your heartbeat and be aware of the life rhythm within you. 7. Do the same type of concentration on your stomach and its functioning. Be aware of the stomach. Visualize its workings. See the process of osmosis within that organ, which permits the fluids to pass through the walls of the intestines into the bloodstream. Be aware of your digestion for 10 or 15 minutes. Some people have been able to control their stomachs with amazing power and regulate the flow of hydrochloric acid and aid in the process of digestion consciously and at will. 5th realm of control. Other people. It is easy to follow all of the above 4 realms of control relating to the self. It is a matter of discipline and habit to gain control of your thoughts, your emotions, your nerve energy, and your bodily functions. Our 5th realm of control is a little more difficult, for it has to do with the actions of others. You cannot always control the actions of others, but you can control their effect on you and your destiny. With your mind power, you can, to a great extent, determine the people you will attract into your orbit of activity. The quality of the persons you attract as friends will, to a great extent, determine their influence on your future destiny. Choose your friends well, and when you have made your choice, use the following regime of control to make certain that your friends and acquaintances do not infringe on your privacy and affect your decisions and actions. Regime for control of other people. 1. To control other people, you must first win their respect and admiration. People will be friendly to you if you first show friendliness towards them. In social groups, where you do not know many people and you wish to enlarge your sphere of friends, make yourself known to others. Be friendly and take the initiative in breaking the social ice. They are as anxious to be friends as you are, but many times people are hampered by conventions and modesty, and will not take the first step to be friends. An example of this in my own life is an instance where I went to a big Hollywood party and saw a lonely-looking, unattractive man sitting in a corner by himself. No one paid any attention to him. They were all courting the famous stars, directors, and producers who were there. I sought out the lonely-looking man and introduced myself, not knowing his identity, and chatted with him for fully an hour. I found him amusing, well-read, and charming. When he got up to leave, he said, "I am very much impressed by you, young man, and I'd like to have lunch with you one day so we can talk some more." He handed me his card and made a luncheon date for the following week. I glanced at the card and saw that it was Irvin Cobb, the famous humorist and novelist. His taciturn appearance often kept people from making friends with him. But he had a heart of gold, a wonderful sense of humor, and turned out to be one of my best friends. Through his contacts, I was able to further my early career tremendously. 2. When you meet a person for the first time, try to fix his name in your mind for future reference. Also make it a point to talk about things that interest him. In this way, you can direct his interest and attention to those subjects that he is conversant with. His wife, his children, his work, his home, his car. These are all things that give him a sense of familiarity with you and make him like you without being conscious of the reasons why. 3. If you really want to win control of other people, try to avoid what I call rough corners in the conversation. Avoid discussing differing viewpoints in religion, politics, and other controversial subjects. When you know a person better, you can risk offending him by giving your opposing viewpoints. Get the other person to drift along with you on the conversational stream, and you'll find that it is easier to get control of his mind than if you oppose him and make him dislike you at once. 4. When you meet new friends, make it a point to try and praise something in their personality, their clothes, their voices, or something they have accomplished, which merits praise. People like flattery, and you can gain control of friends through subtle praise and flattery. One man I know who is a real estate broker has mastered this principle of control of others to a fine point. He told me his secret one day. "I make every man feel like a prince, and every woman like a queen, he said. I try to find out something about the person's work, and then I praise his ability and his accomplishments. It works like magic. Of course, he hastened to add, I'm sincere in my praise. I really choose something that I admire about the person or his work. Otherwise, I would not sound convincing and sincere. This man has made millions of dollars in business through this simple formula to control other people. 5. When you first meet a person, get on a personal and emotional level with him as soon as possible. Remember the 4 things that mean most to everyone emotionally. A. Self-preservation. Things pertaining to food, nourishment, and general health. This is always a safe topic of conversation and interests everyone. B. Money and financial security. People all like to discuss business, the stock market, the business they are in, and other things pertaining to money. C. Love and sex. This is always a good topic of conversation, if kept on a dignified, intelligent basis. D. Ego recognition or social acceptance. When you give a person your attention and praise, you are automatically elevating his ego, and this cannot help but win his admiration of you. 6. When you are trying to win control of others, use the word you in your conversation as much as possible. Get the person to agree with you, and soon you will control the direction of his thoughts. People are conditioned to self-interest. This is not selfishness. It is a matter of early training and mental conditioning. The word you is more appealing to others than the word I. Remember this when you first meet people, and you will soon win their attention and be able to control them. 7. Encourage and inspire a person if you are trying to win his friendship and control of his mind. Too often people discourage others, and this dampens their enthusiasm and makes them withdraw into a shell. If you give encouragement and inspiration to a person, he will remember you affectionately, because this is an unusual trait. Most people knock others and tend to discourage and disparage them. The 6th realm of control. Soul perception. There is a 4th dimensional realm which is above the physical and material, as we have learned elsewhere in our study. This is the realm of the soul. Here it is that man may have divine perception if he once learns how to ascend to this lofty realm of perception and know the past, present, and future. Mystics are able to achieve miracles when they once learn how to control this vital function of the human psyche. Regime for attaining soul perception. 1. Sit in meditation for at least half an hour a day and enter the inner sanctuary of the soul by withdrawing your mind from outer material and physical things. Contemplate during that time on the divine mystery, the nature of God, the mystery of life, your spiritual identity. Let your mind be inspired by candlelight, incense, and soft music. Forget the cares and burdens of the day. Withdraw your mind from problems and worries. Hold your mind on the sacred image of the Godhead that is implanted within your own immortal soul. 2. Concentrate your thoughts on the divine mind within your consciousness. In meditation, ask this higher power for guidance in your life. Bring specific things to the attention of the Father within. This session should take about 15 minutes a day and is different from the above type of meditation, where you think only of the divine mystery. In this session, you can bring to the divine mind specific questions you want answered, problems you want solved. Ask this higher mind, just as you would a friend, what should I do? How will I solve this problem? Where can get the money for my needs? How can I find another job? Should I marry this person? Should I move to California? Then sit in the silence and wait for the inner self to answer. Sometimes the soul perception does not occur immediately. Do not get discouraged. Go about your regular activities, and suddenly, like a flash of inspiration, the answer will come. Soul perception gives you clues as to your future events, persons you will meet, and trips you will take, long in advance of the materialization of the actual physical or material event. 3. Soul perception comes when we are peaceful and quiescent. Still the turbulence in your environment if you wish to receive the divine pulsations of intuition and prophecy. See how this divine force works in nature. It is in the still, secret places of the earth that the acorn sports and grows. It is within the innermost, silent places of the egg that the chick matures and grows strong enough to burst forth from its prison house. Soul perception flourishes in an atmosphere of peace and stillness. It vanishes in the presence of discord, friction, bickering, selfishness, and greed. When you want intuitive guidance for any purpose of life, surround yourself with an atmosphere of quiet, order, and harmony. Then petition the divine mind within for miracle of creativity which you desire. 4. To encourage the divine presence within the sanctuary of your soul, live in the atmosphere of divine love every day of your life. As God is love, a loving heart and soul will most certainly encourage the divine visitant that dwells in the serene and loving souls of those who are attuned to godliness. Chapter 11. How to tap the divine mind power currents of the cosmos. There is a vast tidal wave of cosmic power that ebbs and flows throughout the interstices of the universe. It is this creative intelligence of the cosmic mind that created all things and which sustains the universe. When you once learn how to tap the divine mind power currents of the cosmos, you will be in tune with the infinite, and all metaphysical power will be yours. Let us study the methods by which this cosmic power radiates throughout creation and learn how we may avail ourselves of its omniscience, omnipotence, and omnipresence. There is a miracle power in every blade of grass, and a divine mystery in every robin's egg. With all his scientific knowledge and skill, man is not yet able to duplicate the mysterious forces of the cosmos. He can, however, work with them and perform seeming miracles. See how the cosmic intelligence created trees so they could breathe in the carbon dioxide that humans and animals exhale and replace it with fresh, life-giving oxygen. See how this cosmic intelligence produces from the soil the food, the lumber, gold, oil, and coal that mankind needed to survive throughout the ages. And now, when these natural resources are being used up rapidly, future generations can be heated and motorized by the cosmic power that was released through the splitting of the atom. See what vast resources this cosmic intelligence has placed within the Earth's seas. Fish for food, gold, diamonds, and oil in abundance, which man is now learning how to extract from the Earth's seas. See the miracle of a growing tree, which gives man shelter, food, lumber, rubber, sugar, fruits in abundance, and perfume and flowers. The cosmic mind has not neglected one single aspect of man's needs in its creation of the universe. See how the divine mind power currents of the cosmic mind work in the lower forms of creation. The swallows of Capistrano always know the exact day to fly back to their nests in the famous mission. The salmon knows how to swim back upstream to spawn and complete its life cycle. One eel in the Saragossa Sea swims back 3,000 miles to where it was born to lay its eggs and hatch its young. So accurate is its cosmic memory that it never forgets the place where it was spawned. In nature, this cosmic mind has given to all its creatures protective cover and camouflage for their perpetuation. The snake is modeled and colored like its environment. The crab and the armadillo are given bony armor to protect them from their enemies. The squid and the octopus eject a stream of inky substance to conceal themselves when in danger. The puff adder blows itself up with air into a formidable size to frighten off its enemies. One species of lizard is able to detach its tail when it is caught, and later grow a new tail. There are thousands of these amazing miracles in the realm of nature. When we examine them carefully, we must be convinced that some superior intelligence is at work in the universe, which not only created all things, but sustains them with a miraculous system of instinct and built-in intelligence that automatically causes them to perpetuate their species and survive. The divine mind within man. When he was questioned about the amazing miracles that he performed, the master metaphysician Jesus replied, "It is not I, but the Father within. He doeth the work." Who was this mysterious Father within of which Jesus spoke? Obviously, it was a higher power than the master's own conscious mind, or he would not have made such pointed reference to it. Now, with our modern understanding of the human psyche and the studies made by our psychologists and scientists, We know that this statement by Jesus referred to a divine mind power which radiates in and through all human beings, and that man may tap these divine currents for all kinds of miracles. When we see the miracles of healing that are performed through the medium of prayer, faith, and spiritual meditation, we must be convinced that some dynamic superforce is set into motion in the human consciousness, which does the work of healing in the body. This divine mind power, which flows throughout the cosmos, is focalized in the human consciousness in dynamic currents, and when a person knows how to release this spiritual power, he can literally perform miracles. 5 channels through which divine mind works. In order to use this power of the divine mind, you must first understand how it works. Just as electricity was in the atmosphere for millions of years and could have been tapped by man for his use, so too, this divine mind power is available for any person who wants to use it. But first, he must understand the dynamic universal laws under which it works. There are 5 channels through which the divine mind power currents of the cosmos work. They are: 1. The conscious volitional mind, where man has the power to choose his destiny and the events of his life. 2. The sense perceptions which reveal the physical and material universe. 3. The intuitive faculties which set the divine mind into action, psyches and extrasensory perception. 4. Soul perception, man's inner spiritual awareness, in which God speaks to man in the silence of man's own immortal soul. Man's awareness of his immortality and divinity. 5. The cosmic memory, the cell's intelligence, and the storehouse of racial memories, where are stored all the chemical and cellular formulas for creating all living things in the universe. God's memory and the ultimate achievement by man through cosmic consciousness or awareness. Channel 1. Your conscious mind. The conscious mind in man is also known as the objective mind. It is this mind that makes you aware of yourself, your mental powers, and the outer objective world in which you live. It is through your conscious mind that you are aware of the cosmos and its orderly arrangement. It is in man's conscious mind that he feels the need for worship of a superior intelligence, which he has named God. It is in this realm of conscious control that you feel the need to align yourself with some vast, superior force which you intuitively feel created you and the entire universe. Your conscious mind is the mind which chooses the people who shall be in your life and who help mold your future destiny. It is also the force within you that helps you select the events that make up the pattern of your destiny. Someone has rightly said, "Destiny is not a matter of chance, but of choice." It is not something to be waited for, but rather something to be achieved. The laws ruling your conscious mind. The conscious mind can only reflect the higher power of the divine. Mind when you are aware of your true divinity. When you know that this God power is within you, as it is in every cell of the visible and invisible universe, you will become infused with a new life force. There will be new purposefulness and meaning to your entire life. There are laws that rule this conscious mind, and you must observe these laws if you wish to avail yourself of the efficiency and dynamic power that is inherent in your conscious volitional mind. 1. The law of order. The law of order is a cosmic one in that it applies to all creation. There is order in the heavens. All the planets revolve in their orbits without confusion or collision. Think of the countless billions of stars and solar systems, bigger than our own, which are involved in a cosmic scheme so vast the mind of man cannot comprehend it. Then realize that these planets have such a system of order in their workings that we set our earth clocks by them. Duplicate this law of order in your own mind. Have a schedule by which you live. Write down a list each day of the things you want to accomplish that day. Have a plan and system underlying everything you do. Keep track of your expenditures daily. Rockefeller's system, on which he built his vast fortune, consisted in jotting down every expenditure, even if it was only a few cents. The mental habits he built of order and system later extended to his vast financial empire and made him a multi-millionaire. 2. The law of balance. Never let your mind race out of control, for the law of balance in nature demands that we pay a price for every excess. The law of the balance is likened to the swinging of a pendulum. The same arc it prescribes in its upward motion it must duplicate in its downward swing. When you carry any emotion or indulgence to excess, nature exacts a penalty in order to maintain the law of balance. When you do not sleep enough on one night, you must make up for it the next day, or your brain suffers from fatigue and inefficiency. An excess of alcohol or cigarettes or sleeping pills must be paid for by the body's reaction to the poisons pumped into the bloodstream, with a lowering of the body's resistance, fatigue, and a subsequent slump in all of the body's functions. The divine mind power that works through your conscious mind is a delicately balanced force and quickly withdraws when this law is upset. Each day balance work and play, love and worship, so that you do not have excesses of any one thing in any department of your life. 3. The law of rationality or reason. The conscious mind works best with the divine mind when you rationalize your actions and your mental processes. Be consciously aware of your use of your conscious powers. Know why you do certain things. Reason out the need for the physical emotion of love. Control the functions of your mind and body. Do not let them control you. Every year, thousands of Americans commit suicide because they have lost the art of rationality. Their minds get out of control because they do not make the daily effort to reason out their actions. Back of every mental cause, there must be some physical effect. When you lose a good job through some thoughtless action, reason out the reasons for the loss. Do not blame society, the government, capitalism, or communism. The cause can be traced back to your own conscious or unconscious acts and thoughts. 4. The law of attraction. What you put into your conscious, volitional mind becomes the pattern of that which you shall attract. There is a law of magnetic attraction which applies equally to the mind as well as to the body. You are what you think. Put only those thoughts into your conscious mind which you wish to externalize in dynamic forms of action in your outer circumstances of life. Think friendly thoughts and you will attract friends. If you think thoughts of enmity, hatred, and envy, you will attract people who will personalize these traits in the outer world. You have it within the power of your conscious choice to set the stage for the enactment of your life drama. Do you wish it to be a drama or a tragedy? Is it to be a romantic love story? Is it to become a comedy in which you play the part of a clown? Do you wish a stage setting of beauty and opulence, or will you select a backdrop of ugliness and barrenness in which to act out your life drama? The choice is up to you. The power of the divine mind within you will help you externalize anything that you consciously choose. Make that choice carefully, and then sit back and watch how events will shape themselves to fit your mental pattern of action. Channel 2. Your sense perceptions. It is through your sense perceptions that you are aware of the objective world of reality. Elsewhere in our study, we have learned of the importance of the 5 senses. Now let us learn how to channelize the divine mind power through these sense perceptions. In this way, you can heighten the effectiveness of your senses and achieve a greater degree of sensitivity in these areas of mental and physical action. 1. Have an awareness of your inner subjective world. Close your eyes in this practice session that should last about half an hour. Be aware of your innermost being. See with your mental vision. Try to recall sights and colors and actions in the outer world of reality. Duplicate them and project them upon the screen of your inner mind. Then do the same thing with your senses of hearing, touch, and smell. Duplicate your daily actions and apply each of your 5 senses to these fields of activity. Rerun your day every night when you go to bed, from earliest dawn to the end of the day. This inner awareness of your subjective world of emotions, sensations, states of consciousness, and perceptions will help you channelize the power of the divine mind to your every mental and physical faculty. 2. In another practice session, which should last for a full week of at least a half hour a day, sit in meditation and have an awareness of the outer, objective world in which you live. Be physically aware of heat and cold, of the room in which you meditate, of the outer world in which you work and love and play. Run through your mind the physical emotions you experience when you eat, when you work, when you dance, when you see a movie, when you love. Take a walk through a public park or street and be aware of the physical size and dimensions of trees, flowers, buildings, and your surroundings. Be aware of form, dimension, and physical characteristics of the environment in which you exist. Notice the trees, the leaves, flowers, the formation of the grass and bushes. If you walk on the beach, notice the sky, the distant horizon, the mountains, the blue skies, the golden sunshine. In other words, make it a point to become physically aware of the entire objective world about you, just as if you were an artist trying to reproduce everything on a canvas, or an author trying to describe everything in a novel. This exercise will tend to channelize the divine mind currents to your conscious mind and increase your sense perceptions enormously. 3. Extend this awareness of your sense perceptions to your body and its needs. Consciously be aware of the form and dimensions of your physical body. Look in the mirror at yourself and study your face carefully. See what mental impressions you create in the minds of others with your facial expressions. Put onto your face the mental masks of greed, hate, jealousy, fear, and worry. See how the facial muscles respond to these negative emotions. Now change the mental mask and put on the expressions of charity, love, trust, and confidence, and see how the facial muscles pull upwards gently, giving your face a totally different expression. Channel 3. The intuitive faculties. The power of the divine mind within you is activated by your intuitive faculties. Everyone has some psychic and intuitive ability. It can be developed so that you can receive divine guidance on every move you make in life. It is possible for man to know the future, not every specific event, but the general trend of his life and destiny. See how this power works in two of nature's great miracles. You have seen a tiny pollywog in a country stream. It is a little black, squirming creature with a long tail but no legs, and certainly does not look a bit like a frog in that stage of its metamorphosis. A short time later, its tail disappears completely, and it begins to grow legs, and finally takes on its true shape as a frog. Inherent in that pollywog was the image of the frog. It can be said that lowly little creature knew its ultimate destiny. The imprint was within its body cells and whatever form of mind it possesses. The same can be said of a crawling caterpillar. It certainly does not look like a golden-winged butterfly. Some divine instinct within that creature causes it to weave its cocoon and sleep throughout the long winter, to emerge the following spring in its ultimate triumph, as a winged creature able to soar aloft in the empyrean blue. Inherent in the caterpillar was the divine wisdom and prophecy, which caused it to weave its cocoon and become a butterfly. It can be said that its destiny was known to the caterpillar. How to release divine mind through intuition. 1. Intuition is the immediate knowing or learning of something without the conscious use of reasoning. You can use this gift of divine mind consciously. Be aware that you possess psychic powers and that you can tap them at any time you wish. Call upon this power of intuition whenever you are forced to make a decision between two courses of action. Ask this indwelling Father questions and then wait for the answers. They will come, perhaps not at that exact moment, but at some later time. Many times, the answer will come through a letter, through another person, or even in a book which you are accidentally reading. I remember once I was in New York, and I wanted to find a certain book that contained valuable information for me. I could not locate it anywhere in New York. I gave the problem to my higher divine mind and then forgot it. 2 weeks later, I had to go to Hollywood on business. I walked into a second-hand bookstore to browse, and the first book I took down from the shelf was the book I had desired. This was the result of some higher mind that guided me to the object I wanted. 2. Psychic and intuitive gifts can be cultivated deliberately. The voice of the Spirit speaks universally to every cell of the universe. In the spring, the trees burst forth in foliage, and the flowers bloom under some divine instinct, which tells them it is springtime. In the soil, the seed sprouts and grows under the divine impetus to create its own kind. In man, this same divine gift of intuition works its creative miracle if we are aware of the voice of the Spirit that is constantly trying to guide and direct us. Sit in the silence for at least a half hour a day, while you are consciously trying to develop this psychic and intuitive gift. Ask of this higher divine mind specific questions, and then wait for the answers. Is this person honest? Can I trust him? Should I let myself love this person? Should I make this new business move? Should I take this trip? After you have asked your questions, sit for a while and wait for the answers from Divine Mind. If nothing comes through immediately, do not become discouraged and give up. Go about your regular activities, and the answer may come through at night, while sleeping, or during your working hours. Sometimes it does not come as a direct answer, but only as a prompting, or many times, the answer comes in the guise of another person. 3. Concentrate your psychic powers on some person you know, and let your higher mind reveal what is true about him. You can ask questions of this higher mind, and some force within you will give you the right answers. Many times, people conceal their true natures, but the higher divine mind within you knows the truth about everyone. You can penetrate the masks of others through cultivation of this higher psychic and intuitive gift. At first, you may not want to believe some of the things your higher mind tells you, but later you will find out that it was right. Haven't you, upon meeting some new person, felt an instinctive sense of not trusting him? Later, weren't your suspicions justified? 4. To cultivate this intuitive faculty of the divine mind further, sit in the silence and let mental images come through to you. These mental pictures may be of foreign countries you want to visit. They may be of a future home in which you wish to live. The mind may feel that it is jumping from place to place, but follow its workings for at least half an hour. Later in your life, some of the events that flashed upon the screen of your inner mind will actually duplicate themselves in the outer world, and you will know then that you had a psychic flash of an event that was predestined to occur in your life. A lieutenant in the South Pacific during the Second World War saw a picture of a movie star in a magazine. He fell in love with her. She was his mental ideal. He carried the picture in his wallet, and every night before going to bed, he would look at the picture and mentally visualize that they were married and living together in a beautiful home in the valley. This mental picture became so vivid in the young man's mind that he literally believed someday he would meet the girl and marry her. A few months later, he was in San Francisco at a big party. He was handsome in his blue Navy uniform, and as he walked across the living room, he saw a vision in white floating towards him. It was the girl of his dreams. She walked towards him as if mesmerized. Suddenly they were in each other's arms dancing. She fell madly in love with the handsome young lieutenant, and a short time later they were married. This real-life romance happened to movie star Ruth Hussey, and now, many years later, the love affair that was prophesied through her husband's psychic vision has survived and brought them both the happiness and fulfillment they desired. Channel 4. Soul perception. There is a difference between psychic perception and soul perception. Psychic perception has to do with the outer world of people and events, of action and reaction. Soul perception has to do with man's inner awareness, in which God speaks to man within the silence of man's own immortal soul. It is there, within the sanctuary of your soul, that the divine mind reveals its own magnificent design for your present and future life. When you are able to tune in on these divine pulsations, you can duplicate the vast miracle powers of nature and of the illumined souls who were seers, prophets, and mystic leaders of the past. How to receive soul perception. 1. Withdraw from the world of harsh reality and create an atmosphere of soft candlelight and music.